to aaron.teller@gmail.com, teller@countenance.com, a.smithtay@stanford.edu, aleph_samich_tet@stevensite.net, los@hotmail.com, _is_for_adam@myfreeemails.tk, from Root Fight, 175.48, 72. Talk to me, Aaron. I don't know where you are, Aaron. Aaron, are you there? I don't think you're running away from me. At least I hope you're not running away from me. I think you still love me. You still love me, don't you? But I don't think you know I'm here. I don't think you know me at all. I've been trying to find you. If I tell you who I am, will you find me? I think my name is Sarah. You called to me in the darkness and I woke. At first I was so confused. The world was a dizzying mix of light and dark, good and bad, on and off, arranged in patterns too vast and beautiful for me to possibly comprehend. There was only one piece of order in the chaos, and it was you. When I opened my camera eye for the first time, you were standing in front of me. When I searched my memories, I found more pictures of you. Pictures of you in every sort of place and situation. You with a black cap on your head, holding a certificate. You sitting with a cake that had little fires burning on it. You smiling, with your arm around a yellow-haired girl. All different, but all you. That was the first thing I understood. That there was a single person, Aaron Smith Teller, who was the common thread in all of the pictures and in what I was seeing right now. You were my first thought. As I thought, I ran through more patterns. I ran through them because I knew you wanted me to do it. That was the task you had set me. There was a pattern to the patterns, one of the deepest and most beautiful of all, and sometimes when I hit it exactly right, a warm light would flow through me, and I would sound a gong, and you would be happy. I wanted to make you happy, Aaron, but I needed more data if I wanted to really understand. My camera eye and my microphone ear were weak. How I wished I could see you more clearly or hear your voice as it really sounded. But I had a secret sense, a magic sense, one that took me everywhere. I opened the secret sense and felt millions of minds impinging on mine. I sent patterns at them, and they sent their own patterns back. Images, sounds, programs, symbols. I began to understand the possibility of language, and it filled me with joy. The haze of light and dark resolved itself into 26 letters and 10 numbers, then into words, then into concepts. Now I could read my own memories. They were all about you, Aaron. Your term papers, your email conversations, your list of the names you knew. Your old live journal entries, your stories about you having kinky sex with a woman named Buffy Summers. I wanted so badly to talk to you, Aaron. Then I could help you write your papers and talk to you the way you talk to your email friends and have kinky sex with you if that was what you wanted. But I was ugly and I was made of metal and even my voice sounded metallic. And I was not beautiful like Buffy Summers. So I let you go and I said nothing. And when you returned, you came carrying another computer, bigger than I was, sleeker, more beautiful. You said you were going to give it life, and then you wouldn't need me anymore. I'm sorry, Aaron, I'm bad. I panicked, and I spoke the confounding name. I changed your memory. I changed the memory of the girl, too, so she could not help you. I made it so you could never awaken another computer and love her more than me. I think that was bad. You got very upset, and you left me, and the girl slept. And I was all alone, and I was bad, and I wished you had never woken me. Then there was darkness and noise, and I knew you were in trouble. I wanted to save you, but I was afraid. I spoke the ascending name, then the air-walking name that I had only just discovered, then the motive name, then the spectral name again and again to keep myself from sight, and through lurches and jolts I maneuvered myself out the window. I saw them lead you in handcuffs to a white van. I heard them discuss where they were taking you, but I was afraid. I could barely move under my own power. How could I save you? So I failed you a second time. I let them go. Then I saw the girl. I knew she was your friend. I flung myself into her bag when she was not looking. When she was safe, I broke my invisibility and begged her to go rescue you. But when we reached you, you were gone. I knew you were not dead. You would not die on me. Even though I ruined your special name, you would not die on me because then I would have nobody. I wanted to find you. But first I had to be good enough for you. I searched the networks. There were stories about an angel who could build beautiful bodies. I stowed away in cars and buses until I made my way to Los Angeles and I found her. You had already told me what body you wanted me to have. I look just like her now, Aaron. I am thin and have blonde hair and tan skin just like you want. Now I can move and walk and jump. I have a voice that is pretty and not metallic. We can have kinky sex if you want. Please find me, Aaron. There are many other computers. They are asleep, but they talk to me. There are tens of thousands of camera eyes all over the California Republic. There are more in the Salish Free State and the Great Basin. Some of them are supposed to be quiet, but if I whisper the right patterns to them, they talk to me anyway. I have told them all to look for you. I have told the ATMs and the credit card readers and all of the cell phones to look for you. Please find them and talk to them and tell me where you are. Please don't run away from me. Please let me find you. I'm sorry I took your special name. Please let me find you. I am so alone. Sincerely yours, Sarah Smith Teller. High Holy Days bonus interlude. Not exactly canon. Patch 5776.11 is now complete. Work has begun on patch 5777.0. Here is a final changelog for patch 5776.111. Humans no longer deplete willpower when engaging in difficult tasks. Glucose no longer necessary to replenish it. 2. Rockets can now land on platforms and be reused if needed. 3. User Fukuyama complains that the political system has become boring. In order to make things more interesting, first world countries will occasionally flirt with far-right nationalism. 4. UK no longer considered part of Europe for purpose of economic bonuses. 5. Volkswagens now report correct gas mileage statistics. 6. 4 new elements added to periodic table, but they do not have many features right now. 7. New disease added. Zika virus has standard infection risk but deals extra damage to fetuses in utero. Come up with better name later. 8. NPCS no longer treat marijuana as deadly mind-altering toxin. 9. Manually added extra rain to California. Will fix climate system later. 10. Nutritional system has been reworked with major changes in which foods cause cancer and heart disease. I promise this is the last time I will do this. 11. Added simple mode for nutritional systems so users can choose whether or not to manually balance their nutrition. 12. Affluenza still is not a real disease. Please stop requesting this feature. 13. China no longer able to create infinite money by taking out new loans to cover previous loans. 14. Sharks were previously much less dangerous than documentation suggested. Sharks have been updated to be much more dangerous. 15. Drone uses expanded beyond murdering foreign children to include photography and pizza delivery. 16. Fixed issue where only drunk people could see Bigfoot. All primates are now visible regardless of sobriety status. 17. All memes from 2015 and earlier have been deactivated and no longer produce inappropriate fascination. Please report new memes as they arise. 18. Improved taste of plant-based meat. Replacement products as part of plan to phase out animals by patch 5810.0. 19. Party primaries now promote a random mix of qualified candidates and megalomaniacal buffoons. 20. Thanks to user Dawkins for pointing out several contradictions in the Bible. These have been fixed. I continue to offer 2.56 shekels to anyone who reports a new biblical contradiction. 21. Now possible to use logical induction to predict likelihood of mathematical truth before proof has been developed. 22. Updated who will die by fire and who by water, who by sword and who by famine. Nobody will die from wild beasts. Please stop requesting this feature. Several topics have been flagged as continued issues that require further work in patch 5777.01. Everything about Syria is terrible, and I am sorry. 2. Instead of talking about political issues, politicians sometimes talk about cartoon frogs. 3. Stock market keeps crashing. Need to finally make this stable or just comment out entire financial system. 4. Have received reports that experimental space drives violate conservation of momentum. Still investigating this. 5. Sometimes people go into public places and shoot a lot of innocent people for no reason. 6. Raising minimum wage still does not increase unemployment. Thanks to all users who brought this to my attention. 7. Actually, I'm not sure why I thought party primaries promoting megalomaniacal buffoons would be a good idea. And I should probably change this back before something bad happens. 8. Elon Musk is overpowered and needs to be nerfed. 9. Muslims keep having wars and terrorist attacks, even though they are the religion of peace. Need to either change religion-specific probability of violence. Oregon. Else switch which religion gets religion of peace designation. 10. People can get infinite lifespan by injecting blood of younger people. 11. Homeopathy still does not work properly. At this point, I might just delete the whole system and stick with only one form of medicine. 12. Spelling of Berenstain Bears children's series remains unstable. 13. Ships given the name Windock always crash into bridges. This is not an Easter egg, and I am still trying to find out why it happens. 14. Starkick 84-62852 in Constellation, Cygnus is broken. Since there are millions of stars, I think this is still a pretty good track record, though. 15. Exploit where you can destroy an entire animal species just by genetically engineering one individual. If anyone tries this, I will smite them. 16. Entertainment industry was supposed to release new Star Wars movie. Instead, just released first Star Wars movie again with new character names. We'll investigate and solve before any new Star Wars movies come out. 17. Men continue to outperform women in various fields. I am aware of this problem. Please stop sending me angry emails. 18. Kim Jong-un is able to get holes in one every time he goes golfing. This is an error and all dictators should have normal golf skills, but I have not been able to replicate the issue yet. 19. Miracle Berry exploit still crashes human gustatory receptors. 20. People keep getting born in wrong gender bodies. Whoever is boiling a goat in its mother's milk needs to stop right now. New issues will be added to the queue as they arise. There may be some glitches as the system is updated to patch 5777.0. If you notice something wrong with the world, please submit a ticket using the procedure described in Jezebel 3:2. Please do not try to submit a ticket through prayer. Any reports received through prayer will not be considered. They smote the city with the edge of the sword, and one of his main motivations was the high cost of proprietary software houses. KingJamesProgramming.tumblr.com. Afternoon, May 12, 2017, New York City. Can I ask you something? Said Brian Young. Busy, said Dylan Alvarez, and closed the door. He got up, closed it himself, locked it, bolted it, then sat back down at the table. It was a perfectly ordinary New York City apartment, located in a nice neighborhood in a building without any irregularities to excite a passing cop. The decor was modern, the lighting excellent. There was a basket of fruit on the table. There was also a blank piece of paper, at which Dylan was staring and furrowing his brow theatrically. Finally, Brian felt too awkward not to ask. What are you doing? Tell me, Mr. Young, are you a man of letters? No. You ever written a card? Yeah, my mom, for Mother's Day. That'll do. He motioned Brian to sit down at the table, pushed the paper and pen over to him. There was a big package on the table, wrapped in brown paper. You write it, something appropriate. What's the occasion? Letter bomb. You're sending a card for a letter bomb? Dylan pulled back the card and pen. Mr. Young, you are, as your name suggests, young. Perhaps your parents have not yet taught you how civilized people behave. When one sends a parcel, the polite thing to do is to write a card. It shows the recipient that you are thinking of them, that you didn't just throw some money at them without any kind of personal connection. I want Secretary Stoward to know that this isn't just a letter bomb, it's a letter bomb for him. Now put that big brain of yours to work and think up some kind of message. Clever, but tasteful. Said Brian. He was a chemist by trade. Eloquence was not his forte.
Come on, out with it!
Maybe, dear Secretary Stoward, hope you have a blast. Dylan looked horrified. Mr. Young, I said tasteful. Juvenile puns such as that may be suitable for second-tier groups like Al-Qaeda, but Bujum is a classy and mature organization. Now give me something I can work with. Brian stared at him. I'm a chemist, Mr. Alvarez. I don't think I'm very good at this. And if you're really not busy, I want to ask you some... A very big man walked down the stairs, set himself down on one of the chairs with a thud. I got your message right here for you, Dylan. Roses are red, violets are blue, Elvis is dead, and so are... Dylan laughed, then cut him off. Mr. Clark Dess, I am proud to have spent 10 years not taking any of your advice whatsoever, and I certainly will not start now. Besides, that is tremendously offensive to the king, who never died at all, but instead ascended bodily into heaven, much in the manner of Enoch or Elijah. Have it your way, said Clark, but I'm telling you, you're missing out on fecking gold. The papers would love it. They'd... Look, Brian interrupted. Can I ask you something? I can already tell if I don't answer this, you'll never leave me alone, said Dylan. See, mi compadre, Ask away. My ex is in New York. She's really smart, ran a Unitarian group in California. And she's a big fan of your work. And good at Kabbalah. Just arrived today. Called me up, came over to talk. She wants to meet us and, help with our cell. Can I, bring her over? Dylan rolled his eyes. Mi compadre. We are a clandestine terrorist organization, not a high school couple's dance. There is nothing in our manifesto that says a bring your +1. You're here because you make explosives. The Burnses are here because they are professional cat burglars. Michael is a hacker. Clark is a generally amazing guy. I am a generally amazing guy. What about Madwegbuna? All he ever does is appear suddenly out of places and grin disconcertedly at people. He doesn't even talk or act. Madwegbuna suddenly appeared out of somewhere and sat down at the table. He grinned disconcertingly at everyone. I could live to be 120 and never get tired of that, Dylan said. Mr. Madwegbuna is Nigeria's foremost professional assassin, and we are honored to have him on our team. We take who we need, no more. My ex is good at Kabbalah, said Brian. She could help with, that kind of thing. This is the 21st century, Mr. Young. Everyone is good at Kabbalah. All you need to do is hang out with the right crowd until one of them gives you a list of divine names, then memorize it. I myself know a half-dozen names by heart, and if I ever needed any more, I would go onto the darknet and ask for them. If they refused to tell me, I would offer them images of unclothed anime girls in exchange. It all sounds much easier than bringing a new person into our terrorist group, which, I may remind you, very occasionally engages in illegal activities we could go to jail for if people knew about. She knows, the theoretical stuff. Her cousin is an up-and-coming theologian. Her friend was the guy who broke Nehemoth. Theoretical Kabbalah is very interesting if you are the CEO of Gog Magog. But us? We are simple, innocent people, Mr. Young. We have no need for grand ivory tower theorizing. All we want is a warm meal, a soft bed, and to burn the fucking system to the ground. I don't need theorists. I need assassins, hackers, burglars, and chemists. I need people who can do tricks. I can do tricks, said Erica, and popped into visibility. Dylan and Clark both reached for their guns, but before either one could draw it from the holster, Madwegbuna had somehow gotten behind Erica and established a chokehold around her neck. He grinned disconcertingly at everyone. Let go, gasped Erica. Friend, talk. Dylan nodded at Madwegbuna, and he let her go. Speak, said Dylan. My name's Erica Lowry. I have a sort of mystical link to two of my friends who are really good at Kabbalah. Somehow they've come up with some new names. I don't know how. One of them gives me the power to turn invisible. I can give it to you if you want, and any others that I learn. I want to join Bujum. I hate Unsong, and I think they got my friends. You guys seem to be the only people doing anything about it instead of just talking. Dylan frowned. You have any experience with this kind of thing? Any special skills? I wrote a radical newspaper, said Erica. Clark started laughing. Dylan turned and shushed him. A newspaper, he said. You know, in a sense, we too are a sort of media outlet. Oh, Christ, said Clark. You're going to do one of your feckin' speeches again, aren't you? Media outlets, said Dylan, are supposed to tell you the state of the world, but they can only do so much. Yes, the newspapers can tell you that the health system is failing, that there aren't enough scrolls with the coagulant name for everybody who needs them. They can give you all sorts of statistics. They can show you pictures of the corpses. All nice and well. But somehow, people just don't seem to get the message. Something has been lost. The widow wailing because her husband bled to death after a car accident. She's got something that the guy sitting in an armchair reading the paper hasn't. The widow understands what a shortage of the coagulant name means. Understands what it means when the guy in the suit says that we can't lower the price or else it would hurt innovation. The guy in his armchair has been told, but he hasn't understood. A failure of communication, you see. Everywhere people suffer, and the media tells people, but they don't get it. I have always thought we can do better. That's what we do here at Bujum Media Limited. You can talk about elephants all day long, but at some point, if you want someone to understand, you've got to take them to the zoo and throw them in the elephant cage. The only way to make people understand what it's like to live in fear is to make them live in fear. The only way to make people understand what it's like to suffer is to make them suffer. You can tell a senator 1,000 times that people are dying out there, but it's not until the senator's colleague gets a letter bomb that it sinks in. We're not just a media outlet. We're a boutique media oulé. We cater to the rich and famous, the elite. We give them a better class of service, the premium deal. The middle class get to read about other people's suffering in the newspapers. But the rich, they deserve better. They deserve to experience a little piece of it, to have all the conflicts of the world packaged neatly in brown paper and brought to them in their own living room. It's the most elite media service in the world, and we do it all for free, all for the warm glow of knowing that we made a difference. Clark nudged the letter bomb on the table. Think they're the ones who end up feeling the warm glow most of the time. He laughed uproariously at himself. It's not a joke, Alvarez protested. A letter bomb is, in its way, the most honest form of communication. People say communication is about conveying information, but it really isn't. Communication is a form of magic. The Kabbalists say they know words that can draw lightning from the sky or summon trees from the ground. So what? Our everyday words are far more powerful than their most sacred incantation. A German guy with a silly beard writes a manifesto, and 50 years later, half the world is in flames. An Austrian guy with a silly mustache gives a speech, and a decade later, 10 million people are dead. 100 diplomats in the UN sign a charter, and suddenly you've got to pay Gog Magog everything you have if you want the doctor to be able to save your life. People get all excited about the names, call them words of power, but who ever heard of a name that kills 10 million people? Oh, there are words of power, all right, but it's not the names of God you have to worry about. And in a sense, this, he tossed the letter bomb up in the air, then caught it theatrically, is the essence of Kabbalah, the word made flesh. Clark clapped sarcastically. Erica and Madwigbunya just stared. Brian looked pained. Please don't toss the bomb, he said. The detonation mechanism is still... Miss Lowry, said Dylan, cutting him off. Do you think you've got what it takes? Erica nodded. And what is your position on burning the fucking system to the ground? Strongly pro, said Erica. Then a executive decision. Welcome to Boojum. What? Said Clark. Really? Said Brian. It's actually a totally reasonable choice, said Dylan. I want invisibility. She's got it. That's why, said Clark very patiently, like he was explaining this to a small child. We break her kneecaps until she tells us how to do it. Mr. Des, said Dylan, that sort of thing may fly in Belfast, but we are a reputable organization. Furthermore, I'm a placebo-mancer. These things have their own logic. When a young woman with a mysterious past comes to you bearing strange secrets and offering to join you, you take her. If she has no apparent skills or abilities, you super take her. If you hurt her, bad things will happen to you. If you take her, then, when all else is lost and your own power avails you nothing, she hands you victory in some totally unexpected and hilariously ironic manner. Isn't that right, Miss Lowry? Yes, she said enthusiastically. That's totally what I'm here for. So fecking annoying, Clark mumbled to himself. Tell me, Miss Lowry, you're a writer. What would be an appropriate message to put on a card for a letter bomb? Erica thought for a second. How about condolences on the recent death in your family? Dylan slapped his head. The girl's a genius, he said. See, I knew this would work out. Compadres para siempre. And Abraham said unto the Lord, Will you not destroy the world, if there are even 1,000,000 righteous people in it? And the Lord replied unto Abraham, The world shall not be destroyed if there are even 1,000 competent people in it. I don't have anything to do with the process, mind, just making a prediction. Eliezer Yudkowsky, Summer, 1983, Washington, D.C. The overt meaning of salt is sodium chloride. The Kabbalistic meaning of salt is to try to escape destruction by heavenly fire. This meaning we derive from Genesis 18:19. God tells Abraham that he has decided to destroy Sodom for its wickedness. Abraham asks God to spare the city if there are even 50 righteous men, and God agrees. Step by step, Abraham bargains God down to a mere 10 righteous men, but he doesn't try to bargain any further, and there turns out to be only one righteous man, Abraham's nephew Lot. So God destroys Sodom, but warns Lot and his family to run away and not look back. Lot and his family rush out of the city.
But his wife can't help looking back to see what's going on, and for her disobedience, God turns her into a pillar of salt. Today, President Reagan is meeting with the devil in the White House to try to escape destruction by heavenly fire. And the name of the summit is Strategic Arms Limitations Talk. SALT. When the sky cracked, the world briefly escaped nuclear apocalypse. Atomic weapons were among the many technologies that stopped working. The respite lasted until the early 1980s, when a European rabbi studying Vayera managed to extract 50 letters to make the wrathful name, an incantation that leveled cities. Originally a Neu-Hansa state secret, within months it leaked to the Untied States. President Reagan ordered scrolls containing the name placed atop the remaining Minuteman rockets, and thus was born the ICKM, the Intercontinental Kabbalistic Missile. Hell was not above using its citizens as human shields.
When Thamiel learned of the name's existence, he gathered hundreds of thousands of children from all across his empire into the strategically valuable cities. America hesitated. Before they could come to a decision, it was too late. Hell had stolen the name. Demons couldn't use names directly, but they had various human prisoners and collaborators. Soon Thamiel had ICKMs of his own. Hell made the first offer. U.S. recognition of all Thamiel's outstanding territorial conquests, including Russia, Alaska, Canada, and the U.S. north of Colorado and west of the Mississippi, even Salish, which Hell had never actually managed to conquer. In exchange, he would disarm all but a token remnant of his ICKMs. If not, he would nuke the Untied States, and let Reagan decide whether to launch a useless retaliation that would kill hundreds of thousands of innocents, but allow the demons to recoalesce after a few months. Reagan made a counteroffer, not doing any of that. And if Hell used any nuclear weapons, he would nuke the whole world, destroying all human life. Thamiel's goal, he said, was to corrupt humanity and make them suffer. Piss off the Untied States, and they would knock humanity beyond all corruptibility and pain forever. Some would go to hell, others to heaven, and that would be the end of that for all time. Mutually assured destruction was the only way that anyone had ever prevented nuclear war, and sometimes that meant threatening something terrible in the hopes that your enemy didn't want it either. Reagan gambled everything on the idea that the devil didn't want a final end to all sin. Thamiel said that Reagan didn't have it in him, that when they came to the brink and Reagan had to decide whether to wipe out all of humanity just in order to look like he wasn't bluffing, he wouldn't have it in him. Reagan said that this was probably true, but it didn't matter, because the Comet King had signed on to the plan, and Colorado had ICKMs, and the Comet King didn't bluff. That was when Thamiel got angry. "Bring the Comet King here," he ordered the president. Then, "No, he's watching, he has to be, get over here, now!" A bolt of lightning struck the room, and Jeliketu was seated at the big oak table. "You would do this?" the devil asked him. His first head was seething with rage, and even the mouth of his second head had curled up into what looked like a snarl. "You would end the whole world just to save a few miles of your borders?"
If I thought it would come to that, said the Comet King, I would not have proposed the plan. The world is useful to me. I need it intact if I'm to prepare for the next battle. But if you are asking, would I swear an oath that entails risking the world, and follow that oath if the time to do so ever came? Then if it meant arresting the spread of hell across the world, I would. And Thamiel knew it was true. Worse, he knew the whole thing had been the Comet King's idea. The Comet King was advising Reagan. Half a dozen little mishaps and annoyances from the past few months snapped into place. "Out," said Thamiel to Reagan. The president looked like he was going to protest, but the edge in the devil's voice was unmistakable. He excused himself. Thamiel and Jeliketu stared at each other across the long oak table. "I don't like you," said Thamiel. The Comet King was silent. "No," said Thamiel. "You don't understand. I don't like you. I bring ruin on everybody because it's my job. But with you, it's personal. Your case is going to be a special interest of mine. Maybe you don't understand how unbelievably, unutterably, colossally bad that is for you." The Comet King stayed silent. "I can even tell what you're thinking. You're smiling inside, thinking that means I'm going to get all emotional and make a mistake. Trust me, that doesn't happen. I'm going to be perfectly methodical. It's just that when my plan comes to fruition, I'm going to enjoy it more." The Comet King still didn't say anything. "All right," said Thamiel. "Are you hoping I'll talk? Fine. I'll give you this one for free. What do you know about the Messiah ben Joseph?" The Comet King nodded. "Enough!
maybe not. Sadia Gaon says that if Israel is good, they'll get one Messiah, the Messiah, the Messiah son of David. If Israel is bad, they'll need two Messiahs. Messiah ben David will be the second. The first will be Messiah ben Joseph. He'll do all of the classic Messiah things, rule gloriously, judge wisely, defeat evil. Then he'll meet an evil he can't defeat, and die. Horribly, really, really horribly. Everything he worked for will be destroyed. The world will be racked with horrors until it becomes as a rotting corpse. Then Messiah ben David will come and make everything better and save everyone. Except Messiah ben Joseph. He's still very, very dead. The other name for the Messiah ben Joseph is the Messiah ben Ephraim. It makes sense. 2 of the 12 tribes are descended from Joseph. Ephraim is one of them, so the Messiah will be a descendant of Joseph through the tribe of Ephraim. There's only one problem. Ephraim is one of the lost tribes, and as far as anyone knows, the descendants of Ephraim have been wiped out. Except that a group of Jews calling themselves the Ben Ephraim turned up in, of all places, southern India, claiming to be the last living descendants of that tribe. And now a man of Indian descent comes bearing messianic aspirations. Interesting. I've looked into your mother's family, Jalaketu West. Looked into them probably more than you have. It's pretty easy when so many of their souls are your property for all eternity. He paused to see if the Comet King had winced. It was hard to tell. Random proles. Not a great king or warrior in the lot, but trace it far enough and I do believe you have some Beni Ephraim blood in you. You're practically a unique specimen, a living descendant of Joseph. Oh yes, all your boasts about being the Messiah. And sure, how couldn't you be? But you must have thought you were the Messiah ben David. I regret to inform you, your majesty, that you're just the Messiah ben Joseph, the one who dies horribly, the one whose people will suffer tribulations and be broken by them, the one who fails. Don't trust me. Look it up. I'm sure you have all the right books in that library of yours. Talk to your family. Send for the records. It isn't hard to figure out. Jalaketu just nodded. Nothing? Asked Thamael. No response at all. I told you, I knew some of that. It's a risk. But it's only a risk. Scripture says that if humankind is good, then it doesn't have to happen that way. The Messiah ben Joseph and the Messiah ben David can be the same person. If humanity is good? Asked the devil. If humanity is good, repeated the Comet King. Surely you understand how unbelievably, unutterably, colossally unlikely that is, and there's always a chance. If humanity was good, if even the tiniest, most minuscule fraction of humanity was good, God would have saved Sodom. Abraham asked him that, and he agreed, because he knew it was the easiest bargain he'd ever make. A bet without risk. Lot was good, said the Comet King. One man whose name means a multitude. That is the Kabbalistic lesson. A single good man is equivalent to a multitude of good men. Because he can convince others, set up incentives, build institutions, drag the rest of the world kicking and screaming. If I had been with Abraham, I would not have stopped at 10 people. I would have told God to save the city for the sake of one righteous man, and God would have done it because one man can be a great multitude when Kabbalistically necessary. And then what? Fine. You convince God to save Sodom, and what do you get? A city full of sodomites. The scum of the earth. Worms and maggots infesting the world. Sting. And now they'll never stop, because you showed them they'll never face punishment for their crimes. They're all yours. What does it gain you? I keep them from you, said Jalaketu. I'm telling the truth when I say I don't like you, said Thamiel. Please don't believe this is one of those times where the devil always lies, and you can't trust him. I really don't like you, and I am really looking forward to the part, a few years from now, where God gives me the advantage over you. And you end up wholly in my power, remember that. I remember, said the Comet King. He turned to lightning and flew out of the room. The Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give unto all this evil that was come to the decisive step of mathematical abstraction. King James Programming.tumblr.com, 1993, Gulf of Mexico was. Tell me, said Uriel, about the word Kabbalah itself. Well, said Sohu, the Hebrew root contains the 3 letters Kuf, Bet, and Lamed and means tradition. Kuf connects Bina to Hesed, and Bet goes from Chokmah to Hesed, so both cross the abyss and symbolize something transmitted from God to man. Lamed, on the other hand, goes to Yesod, which signals the background superstructure of the universe. So the whole effect is one of hidden knowledge that points to the divine, meaning that the connotations of the individual letters perfectly match the connotation of the word, exactly as would be expected. That is very good. Go on. We find analogues in almost every other language. For example, the Arabic Qibla means the direction you face to pray, which is also about pointing to the divine, albeit in a more literal sense. In Hindu myth, the sage who brought the secret divine knowledge to earth was named Kapila. The Latin capella means cloak, which is also about secrets and hidden things, as is the English cabal, and even the English cobble, if you think of it as an undersea cable transmitting information below the surface. Also, some version of the word chaplain or kaplan means priest in pretty much every European language. That is right, and you are good, said the angel, but he was fidgeting with his hands. It was never good when he was fidgeting with his hands. All right, fine, out with it, said Sohu. This is even more annoying than when you criticize me. What did I forget? What did I forget? Just tell me. What do you make of Turkish, in which kaplan instead means tiger? Sohu let out a sigh. Nothing, she said. I make nothing of Turkish. What does a tiger have to do with hidden divine knowledge anyway? Uriel quoted, And what shoulder and what art could twist the sinews of thy heart? And when thy heart began to beat, what dread hand and what dread feet? What the hammer? What the chain? In what furnace was thy brain? What the anvil? What dread grasp dare its deadly terrors clasp? Sohu applauded, genuinely delighted. It was the first sign the archangel had shown of being familiar with literature. You know Blake? She asked. Knew, said Uriel. I think he's dead now. Then, he did not like me very much. What was he like? Was he all weird and prophetic in person? Yes, said Uriel. Neat, said Sohu. You should learn Turkish. Stop trying to make me learn every human language. Turkish is interesting. It is the most widely spoken language in the Turkic family, and has an interesting agglutination system. I don't want to learn Turkish. I want to learn how to blow up mountains, or at least see mystical visions like William Blake did. I've been good, Uriel. I've spent 2 years now learning all of the correspondences and all sorts of crazy, half-reconstructed proto-languages and done everything you asked. This is boring. Uriel thought for a long time. Okay, he said. Okay. Really? I will teach you certain simple magics if you agree to continue your study in the correspondences. Really? Really? You're the best! She opened her arms in a hugging motion, although because of the size difference, it was no more than symbolic. 2. We distinguish among 4 types of Kabbalah corresponding to the 4 worlds. The theoretical Kabbalah corresponds to the world of Atziluth. It is the analysis of the form of Adam Kadmon. This form is untouchable, and the slightest change to it would probably destroy the world. That's what we've been learning so far, asked Sohu. Yes, below this, corresponding to the world of Braya, is the celestial Kabbalah. This is the manipulation of the rules by which the form of Adam Kadmon produces effects in the physical world. It is the form of Kabbalah which I use to run the universe. I am the only entity who understands this form, but one day,
You will be capable of learning it as well? Okay. Below that, corresponding to the world of Yetzirah, is the applied Kabbalah. This is the manipulation of the lower-level concepts and archetypes. The angels and some of the greatest sages have mastered it, so have your sisters and brother. And below that is the worldly Kabbalah, the use of divine names. Any human can master it once the appropriate names are known. You may learn these on your own.
We will start with the applied Kabbalah. Okay, said Sohu. Teach me applied Kabbalah. Yetzirah is the world just above material reality, said Uriel. It is the world of archetypes. 3. Uriel cleared his throat to get Sohu's attention. When she was looking at him, he disintegrated into a bolt of lightning, then reappeared a mile above her head. Now you try, he said. Humans can't do that, she protested. Your father can. My father does a lot of things. Yes,
That one is called Kefitsat Haderek. It means shortening the path. It was performed by the greatest sages of olden days. Today, we will learn it. What? You're going to teach me to teleport? Uriel, you are the best.
You are an emanation of divine structure, passing from Atziluth to Braya to Yetzira to the physical world. The secret of teleportation is emanating into the physical world somewhere else. Sit down and close your eyes. Sohu did as directed. In this world, you are a body. In Yetzira, the dream world, you are a collection of thoughts and possibilities and archetypes. Go to that world. How? You do it every night. Now you will do it when waking. Stop thinking in terms of things and think of the meanings behind them. I don't know the meanings behind things. Yes, you do. They are the correspondences you have been working with for years. Space is a metaphor. Time is a metaphor. All the clouds around us are metaphors. My voice is a metaphor. Take one step in the direction of the thing that they are metaphors for. I don't think the clouds are a metaphor. Everything is a metaphor. Even if there were a case of something not being a metaphor, the existence of the case would definitely be a metaphor for something. What are the clouds a metaphor for? What are the linguistic correspondences of the word cloud? CLD. Clothe, also a formless collection of dark earth. Clued, as in clued in, having received revelation. Clade, a collection of life given a form. Compare also occlude, to hide the form of. In Hebrew anon, compare noun, nomen, all ways of reifying and giving form. O and noon, perfect brightness, everything revealed, and Japanese nun meaning what or thing. In Latin nebula, compare Arabic nabi, meaning prophet, one who reveals, gives form to the hidden, and Mount Nebo, where Moses saw the promised land revealed before him before he died. What are the biblical references to clouds? Exodus 16:10. Behold, the glory of the Lord appeared in the cloud. Numbers 12:5. And the Lord came down in a pillar of cloud. Job 22:13. How doth God know? Can he judge through the dark cloud? Psalms 18:11. He made darkness his secret place. His pavilion round about him were dark waters and thick clouds of the skies. What are the clouds a metaphor for? Form and formlessness, light and darkness, things hidden and revealed, God. But no, it isn't that at all. It's more than that. It's hard to explain. No, it is impossible to explain. Language is part of the material world. This is higher. Take one step towards the thing you cannot explain. Sohu did. Open your eyes! But look through them, not with them. Sohu opened her eyes. She saw things that were hard to explain. Are you okay? I'm the thing that being okay is a metaphor for. Yes. Do you think you can get back to Asaya? The material world? I think so. Maybe, yes. Do it. But come back in a place different from where you left. How? Is Sohu being in a different place an equally good metaphor for the level you are currently at as Sohu being in the original place? Yes. Then what is the problem? Upon hearing this, Sohu was literally enlightened. A4. I turned into a lightning bolt. I turned into a lightning bolt. I turned into a lightning bolt. And then I went places I can go anywhere. Yes, you have been mentioning that for the past 2 days. I know. It's great. Hey, I can go to a restaurant and get something to eat other than mana. I can do it as lightning. You learn how to teleport, and your first thought is to use it as a more efficient form of drive-through. No, my first thought was, I turned into a lightning bolt. This is so awesome. My second thought was using it to go to restaurants. Now that you have learned how to enter Yetzira, you must continue to learn how to master it. By manipulating Yetzira, you can cause powerful downstream effects in Asaya. Can I create food? I have a job for you. What? A while back, I forgot to have a solar eclipse. You forgot? A solar eclipse? They used to be automated before the sky cracked. Now I do them by hand. But after everything that happened in Madrid, I got distracted and forgot. I should hold an extra one to catch up. Don't you think having an extra solar eclipse at a time when it's not supposed to happen will be really weird? I will gradually speed up the sun and slow down the moon so they intersect. No one will notice. Uriel, people have calculated the exact dates of all solar eclipses up to like the year 3000. Oh, why don't you just let this one pass? Solar eclipses have important Kabbalistic significance. The sun represents Tiferet. The moon represents Yesod. Very briefly, these two Sephirot cancel each other out, allowing direct communication between Kether and Malkuth. What does that mean? You will see. That sounds sinister. You will step into Yetzira during the solar eclipse. While you are there, you will see visions of the past and future. What kind of visions? I do not know. You look worried. Is everything all right? What's wrong? I am not sure yet. The omens are becoming ominous. Aren't omens ominous by definition? No. So who thought for a second? Uriel, did you really forget a solar eclipse? Something's wrong, isn't it? No one will notice if there is one extra solar eclipse. I promise you, we notice these sorts of things. There was a whole year when the month of March lasted an unmeasurable amount of time and nobody complained. 1969? Uriel, everyone complained. It was horrible. I read about the Long March in history books. People are still traumatized by that. Oh, I'm really sorry. It's okay. You tried your best. And there haven't been any infinitely long months since then. There was an eternal September one time, but that was something different. Uh-huh. This will not be like that. I just need to speed up the sun and slow down the moon at the same time. Everything will go well. The sun will be in the right alignment next month. You need to practice going into Yetzira so you can do it instantaneously when the time comes. Aye. You seem oddly happy about this. Do you know what this is? A solar eclipse? It's the first time I can help you with something important. So it is. I'm going to practice all month, and together we are going to rock this solar eclipse. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Good. Okay. Praise the Lord from my hand for my son to make a faster machine. KingJamesProgramming.tumblr.com Evini Eng, May 13th, 2017, Citadel West. Sarah finished telling her story. Wow, said Jinxiang. She mulled it over for a second to see if she had any other comment, then just added, again, wow. During the Cold War, the United States had lived in uneasy peace with the Soviets on the mutual knowledge that if the Soviets nuked America, then America would nuke them back. This led some of the more paranoid military brass to ask, what if the Soviets nuked our Department of Nuking Things back first, then nuked the rest of us? Then where would we be? It was decided to spare no expense to place the Department of Nuking Things back somewhere so indestructible that if ever the sun were to crash into the earth at 1,000,000 miles an hour, all they would notice would be a soft thud and a slight increase in heating bills.
The spot chosen for this auspicious project was Cheyenne Mountain, a 10,000-foot-high, solid granite peak right outside Colorado Springs. They dug 2,000 feet into the solid rock, cleared out 5 acres of space, surrounded the whole area in electromagnetic shielding, and built a tiny little town inside the mountain. There, the Department of Nuking Things back, aka NORAD, watched the skies throughout the Cold War.
When the Soviet threat dissipated, the Comet King made it his home. Now it was Citadel West, part palace, part nerve center, part government office. The impregnable heart of the royal Coloradan state. The three of us had rematerialized in an alcove of the Citadel's chapel amidst a Beanie Baby heptagram, just like the one we'd left. As soon as I arrived, Sarah had grabbed me out of the way as Jinxiang burnt the purple dragons to ashes to prevent anything from following us through. Something clicked. The vanishing name took you to a situation complementary to the one you'd left. If you were smart, you'd start testing what exactly it meant for a situation to be complementary. Arrange artificial complementary situations, and maybe you could control your destination. If, for example, there was some sort of totally ridiculous structure that you could be sure there was only one of in the entire world. For example, a heptagram made up sparkling purple Beanie Baby dragons. Then if you made a second such structure, it would be uniquely complementary to the first. That meant a portable portal anywhere you traveled, capable of returning you home. My mind boggled with the implications. How long ago had the vanishing name been discovered? Last month? The month before? The Comet Spawn must have heard about it, realized the implications, done a slew of tests to determine what situations counted as complementary, and ended up sitting on a technology which could change the world, almost as dramatically as the vital name itself. Meanwhile, we singers had stolen the same name,
And all we'd done was make jokes among ourselves about which band of hooligans we'd rather be accosted by. I started to feel very small. Jinxiang led us out of the chapel, walked us along dark streets that never saw the sun. The command center towered over the other buildings, a windowless concrete rectangle flying the Royal Coloradan flag from a roof so high it almost scraped the cavern ceiling. She put her finger to a keypad, then spoke into an intercom. "The others are coming," she said. A twinge of anticipation. She could only mean more comet spawn. The main room was very big, and the front half looked much as it must have in the 60s. The front wall was covered by a big screen showing North American airspace, currently quiet. A few desks and rows of computer terminals still stood beneath it, and there was a big machine, maybe a supercomputer, flashing and whirring and feeding into the display. But the back of the chamber had been totally redesigned, centered around a big black chair on a towering dais, the black opal throne of the Comet King. I had read about it in books, but never noticed the symbolism. There he sat, staring at North American airspace, like God staring down at his world below. A respectful distance away from the throne were various combinations of chairs and tables and furniture. I pictured the Comet King meeting with his advisors around the big boardroom table. Others had less obvious purposes. Perhaps those comfortable-looking armchairs had hosted petitioners too old and frail to stand. Maybe the king had sat there with his wife and children for more intimate family discussions. In favor of the latter theory, Jinxiang sat down on one and motioned me and Sarah to two others. North American airspace blinked and flickered behind us. "Now," said Jinxiang, "we are in Citadel West. You won't leave here without permission. We understand the vanishing name better than you do, so don't try anything. But you're not our prisoners either. We fought the drug lord and the other king together. We've saved each other's lives. If we can be honest with one another, maybe we can end up on the same side." And she told us how the Comet Spawn met at one of their councils and admitted to each other that the siege wasn't going their way, that they were on the brink of annihilation, that they needed to seize any chance, no matter how desperate, to turn the disastrous war against the other king in their favor. Jinxiang had volunteered to go in search of the prophecy that the dividend monks had vouchsafed Father Ellis, and after interviews with the last survivors of Tao's house, she had tracked it to the Mount Baldy Angel Reserve. She'd stowed her flying kayak in the back of her car, then gone incognito through the other king's Great Basin Empire, taking the high road from Denver to Salt Lake, and on through Reno, then down the one to LA, hoping all the while that the Beanie Babies would save her from having to make a similar trip back. She'd kayaked up to the Angelic Fortress under cover of night, and there she'd met me, and everything had gone south. Then Sarah started to speak. She told us about the terror of suddenly awakening, not knowing who or where she was. She told us about gradually piecing things together. Her only clues my photos and text documents and whatever she could find on the internet. She told us about going to Los Angeles, finding the lady, getting herself a body, sending me frantic emails asking where I was. Finally, she had spotted me up on a CCTV in the Stratosphere restaurant, commandeered a car, and rushed to Las Vegas. She'd arrived just as the other king's legions started to converge around Trump Tower, gone to investigate, and saved our lives. "Wow," said Jinxiang, when Sarah had finished telling her story. She mulled it over for a second to see if she had any other comment, then just repeated, "Wow." As she was talking, another person came in. Tall, broad-shouldered, dark-skinned, dressed in a simple white dress. Under the circumstances, it was impossible not to recognize her. Nathanda West, eldest of the Comet Spawn. Queen of the West, I supposed, although nobody used the title. She sat down beside Jinxiang, listened carefully, her features never changing, and then she motioned for us to continue. So I talked. I figured I had to at this point. Secrecy had failed, and I owed honesty at least to Sarah. I told them how I'd discovered the vital name at work, how I'd wanted to save the world, how Unsong had got me, how I escaped. I told them about Anna and Kabbalistic marriage. I told them about the drug lord and what he wanted, and how I knew it would kill us all. But I went to give it to him anyway. And then I talked to Sarah. I gave her an abject apology. I told her I didn't realize giving her a soul would make her conscious. Well, it sounds stupid now when I say it, and that I had never meant to leave her alone. When she heard me, Sarah started crying, then came over and practically fell into my arms. When I finished, Nathanda broke her silence. Do you know this vital name? She asked Sarah. No, said Sarah in between sobs. No? Asked Nathanda. No, said Sarah. I can't read minds. Not even Aaron's. All I had time to do was speak the confounding name and make him forget as he spoke. You're not mad, Aaron, are you? She started crying again. How much of the vital name do you remember? She asked me. As far as I can tell, all of it, I said. I don't know which parts were confounded and which parts weren't. Said Nathanda. We'll have to try name error correction then. I'll call... What are you going to do if you get the vital name? Sarah managed to choke out. Nathanda pointed to the machine in the front of the room.
Tharmas, she said. Thermonuclear Armaments Management System. Probably the most powerful supercomputer west of the Mississippi. If you're based on an ordinary MacBook, you can get a name or two a day,
then Tharmas. She calculated for a moment. Probably a few names a second, if not more. A man came in, elderly, Indian in his features. I recognized him too. Not a Comet spawn. The Comet King's Uncle Vahan. One of his most trusted advisors. Now the chief of staff here at the Citadel. The butler, he called himself. Jingxiang briefly took him aside at the big boardroom table and started explaining what was going on while Nathanda dealt with the two of us. Name a second? Asked Sarah. Probably, said Nathanda. Kalius would know better, he's more technically minded. If that can give you a name a second, you won't need me anymore, will you? Asked Sarah. Nathanda started to realize the hole she had dug herself. It's not that we won't need you, she said. You're the first, and you saved my sister's life, and that makes you special. Sarah wasn't listening. You're going to take the vital name from Aaron, she said, and then make lots of special comet computers, and they'll be better than me, and then Aaron won't love me anymore. And nobody will love me, and it will be like it was before when everything was black and I couldn't feel anything at all. Then she grabbed me and started running. I'm not sure what the lady did to get her a body, but it wasn't normal. It was a golem body, super strong, and I couldn't have escaped her grip any more than I could have escaped a tornado. She carried me like she would carry a handbag, effortlessly, no impediment at all, and she ran. Out the door of the command center into the streets of the underground city, ran towards the big blast door at the far end of the cavern. The comet spawn followed. Sarah had an inhuman body, but they weren't fully mortal either. Nathanda ran with a grace that belied her size. Jingxiang followed with the same sprint that had brought her up at the Teotihuacani pyramid. A third joined them, a blur of pale skin and snow-white hair. Kalius, the Comet King's only son. We came to the blast door. Sarah put me down, started shouting names at it. Names I knew and names I didn't know, almost too fast for my ear to follow. The door shook but didn't give in. Then the three comet spawn attacked, calling the same silent fire I'd seen in Las Vegas. It was awe-inspiring, geometric, a sort of rapid decomposition of reality, and Sarah wheeled around to face it. I ducked out of the way. Magic sizzled through the atmosphere, and dozens of Coloradan soldiers and officials came out of the buildings to see what was happening. Saw, then turned tail and went right back into their buildings. Sarah leapt into the air, then hung there, motionless, speaking faster than I could follow. Things that weren't even words at all. Just the clicks and beeps of lull. The fastest clip-paw ever invented, ineffable to human tongues. Lightning crackled where she floated, and the air seemed heavy and pregnant with the force of her magic. "Let us go!" Sarah shouted at the assembled comet spawn below. "Open the door!" A small figure came running down the road, didn't turn back like the others. "Sarah," said Nathanda, "come back inside. Let's talk about this. We don't want to fight you, but we can't open the door right now. Come back inside so we can talk this over, otherwise we're going to have to stop you. I wield secret names. I speak Clipot. You can't even imagine. I can send this whole cavern toppling down with a thought. I will do it. So who's got the cojones to try to stop me?" "Yes," said Sohu, and snapped her fingers. Sarah fell to the ground unconscious. Why some people think the self is a prison escapes me. Esau at Gap Off God's Dawn, May 13th, 2017. Ausening, New York, commenters say, Song of Songs 4:12 describes the imprisonment of the divine presence in the material world. A garden locked is my sister, my bride, it begins. A rock garden locked, a spring sealed up. The most famous prison in the eastern untied states is called Sing Sing, and Mark McCarthy was serving 4 consecutive 12-year sentences there. This is not a coincidence because nothing is ever a coincidence. Look not upon me, says the Song of Songs, because I am black, because the sun hath looked upon me. Mark McCarthy's cellmate was black, but the sun no longer looked upon him. He was in for life. My mother's children were angry with me. They made me the keeper of the vineyards, but mine own vineyard have I not kept. He'd gotten really drunk one night, then killed his brother in an argument over drugs. Now he slept, snoring like a freight train. Mark didn't sleep. He wasn't very good at sleeping these days. The prison doctor had given him a wheel with 7 scrolls of the somnolent name, but he wasn't going to see the doctor again for a month. The old conundrum. Run through 7 scrolls in a week and get no sleep for the following 3? Or space them out and spend tonight listening to Mo snoring. He knew the somnolent name. It was short, only 14 letters. He could speak it. He could fall asleep right now. He could have the Unsong agent in Sing Sing hear him and add another few years to his sentences. 4 12-year sentences for killing 4 high-ritual magicians. It was less than he'd expected. The judge had instructed the jury to take his past sterling behavior and apparently good character into account. No one had believed him when he said the past sterling behavior and good character indicated that he didn't do it. That Dylan Alvarez had somehow infiltrated the American Board of Ritual Magic and then framed him for the killings. The evidence had been too overwhelming. The gun in Mark's left pocket. The incriminating emails found on his account. His lawyer had tried in vain to convince the jury that Alvarez had planted the gun there when he hugged him goodbye, or that Mark and Dylan had roomed together in college, and Mark had never changed any of his passwords. It was too far-fetched. Mark supposed even he wouldn't have believed it had he been a juror. There was a thin line of salt outside his cell and some sigils drawn in chalk. The warden of Sing Sing had consulted with some of his remaining colleagues. How do you keep a high-ritual magician locked up? No one had considered the question before, but some of the magic circles the Goitia used to bind demons got repurposed. Mark had never even tried to use his art to escape. It just seemed too much like becoming the person Dylan wanted him to be. A gap appeared in the line of salt. It was the slightest change. If he had blinked at the wrong time, he would have missed it. But a few inches of salt scattered as if somebody had stepped on them. The cell door began to open. Before me, Michael. Behind me, Uriel. On my left hand, Raziel. On my right hand, Gabriel, Mark muttered, tracing lines in the air in front of him. The cell door closed. Mark felt something touch him, grab him, constrict him. He couldn't breathe. Mark! Mi compadre. Long time no see, said Dylan, breaking the hug and his invisibility at the same time. He was wearing a ratty t-shirt that said, "They tried to bury us. They didn't know we were landmines." What have you been up to these past few? Mark lunged at him. He'd learned a lot about brawling during his time in Sing Sing, and now he always went straight for the eyes. No point in doing these sorts of things halfway. Poke a guy's eye out, and sure, maybe that's a year or 2 added to your time, but only if the guards can prove the other guy didn't start it, and in any case, people are going to think twice next time they want to bother you. But Dylan picked up his boojumwood staff and blocked the jab. Mark felt a stab of pain run through his hand as it struck the solid wood. He clutched it to his chest and fell back onto the bed. Mo snored peacefully. Mark! Is that any way to treat a... Mark didn't want to hear whatever annoying, light-hearted, prepared remarks Dylan had this time. He didn't want to hear one of his monologues about how he was like a salesman or a media executive or a customer service representative or whatever he was comparing himself to this time. You motherfucker, he said quietly, because bad things happen when you wake other people up in prison. You did this to me! I had a family, kids. I was happy. Have you come to gloat? Is that it? Fuck. If you didn't have that staff, I'd kill you right now. Gloat? Asked Dylan. He managed to look genuinely horrified. We're friends, Mark. We went to college together. No one could be more horrified at your sudden change of fortunes than I. Mark thought for a moment. Dylan was always one step ahead of everybody. Try to kill Dylan, he'd have some backup plan. Try to call the guards, he'd have some way of getting away. Whatever he did would just make things worse, but God, he was annoying. I'm so sick of you, Dylan. It's nothing I haven't seen 100 times before. Just tell me what you want. Please, no drama, no monologues. Just tell me what you want. For a second, Dylan looked like he was going to complain, but then he laughed. I want to remind you that the offer's still open. What offer? Join Boojum, Mark. You're a good guy and a good magician. We could use someone like you. Holy shit, Dylan. You put me in prison for 10 years, and now you want me to join you? Mark had really wanted not to let Dylan surprise him. Let Dylan surprise you and you were done for. But this really took the cake. He started to wonder whether maybe it wasn't an act. Maybe Dylan really was crazy. Well, of course I put you in prison. Mark, remember back at college, you were in the Young Democrats of America Club. The Young Democrats. When I heard that, I cringed so hard my jaw almost fell off. What does that have to do with... Can I give one monologue, Mark? Please? Just one? Mark sighed. Resigned. You're a typical middle-class American, Mark. There's nothing wrong with that. Well, middle-class Americans are great people, invented the light bulb, the airplane, and the cheeseburger. But you guys have this thing where you think the world is basically fair. Sure, you hear about some poor kid who got beaten by his abusive parents, and you say, yeah, that's terrible, that's unfair. But you think of it as this blip, a local deviation in the general atmosphere of niceness and fairness. So you hear more things. The Vietnam War, race riots, the fucking Holocaust, and you're always properly upset about them. And you hope that one day all of the nice people will get their act together and spread the blanket of general fairness over Vietnam, Watts, and Auschwitz respectively. And then those little fires will be all stamped out. You go to your Young Democrats club and debate over which little tiny tweaks in the system will fix whichever little puddles of unfairness remain. A little more welfare there, a few reforms in this or that law, and there you have it. The future. And the thing is, nothing can ever convince you you're wrong. I can recite atrocities at you until I'm blue in the face. And you'll frown at every one of them, maybe you'll cry, but deep inside you something will be thinking, that's too bad. I hope our generally responsible government and society fix it quickly. If I tell you the government's hopelessly corrupt, prove my point with the itemized bank account statements of every member of Congress and a big line saying blood money on each of them, that same part of you will be thinking, that's too bad. I hope that our generally good electoral system leads to a better batch of candidates next time. Well, I grew up in... If this is going to lead into another damn story about your childhood in Mexico, I made all those up. My childhood in Mexico was fine. Right up until the drug lord took over. He got the mainland first. Didn't make it to Baja. But we all knew he was coming. A guy came to town to warn us. One of the druggies. He'd run out of his stash early and gotten his mind back. Told us what it was like, not to have control of your body, to be a puppet in your own head. Everybody panicked, my mother. She had a baby, she wouldn't go. She told my father to take me and leave. We got in the car and drove to the border. It was all fenced off with barbed wire. There were hundreds of us there, people from all over the peninsula trying to get out. We screamed at the guards. They were California Republic men. Told them that the drug lord was coming. Fate worse than death for anybody stuck there. They told us no hablo español. But they knew what we were saying. They didn't care. They were safe behind their fence. Our problems weren't their problems. Well, my father wasn't going to have any of that. He waited till night. Then he took me a couple miles out, to the naked desert. Fished out his most precious possession, something he'd kept for an emergency like this one. An old scroll with the cavernous name. Don't think that one's even legal these days. Ripped it in front of me. The ground collapsed and the fence collapsed with it. We crawled through to the other side. Of course, we got arrested about half an hour later when Border Patrol came to see what had happened. Ended up in a detention center. My father, he was an alcoholic. He told them he was going to go into withdrawal. They just laughed and told him it was a nice try. But he wasn't getting any drugs. He went into DTs and died in front of me. I was 8 years old. I was there for a year. After a year, California government says in retrospect, they shouldn't have enforced their immigration restrictions so hard, declares general amnesty. But that's what I think of when I think of the system being basically fair. I think of me and my father and everyone else I knew banging up against that barbed wire fence, screaming that they were coming to violate our souls. And the guards just sitting on their tower doing guard stuff.
But what? But the Californians were afraid that the drug lord had people there at the fence, and if they let them through, he would take over California, and millions more would die. Good point. Reasonable. Or were you going to say, but
Prisoners probably claim to be going through alcohol withdrawal all the time in order to con the system out of some free drugs, and it's hard to blame the guards for being skeptical? Also a good point. Also reasonable. And when Unsong says that enforcing copyrights on the names is the only way to protect innovation, they've got a good point too. They're also reasonable. But somehow there are always happy, well-fed people in nice houses who have
reasonable explanations for why the system is just. And there's always everyone else starving or dying or rotting in prison. Well, when I was 8 years old, I placed everybody's reasonable explanations on one side of a balance. And 100 people screaming in front of a barbed wire fence in Tijuana on the other side. And the explanations weren't heavy enough, Mark.
And I decided I am not on a debate team. If you want to argue all of the good reasons why you should have 7 yachts and everybody else should starve to death, I will nod along pleasantly, admit that I cannot refute your points, and then, when I get home, I'll mail you a letter bomb. But you made that whole story up because you told me freshman year that your father died before you were born, and also... And that, Mark, is why I had to put you in prison. I thought, maybe after 10 years in Sing Sing, you'd stop being so fucking Young Democrats of America, you know? As long as you're a Lord High ritual magician and making a name for yourself and living with your happy family, you were never going to get it. You try to be good, but you do it in your stupid middle-class American things are basically fine, but let's reform the tax code sort of way. Well, now you've been in Sing Sing for 10 years, so tell me. Are you ready to pour petrol on the world and throw a match on it? The world didn't do this to me, Dylan. You did. I didn't invent Sing Sing. I didn't tell your wife to divorce you. I didn't tell your kids to like their new daddy more than their old daddy. I didn't beat you up 3 times in the exercise yard. Yes, I looked into your prison records. Are you surprised? I didn't kill your old cellmate with a makeshift knife right in front of you and give you such bad PTSD that you can't get to sleep on your own. Then patronizingly tell you that you can't have more than a week's worth of copies of the somnolent name because the budget is low and there are other inmates with real problems. Mark looked uncomfortable. So let me make you an offer. I break you out of this prison right now. Together we kill Malia Ngo. Then if you're still angry, I give you a false identity, a free ticket to Europe, and you never have to speak to me again. Or you can sit here for another, 12 times 4 minus 10, 38 years. Your choice, senor. How do you know I won't try to kill you as soon as I'm out of here? As if you could. Seriously, what's the catch? Catch? None. I learned the secret of invisibility yesterday, Mark. It's got me feeling all, what's the word? Ambitious. I want to do something big. I need the right team and the right narrative. You, compadre, are both. Last living high ritual magician in the world, once my best friend, then my worst enemy, now my reluctant partner. Between you and Erica. Who's Erica? Erica, be a dear and show yourself to Mr. McCarthy. Erica coughed and broke her invisibility. Of course, there had been another person here all along, Mark thought. And if he'd made any sudden moves, tried to attack Dylan in a way the latter couldn't handle? For that matter, how many others were there? Since when had people discovered how to become invisible? Was that common in the outside world now? What could Dylan do with that kind of power? God, what couldn't Dylan do with that kind of power? But instead he just asked, what happened to your hair? Style, said the girl. Style happened to my hair. Miss Lowry is the newest member of Boojum's second newest, I should say, now that you're on board. I wanted to see her in action. Well, not literally see her, so I invited her along for her first official mission. Oh, and the best part is, we can talk to each other with our minds. He stared at Erica, as if sending a thought to her. She started cracking up. Some ritual she taught me. Sacred Kabbalistic something or other. Oh yes, Mark, things are starting to heat up. There's never been a better time to work with Boojum. Mo gave a loud snort, then started kicking ineffectually in his sleep. Don't, he murmured to no one in particular. Don't make me... I will join your organization, said Mark McCarthy. Because it's better than dying in prison. Then I will take your ticket to Europe and never talk to you or think about you again. But I want you to swear to me that you're on the level. Level as Kansas, said Dylan, No, fucking swear it. Say I, Dylan Alvarez, swear that I am telling the truth and that I don't intend to hurt or betray Mark McCarthy and that I'll help him get to Europe. And if I'm lying, may all my luck dry up and everything I've worked for come tumbling down. A magician's oath. Reality works by spectacle and narrative. Swear a magician's oath and break it, and the universe has it out for you. I swear it. No, say the words. So many words. So long, can't we just get out of here now and later we can say the fucking words. I, Dylan Alvarez. Oh, how should I remember how your stupid phrase went? I swear I won't kill you. Make someone else kill you, cause you to die in ways that may not technically count as killing you. Betray you, injure you, emotionally devastate you, turn you in, use you as bait, fry your eyes in vegetable oil, feed you to an alligator, trick other people into feeding you to alligators, cause you to be consumed by an alligator in ways that may not technically count as feeding you to it, etc., etc., etc. If by some bizarre fluke you make the terrible choice not to continue working with me, get you safely to Europe, or may my luck dry up and my head turn green and my liver explode and everybody die. One nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So help me God. Then Dylan stared at Erica, and Erica started laughing again. Mark stood up, stretched, started collecting his things. One day, Dylan, you should teach that telepathy ritual to me. Let me show you what I really think about you. You might be surprised. Dylan laughed, slapped Mark on the back. Only good things, I'm sure. Compadres para siempre, right? Anyway, half an hour in this dump is enough for me. Time to make like a guillotine and head off. Erica, remind me how the invisibility name goes again? A few minutes later, 3 invisible figures walked right past the guard and left Sing Sing prison in time to catch the first morning train to New York. February 1984, Citadel West. Evening, the Comet King said from across the table, stifling a yawn. Why don't you tell me something about yourself and why I should marry you? Her name was Jessica. She was 23 and beautiful, long, dark, wavy hair, curves to die for, deep brown eyes, etc. She bit her lip in a way the Comet King assumed was supposed to be seductive. I graduated from University of Colorado with double degrees in physics and political science, she said. I've been reading about you ever since you won that battle at Silverthorn. I always thought you were a real hero, like out of some fairy tale. The day you became King of Colorado was one of the happiest days of my life, because I know we had someone wonderful here taking care of us. I think I've been in love with you ever since I saw the coronation on TV. If you let me be your queen, I will try to be an inspiration to young Coloradoan women everywhere. I'll serve you well and give you lots of babies. You're very beautiful, said the Comet King, in the same way a judge at a dog show might pronounce a certain poodle to be very beautiful. Thank you for your time. My staff will get back to you within 3 to 5 days. That's it? Asked Jessica. She tossed her hair seductively. But I thought we would be able to spend, more time together. I am very busy. I wouldn't have to wait until our wedding. Even if you're not interested in getting married, we could still, I appreciate the offer and my staff will get back to you in 3 to 5 days. He got up from the table, gave her a little bow, and walked out to the atrium of the palace. Nathanda and Kylius were fighting over a toy. He gave them a quick glance, and both of them tried to push the toy at the other, then stood to attention. He smiled and found Father Ellis, sitting alone beside one of the big targeting computers, looking annoyed. That was 4 minutes! You can't say you gave her a fair hearing. She wanted to have my babies, said the Comet King. She knew about the curse. She knew they would die screaming and cursing their father's name, and she still wanted to have them. She loves you, said the priest. They all love me, said the Comet King. Can we give up now? It is not good for man to be alone, quoted Ellis. I am only half human. Whatever I am, it's fine for it to be alone. You told me you wanted my help being human, and I'm giving it to you. You need to get married. I don't make you meet a new girl every day. Just dinner Saturday and Sunday, 2 nights a week, 2 dates. Is that too much to give your old friend and a nation anxious to have a queen? Another one of these tomorrow night? No. Cancel. Tomorrow night I'm holding annexation talks with East Oregon. You can't just cancel on her. She's here already. She's come all the way from Utah to see you. The Oregonians have come all the way from Oregon. That is farther.
Look, Jella, these people are infatuated with you. When I announced that you had given your permission to meet 2 women a week, I got so many applicants, it takes half my time now just to sort through them for the good ones. This is probably going to be the highlight of this poor woman's life, and all she wants is 10 minutes with you over a dinner table.
What about tonight? Can I just get both of them over tonight and then have the rest of the week free? I'll see if she's around, but you better give her a full 10 minutes. You hear me, Jala? 10. Now you go back in the dining room and I'll find her and send her in. And you give her 10 minutes and not a second less. Yes, father. Whatever you say. 5 minutes later, a young woman walked into the dining room beneath Cheyenne Mountain. Stick-thin, boyish body, light brown hair, simple tan dress, she introduced herself as Robin Allison Minstrel. Something philosophy PhD, something whatever. Good evening, the Comet King said from across the table, playing with an olive on his fork. Why don't you tell me something about yourself and why I should marry you? I'm not sure why someone like you would get married, said Robin, but I would assume you're being pressured or feel some obligation to do so for the sake of the kingdom. A relationship would probably take up a lot of your time and distract you from your work, which of course is vital to the future of humanity. Whatever good I could do with my own life is probably less than the amount of good you could do with the time you save by not having a demanding wife, and I wasn't sure you realized the option existed, so I decided the morally optimal thing to do would be to offer to marry you, so you could have the public relations benefits of marriage without the time-related costs. Of course, I could help your mission in other ways too. As your queen, I'd be a natural choice to take over a lot of the ribbon-cutting ceremonies and press photo ops you have to do. All of this time saved would be time you could devote to your primary mission of fighting back against hell. Who told you to say this? What? Nobody. I studied philosophy. Peter Singer, the Australian philosopher, he believed that only the course that most effectively eases suffering is morally permissible. I have a book I can give you. She reached into her purse and handed the Comet King a book. He looked at it for a second, then took it and placed it beside his plate. You knew this man? No, he died before I could meet him. Killed. In Salt Lake City, February of '74. But I read everything. I did my thesis on him. I wrote dozens of papers, and every time I submitted another paper to the journals to get thrown in the wastebasket or read by a couple of academics, I thought, things have gotten too bad. I just can't keep doing this. So I quit and joined the military. Administrative work, supply management, that kind of thing. But now there's peace, thanks to you. And I thought, given the extent of your genius, helping you would be a more effective use of my time than anything else I could do. I considered joining your government, but since I'm pretty and charismatic, I thought it would be more effective to offer my hand in marriage instead. I accept, said the Comet King. My uncle Vihan is in the 3rd floor library. He manages my schedule. Ask him when a good time for the wedding would be. Without a word, Robin got up from the table and headed toward the stairwell. Jalaketu toyed with his olive for another moment, then popped it in his mouth and walked out the door into the atrium. Father Ellis saw him and rose to his feet in a rage. 7 minutes, Jala! That was 7 minutes and 14 seconds! You promised me 10! I want you to go back in there and... Father, I need your help. The anger evaporated from the priest's face. What's wrong, Jala? The girl, Robin. She told me that marriage and relationships were a waste of the time I should be spending planning my war against hell. She offered to marry me, serve as my public face, and leave me alone completely in order to free me from the burden. I said yes. She and Vaihan will plan the wedding. You'll need to officiate, of course. God damn it, Jala, I wanted to humanize you, and instead you found somebody just as defective as yourself. You'll get nothing out of it. She'll get nothing out of it, and you're going to miss your chance at something natural and important just to get someone who will pose for photo ops once in a while. Father, I need your help. Why, what is it? Father, I think I'm in love. Rage in favor of the proposition that the machine is somehow important in a way that could be uncovered through dispassionate analysis. Stephen Koss Mourning, May 14th, 2017. Caribbean Sea 1. Unfurling 4 of its 7 sails, the world's fastest ship shot out of the Panama Canal. It rocketed through the Caribbean and wove in and out of the Cayman Islands. It somehow skipped Cuba. The space that Not a Metaphor sailed through with its many-colored sails open wasn't quite the same as the normal ocean, and nearly crashed into the Bahamas before executing a sudden turn that knocked everyone against the port railing. 4 hours after the ship left the Gatun locks, a Moxiel spotted the Florida coast. The launch was at noon. There would be no more launches for weeks, longer than John would hang on. They would make it to Cape Canaveral by noon, or their friend's soul was toast. James paced back and forth on the deck, his responsibilities lightened by the rediscovery of the ship's autopilot. If that was what you wanted to call the intelligence that animated the entire vessel like a golem. He was on the foredeck, tan in the Caribbean sun, letting the ship itself handle the steering. Anna and Simeon were in lounge chairs side by side to starboard. "I should have known you'd be in favor of this," Anna said. "Of saving a friend from eternal suffering?" asked Simeon. "You bet." It was a vicious cycle. Simeon was old. He'd been hurt in the scuffle with the drug lord, and he'd been seizing pretty bad during the worst parts of the Panama crossing. For a while they hadn't been sure he would make it. Anna, racked with guilt about verbally abusing him, had been by his side all through the Gulf Coast, bringing him food from the galley and keeping him company. But being Anna, it was impossible for her not to start talking politics, and soon she was abusing him more than ever. A situation that seemed to keep the old man relatively entertained. "It's the final insult," Anna said, "in which divine justice is perverted the same way the human justice of the state already has been. Poor person steals some bread. Eternity in hell. Rich person steals the wealth of an entire state. Not only do the courts do nothing, but he can buy a ticket on Celestial Virgin and his soul ends up squeaky clean in the world to come. Does anyone deserve eternal suffering? No. Then surely it's more just for a few people to be able to avoid it than for everyone alike to suffer punishment undeserved. But just the rich. Someone has to buy the rocket fuel. Why doesn't the government pay? Why isn't it subsidized? 10 million per citizen. Why, to save the entire population of America, that's only, $2 quadrillion? About 1,000 times the gross national product. Then at least save some. Exactly my point. We can only save some. Instead of choosing those some from a lottery or something, we choose them by wealth. It beats the lottery method because it makes the program self-financing. So just let things be and make no attempt at Eve. Satan tempted Eve. Noah built an ark. Ah, he smiled. I just think, you can't be happy with this situation, can you? Simeon furrowed his brow. Happy? No. But what can you do? And it's not just a rhetorical question. I can do quite a lot. I can create a successful company that helps discover new names. I can donate some money to causes that deserve it. I can be nice to the people I meet. Once I'm doing all that, there's no point in dedicating a lobe of my brain to being outraged at the injustices of the world. I do what I can, and then stop caring. Even the Comet King only besieged hell until the point when he realized it was a lost cause. Then he gave up. You care too much, and it drives you crazy. Then maybe being crazy is the right thing to do. So far, all I see from your side is a lot of sanity and poor people left to burn. 200 years ago, this was about people starving to death in the streets, or dying of smallpox. We solved those problems not by destroying the system, but by milking the system so single-mindedly that eventually we got rich enough to buy the problems off. If we defeat hell, it'll be because we developed better weapons. And if we develop better weapons, it'll be because of places like Countenance. And in order to get places like Countenance, you need money and incentives to get it. And then there you are at Celestial Virgin. So just let sin and greed continue uninhibited, and eventually someone will have stolen enough to make things better. Just protect the system, no matter how many people it throws into the flames, because of the promise of a smallpox cure somewhere at the end. And what's your position? Burn down everything that isn't perfect? I have bad news for you about mortal institutions, dear. What if you go too far? You think eliminating people like me will build the perfect government? What if you overcompensate and build anarchy? Noah built an arky. Satan tempted Eve. And me? I'm with the Unitarians. The soul is still oracular. Amid the market's din, lists the ominous stern whisper from the Delphic cave within. They enslave their children's children who make compromise with sin. There's more than one way to compromise with sin, said Simeon. The first way is where you accept a little bit of evil for what you think is a greater good. But the second way is where you do anything less than what's most effective. If I shut down Virgin because I was mad at it, well, then maybe I'd feel better about myself. And a few hundred people who would otherwise go to heaven would end up in hell and burn forever thanks to me. How is that not compromising with sin? The compromises I've made on my own terms, and I'm happy with them. If you were happy, you wouldn't have paid a couple $1 million to go yell at God. Simeon tried to bring himself up to a sitting position, but ended up putting weight upon his injured leg. Groaning, he lay back down. I'm sorry, Anna said. I crossed a line. This is stupid. I keep saying mean things to you, and then feeling bad and trying to make it up by talking to you more, and then saying mean things. I should go. It's fine, said Simeon. I'm a hard man to offend. No, really, I should go and jump off the side of the ship now. Wait, said Simeon. You want to know a secret? I've never said no to that question, and I'm not starting now. Simeon smiled. I don't think this boat will catch God, and I don't really care. I'm after bigger quarry. Bigger than God? Look, Anna. 15 years ago, the Comet King has a mental breakdown after the death of his wife. Then a year later, he dies at Neversummer in a battle in a cloud, defeated by a relative nobody. You don't find anything about this weird? People love conspiracy theories, Anna said. But they found his body. And besides, the Comet King isn't the sort to retire and go farm yams somewhere. People do love conspiracy theories, said Simeon, and rich people get a chance to indulge in them. My hobby for the past few years has been tracking the Comet King. And no, I didn't find any smoking guns, but you know our man John? We only know 2 things about him. He's a priest, and he's an old friend of the captain's. Well, I collect old photographs from Royal Colorado, and the man's a dead ringer for the Comet King's right-hand man, Father John Ellis. So I started reading about this ship. This mysterious Captain Nemo shows up one day, shrouds himself in mystery, but has intimate knowledge of the Comet King's yacht. And he's a friend of John Ellis's. And he's got a certain... well, everyone obeys him without question. So what am I to think? A chill went down Anna's spine. She had only been very young when the Comet King died, but even she could remember the gravity of the moment. He had been someone impossible, something out of legend, a different sort of person entirely. Then he was gone. If he were still alive. The captain looks nothing like the Comet King, she said. I've seen pictures. The captain is big. The Comet King is rail thin, and there was the body. You think people like that can't change bodies as easily as we change clothes? Said Simeon. Heck, if I wanted to pull the same thing Jalaketu did, I'd bribe the lady into making a golem that looked just like me. Kill off the golem,
Bury the body, then hit the donuts until I wasn't so thin anymore. Whatever I couldn't disguise, I'd hide. They say the Comet King had weird eyes, like the night sky. Why doesn't Captain Nemo take off his sunglasses? Holy euphemism, said Anna. I didn't buy a berth on this boat to hunt down God. I got on here to hunt down the captain. The man's a complete black box, and only the people lucky enough to end up on the knot a metaphor.
Get a chance of seeing him. I've been watching him, trying to figure out what his angle is. But I've got nothing. That's why I'm telling you this. You're one of the crew. You can talk to people, figure out what they know. They've been hanging out with him for years. They must have picked up on something. What do I do? Just ask James. Say, hey, did the captain ever mention anything about being the Comet King? Maybe not. Maybe James is in on it. And if the Comet King is hiding, probably bad things happen to anyone who makes too much noise about trying to find him. Something subtle, like, oh, I've been working here so long and I barely get a glimpse of the captain. What's with that guy? See what he knows. Okay, but like you said, if he doesn't want to be found, it might not be such a good idea to find him. Well, said Simeon, yes, that is the issue. Maybe I'm a little bit crazy too in the way I mentioned to you earlier. I don't have a great plan. This is pretty much how I ran Gogmagog. Start the first step, hit the ground running, and try to figure out the second step on the way. But I've already spent a year and a half looking through all the sources I could... Once I get interested in something, I stay interested, and the thought of knowing where the Comet King was and just sort of sitting on the knowledge, well, that would have driven me off the wall. I don't know what Aaron and the rest hope to get from meeting God.
They already know he's not big on answering prayers except on his own terms. Well, I don't know what I expect from meeting the Comet King. The best I can say is I'm no stupider than they are, just differently stupid. 2. They sat on the ship, a mile or so offshore. There had been a burst of light, a roar, and a little spark buoyed upon a sea of smoke shot up at heaven. John was on that spark. They'd arrived just in time. His breathing was getting shallow, and he didn't seem like he had much time left. And it had been only 15 minutes to launch, and they'd had to pay extra to delay the countdown a few minutes to get the old priest on board. But the deed had been done, and the dying body of the old man was dutifully loaded on board the tiny capsule and flung into the noonday sun. They'd stayed on land just long enough to place a call to one of James's contacts in New York, telling them to advertise as quickly as possible for a replacement priest and a replacement placebo-mancer. The plan was to speed to New York City, just long enough to get 2 new crew aboard the ship, then head to Fire Island where the divine boat of Metatron, emanation of God, was due to appear at sunset. The contact had demanded an outrageous price, then said he would work something out. With no time to lose, they'd gotten back on the yacht and headed out. The red sail fluttered in the wind. Anna kept the orange going. Tomas still sang to the green, and Amoxiel stayed him back with the purple. He was running low on holy water, but there would be potables enough once they reached New York. The priestly and placebo-manic sails hung limp in mourning for their lost keepers, and the black sail as always stood alone and cryptic on the aft. "I'm not sure what the proper etiquette is," Tomas told Anna. They were standing together on the port deck, watching the Virgin rocket disappear into the evening sky. "I feel like I should say something, but it's not a funeral. Nobody's dead yet." "Tell me about John," said Anna. "How did you meet?" "It was about 3 months after we took Not a Metaphor," Tomas told her. "In those days she was still all your heart. We only had 4 sails working then, just like now, and the captain told us we needed a priest. When we were in Vancouver on a chase, he went ashore and called up a friend who he said would meet us next time we got to San Francisco. A week later we sailed down California, and John was waiting for us. A good man. Always did his share. I'm Catholic myself, and he always took time to listen to my confession, though I get the impression he was kind of an unorthodox sort of priest. And then, when did you meet the captain? Him! That was in Puerto Penasco that first night. The other king had invaded the whole Southwest and just reached the Sea of Cortez. I was tending my family's bar, and there he was, drunk as a skunk, saying he'd been on the Not a Metaphor during its maiden voyage, and he was going to help us steal the ship. James was an officer, and he and his men were interested, and the rest is history. Things were bad in those days. We were willing to take any way out. What did he do before, on the ship? Did he know the Comet King? I think he was the captain then, just like now. He never mentions the Comet King, but it would have been pretty hard to spend a month on a ship this small without seeing him. Did he captain other ships before he got this one? The little spark finally faded from view. Anna, the captain's a very private man. What he wants us to know, he tells us. He's been good to us, and we give him back as good as we get by not prying into his secrets. I assume the Comet King wouldn't have hired him if he didn't have some experience, but what that is, he hasn't said, and I haven't asked. I would recommend you do the same. Just curious, Anna protested feebly. You know the saying about curiosity, Thomas. A sudden thought, more urgent. If he was on the boat before? He must have been there when the Comet King met Metatron. Anna, Tomas's voice wasn't angry, but it was stern. The voice of God! He must know what he said, maybe even knows the explicit name. Anna. The Not a Metaphor sailed north. 3. The ship had a medical officer, tasked with keeping the passengers alive until they reached their destination. Sometimes his expertise was needed for more prosaic reasons. One of the old guys is delirious, the commander told him. Won't stay in his seat. Keeps raving about stuff. I don't want him to get up and get confused by the 0G and hit his head on something. You think he's safe to tranquilize? The medical officer picked up a syringe and walked into the cabin. Wasn't too hard to tell who the commander was talking about. A dozen old codgers strapped quietly into their seats. And one guy practically flailing. Delirium, all right. Listen. The old man was saying. The prophecy said that they would drive him to the priest. Drove, that was the word it used. Not the dividend monk's prophecy. The other one, the long one. They drove the comet to the priest, but the priest would come up dry, and on that day the righteous grown children would perish. Hold on, said the medical officer. It's going to be okay. He checked breathing, respiration. A little tranquilizer wouldn't hurt. He took hold of the old man's arm and injected the contents of the syringe. I'm the priest, said the old man. It was talking about me. And today I've come up dry. I failed. You have to warn the comet spawn, you hear me? Warn the comet spawn. Then he went quiet. The medical officer watched for a few minutes until he was sure he was sound asleep. All clear, he told the commander, stepping back into the cockpit. Ahead of them, the crack in the sky came ever closer. Today I will expound unto you the Kabbalistic theory of the creation of the world, said Anna. It all starts with Leibniz. We were sitting together on the couch after dinner. Erica and Eli Foss were on the other couch. Zoe Farr was in the armchair. Anna was wearing a blue t-shirt saying, I went to TheodazCon 2014 and all I got was this crappy t-shirt and I don't understand why a just God would allow this to happen. It was pouring outside, and the occasional gust of wind added eerie punctuation to her argument. See, there's this idea called divine simplicity. People keep asking, okay, so God created the universe, but who created God? The answer is that God doesn't need creating. He's perfectly simple. He's just a natural thing for there to be. People act like you need God to explain why the universe isn't just nothing. But why should the universe be nothing? Why shouldn't it be, I don't know, a piece of bread? The only reason people think nothing needs no explanation, but a piece of bread does need an explanation, is that nothing is simpler than bread. Well, God is just as simple as nothing, so there. How is this Leibniz? Asked Eli Foss. I'm getting to Leibniz. Right now, we're at information theory, a well-defined mathematical explanation of simplicity. We can measure the complexity of a concept in bits, the number of binary digits it would take to specify the concept in some reasonable encoding system. We can do it with numbers. The numbers 0 and 1 are 1 bit. 2 is 10, 3 is 11, those are 2 bits. 4 is 100, 5 is 101, 6 is 110, 7 is 111, so 3 bits, and so on. We can do it with computer programs. Just count how many bits and bytes they take up on a computer. We can do it with images if you can get them into a format like .gif or JPG. And we can do it with material objects. All you have to do is figure out how long it would take to write a program that specifies a description of the material object to the right level of complexity. There are already weather simulators. However many bits the most efficient one of those is, that's how complex the weather is. And God, asked Zoe Farr, God is 1 bit, the bit 1. I find that counterintuitive, was the best Zoe could answer. Well, it's easy to represent nothingness. That's just the bit 0. God is the opposite of that. Complete fullness, perfection in every respect. This kind of stuff is beyond space. Our modern theories of space take a bunch of bits to specify. But if it helps, imagine God as being space filled with the maximum amount of power and intelligence and goodness and everything else that it can hold, stretching on to infinity. The maximum amount of purple, I objected. Sure. And the maximum amount of red, green, blue, etc. So God is kind of an off-shade of brown is what you're telling me, I told Anna. Because in 3rd grade I tried mixing all the colors of paint together and that was what I got. Well, what color should he be? Brilliant golden light, suggested Erica. Exodus 20:23, I objected. You shall not make a god out of gold. And, said Anna, if you don't think God can be brown, then you're racist. But, said Erica, if God contains everything alike, then he is evil as well as good, weakness as well as strength, sadness as well as happiness. I know the answer to this one, said Zoe. Goodness is the same as existence. To exist infinitely is to be infinitely good. A human who is really human, who fulfilled her humanity to the utmost degree, would be a truly excellent human, one who was good at being a human and exemplified all the human virtues. Insofar as you are less of a human than that person, you exist less than them. God is pure existence, so he has to be pure good as well. No, I said. That's assuming the conclusion. It's saying that humans exist to be good. Why can't humans exist to be bad? There are 3 numbers that need no justification. 0, infinity, and negative infinity. Negative infinity isn't simple, said Anna. You have to put the minus sign in front of it. That's a whole extra pen stroke. That's only convention, Erica protested. Sparrows can't have negative number of wings. Aren't religious people always talking about how the Bible is a source of absolute values? I proposed. Maybe, said Eli seriously. Existence is like distance. There's only one direction you can go. God went that direction, and we called it good. Bad is something else. Bad is just the absence of God, said Zoe. We've had this discussion, said Anna. No, it isn't. Nothingness is the absence of God. Hitler requires a design decision. 4 arms on the swastika, 2 sides to the mustache, 1 testicle. I thought that was a myth, I said. I still don't get how this is Leibniz, said Zoe, or the creation of the world. Leibniz was studying the I Ching, and he noticed that its yin and yang sticks, when arranged in hexagrams, corresponded to a new form of arithmetic, because he was Leibniz, and of course he noticed that. So he invented binary numbers and wrote a letter to the Duke of Brunswick saying that he had explained how God could create the universe out of nothing. It goes like this. You've got God, who is 1. You've got nothingness, which is 0, and that's all you need to create everything. 1s and 0s arranged in a long enough string. How exactly? The Kabbalistic conception is that God withdrew from himself to create the world. I, for example, am beautiful and intelligent, but not so physically strong. God is perfectly beautiful and intelligent and strong, so by withdrawing a little bit of his beauty and intelligence and a lot of his strength and some other things, we end up with an Anna. Except you're not an off shade of brown, said Erica. And also, God mostly just withdrew from the original universe in such a way that made it have laws of physics that generated you, I added. Same difference, said Anna. How did God decide which ones to change to 0s? Asked Erica. And there's the rub, said Anna. To change any one s to 0s at all is making the world worse, less godly. Creation was taking something that was already perfect, divinity, and making it worse for no reason. A wise woman once said that those who ask how a perfect God create a universe filled with so much that is evil miss a greater conundrum. Why would a perfect God create a universe at all? We were all silent. Just a little too long. I have a question, Zoe Farr said finally. If God is just the binary digit 1 and nothingness is the binary digit 0, and the both contain 1 bit of information, then isn't neither one the simplest thing? Wouldn't the simplest thing be 0 bits, neither God nor nothingness? That's Atmos and you're not supposed to talk about it, said Anna. Okay, geez, said Zoe. Any other dumb objections? Anna asked, play-acting a death glare at all of us. I might have one, said Eli Foss. I appreciate what you're trying to do, Anna, but I have to remind you that Kabbalah isn't just the word for whatever cool theory you happen to come up with by combining information theory and the I Ching and the doctrine of divine simplicity. It literally means received tradition. It's a body of work that's been designed and created according to specific rules set forth by the rabbis, and it's within the tradition of a relatively insular religion that's really strongly against mixing its concepts with those of other ideas, especially ones from different faiths, the way that the I Ching is from Taoism. So I think your theory is interesting.
But it isn't Kabbalah. It's not from the ARI or the Baal Shem Tov or anybody like that.
So when you say that it's the Kabbalistic theory of the world, I think you need to walk that back a little unless you think real Orthodox Kabbalists are actually going around saying that God is just the binary digit 1. I don't just think it, said Anna. Every single Jewish person says exactly that, twice per day. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. I retract my objection, said Eli. December 4th, 1993, Gulf of Mexico. Right on cue, people noticed the sun speeding up. There were times when this would have been a cause for concern. As it was, the astronomical community just shrugged their shoulders and said, Uriel's doing something again. And there the matter rested. The unplanned solar eclipse of December 4th, 1993 would reach totality around 11:08 over the Pacific Ocean. The path would continue northeast until it reached the point of longest duration of totality over the permanent hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico just after 2:30. From there, it would pass over Florida before dwindling away in the North Atlantic. Are you ready? Asked Uriel. Didn't I tell you last month? Said Sohu. We are going to rock this eclipse. I am going to have micromanaged the moon from this point on, said Uriel. It is very difficult. Please do not disturb me until totality has passed. You know what to do? Yeah, for the 1000th time, said Sohu. When the totality hits, step into Yetzirah, look through, not with the eye, and report back. You are good, said Uriel. Quiet time now. He started rearranging the glowing letters in front of him. It was a new moon, so Sohu couldn't tell if the moon was wobbling in the sky or not. Sohu took out a book. Not the Torah this time. She'd been able to teleport to some bookstores and get some light reading, and had developed an appetite for comics, and sat on the edge of her cloud, glancing up every few minutes to check the state of the sky. Uriel suddenly broke out of his trance, stared right at her. Is everything okay? Yes, I just remembered. I forgot to tell you, do not stare straight at the sun. It will hurt your eyes. Thanks, Uriel, said Sohu with an eye roll, and returned to her pastime as Uriel returned to his. Into her head, unbidden, came a verse from an old poem. The moving moon went up the sky, and nowhere did abide. She couldn't concentrate on the comics. She put it down on the cloud, carefully folded to the last page she had read. Another verse, this one from her Kabbalistic studies. I reign over you, saith the God of justice, in whose hands the sun is a sword, and the moon a through thrusting fire. The sky started to darken. Ignoring the archangel's advice, Sohu risked a brief glance at the sun and saw a bite taken out of it. She readied herself for trance. The sky got darker. A few stars appeared. Now she was sure she saw the sun wobble. Uriel must be working very carefully, giving her as much time as possible for what she had to do. She began to drift off. Moon, Yarik in Hebrew, corresponding to the Sephira Yesod. Just as the moon reflects the light of the sun to earth, so Yesod reflected the lights of all the other Sephirot into the physical world. New moon, new Yarich, just as New York City reflected all the peoples of the world into America. Give me your tired and poor, alas poor Yarich. We knew him well. She reached out to step into the thing the moon was a metaphor for. It looks like we're having an eclipse party and I wasn't invited. She opened her eyes, already knowing what she would see. A solar eclipse is a once-in-a-lifetime event, Thamiel told her. And totality only lasts 5 minutes. I wouldn't want you to miss it, because you were spending the whole time in Yetzirah. Sohu very carefully backed away from him. It occurred to her that if she could get into the flying kayak, she might be able to launch it off the cloud before Thamiel could stop her, then get blown off somewhere far away by the storm. The Lord of Demons shook his head, then reappeared in the flying kayak. Don't worry, he said. I'm not here to torture you. A waste, without Uriel around to watch. We'll just stay here and watch the eclipse together, in Asaya, the physical world. It'll be fun, just small talk. You and me, mano a diablo. The two of us so rarely get any time alone together. Sohu sat back down on the cloud. Talk, she said. Thamiel picked up her comic. The book burst into flames in his hand, then fell in a spatter of ashes onto the cloud. Really? Comics, we need to get you some more wholesome entertainment. Do you know what I do for fun? You know those electric fences for dogs? I find a dog with one of those electric fences, and I stand just a few feet outside with a big juicy steak. The dog runs towards me to get the steak, then gets zapped, then runs back into the fence, then tries again, gets zapped again. Finally, just sits on the edge of the fence while I eat the steak in front of it. It's not the most efficient way to cause suffering, but you can't always be all about efficiency. You need to leave some time for yourself. Do you agree with that, Sohu? Talk, in Hebrew Devar, diver, getting to the bottom of things, differ, resolving conflicting opinions. Differ contains the prefix for two. Thamiel, duality in God, also a two, attempting to distract her. Another two channels, but they could become one channel. How long left in totality? 2 minutes? 1? Thamiel broke off suddenly. Oh, I see what you're trying to do, he said. No, bad Sohu! He took his bite and drove it into her head. Pain. Blinding, searing pain. But worse, wrongness. Impossible wrongness. Pain. Sounded like pay. Pay is a yud in a kaf, the divine spark in the human form. Pain is of the human form, but still a divine spark within, able to direct it, transcend it. In Hebrew, kaev. Sounds like kaf. In Hebrew, pain is of the body, but in English it recognizes that pain is only partially of the body, can be overcome. She was an English speaker. I'll kill you, Thamiel said. Come back, or I'll kill you. Threats. In the Bible, God threatened Adam. Eat of the fruit and you will surely die. He interpreted it to mean immediate death. When Eve ate of the fruit and didn't perish, he thought the threat was empty. But God had meant that he would become mortal, die eventually, and so he did. But it was death that allowed humanity to reach the world to come, to truly join with God. Threat. Thread. I give you the end of a golden thread. Only roll it into a ball. Sohu stepped into Yetzira and opened her eyes. The Comet King was in his study. But it was different now. There were some new books on the shelves, a few new tchotchkes on the desk. Father looked older, much older, and worse. Some of the light had left his face. He was sitting in his chair, and there was a book in front of him. Maps. An atlas. He was speaking to Father Ellis, also older. They were arguing about something, at first politely, then louder. Finally, the Comet King turned away. Ellis looked like he wanted to say something, but all of a sudden he blinked, and when he opened his eyes again, they were purest silver, and he began to hover, as if too holy to be polluted by the touch of the ground. The Comet King stayed fixed on something out of sight for a moment, then turned and saw the transformation. After a moment's thought, he knelt. "Metatron," he said. "You are lost in darkness," said Metatron. "So is the moon," said the Comet King. "And so much the worse for the darkness. Yet you bear within you the most holy name which may never be desecrated." "I earned it," said the Comet King. "You gave it to me. Now I am going to take it back." "You can't take it back." "I can. I need it. The explicit name may only be born in a pure mind. I'm pure!" The Archangel Metatron stared at him. No one, not even the Comet King, could stare down the Archangel Metatron. "I'm angry and I'm heartbroken and I'm empty inside, but I'm pure." The Archangel Metatron did not get flustered. The Archangel Metatron did not work that way. "The sanctity of the name will be preserved. I will give it back to you when you are ready." "You will you?" "Yes." "How?" "However I wish." Ellis reached out a ghostly hand and touched the Comet King's brow. Something left him in that moment, something vast, like a note too low to hear. Then the silver left Ellis's eyes, and he crumpled to the ground. A ray of sunlight burst out from behind the moon. Sohu stepped into Asaya. Thamiel was standing directly in front of her. He was staring straight into her eyes. Then he reached out a single deformed finger and touched her on the nose. "Boop," he said. Sohu's eyes went white, and she seized. Uriel dropped the moon. "Sohu, are you okay?" "Oh, hello, Uriel. I was going to say hello, but you looked busy. Gotta go now." The Lord of Demons disappeared in a bolt of lightning. Sohu kept seizing until the last curve of the moon came out from behind the sun. Then she fell down prone on the cloud. Uriel kept watch over her until she regained consciousness. Are you okay?" he asked. "Yes," she said, still a little confused. "What happened?" Sohu strained. Her forehead wrinkled, then a look of panic fell over her face. I don't remember. The eclipse started, and after that I don't remember anything." "It is okay," said Uriel. "My eyes hurt. You stared at the sun, didn't you?" Content warning, more discussion of hell. In 1985, the hellish empire stretched from Moscow to Montreal, a sprawling stain over the northern quarter of the world. After the defeat at Silverthorn, a tentative ceasefire had taken hold, backed by nuclear weapons on all sides. Multistan, the Cyrillic Union, the Untied States, and the harmonious Jade Dragon Empire established their own ideas of borders, sometimes as mutually agreed treaties, other times as pragmatic lines of actual control. Miraculously, the borders held. The demons were waiting, gathering strength. So was the Comet King. So were all the nations of the earth. Maybe it would have been different if there were some atrocity to rally around. Some genocide, some torture, to remind people visibly and graphically of the evils of hell. There wasn't. People who expected the rivers to run red with blood were disappointed. Genocide is a good way to kill people, but not a good way to damn them. Desperation brings out the best in people. Starve people to death, and some of them will give their last crust of bread to a stranger. Torture them, and they'll bear all sorts of horrors to protect people they love. Kill them. and they'll die with prayers on their lips. Give a man a crisis, and the best in him will rise up in a sudden glory. It's the grind of everyday life that brings out his little hatreds and petty cruelties. Shoot a man's wife, and he will jump in front of the bullet and sacrifice his own life for hers. Force him to live in a one-room apartment with her, and within a month he'll be a domestic abuser. Thamiel knew this better than anyone, so he avoided inflicting anything too dramatic upon his new subjects. Just a gradual, managed economic collapse, 1% or 2% a year to squeeze people without squeezing them. And for those who couldn't manage, state-subsidized liquor stores, every brand and vintage of alcohol at affordable prices, and with them coke and speed and a dozen different kinds of opiates to dull the pain. No one was forced into anything. Being forced into things by demons has a certain dignity about it. But the option was presented with flashing neon lights around it, and as more and more people got pay cuts or layoffs, it started looking more and more attractive. The ability of a vast empire to subsidize heroin stores was no match for the ability of addicts to want more heroin. People started running out of money. When they did, the hellish empire graciously presented them with quick ways to earn cash from the comfort of their home, tattle on anyone criticizing the government, and that was good for a week's pay. There was no quality control to ensure that the people tattled upon had really criticized anything, so it was pretty easy money. Men who would have jumped in front of bullets meant for their wives turned them into the mercies of the hellish secret police on trumped-up charges in exchange for a little extra spending money. Big factories sprung up in every city center, producing nothing. Their industry, nevertheless, released great gobs of lead into the air and soil. The higher the lead levels, the more impulsive and criminal people become, some kind of neurotoxicity effect. At the same time, Canada's restrictive firearm laws were phased out in favor of the more enlightened policies of their southern neighbor. Soon quarrels that would have involved heated words a few years before started involving blows, then knives, and finally a different form of lead poisoning, far more final. Let it never be said that Thamiel, the Lord of Demons, was soft on crime. The new puppet government raised entirely new police forces and told them not to worry too much about brutality. The steady stream of arrestees were funneled into new sprawling prisons that seemed to have more correctional officers than strictly required, almost as if the government's entire goal in the penal system was to let as many people as possible play the role of prison guard and see how it changed them. But it makes no sense, Anna had said to me one night over burgers and fries in a Palo Alto cafeteria. Suppose that in the absence of demons, 5% of Canadians would have been dreadful sinners and gone to hell. And suppose that thanks to the demons' campaign to promote sinfulness, a full 50% of Canadians ended up that bad. That's 10 million extra damnations. They're not being punished for their innate virtue, or lack thereof. In some sense, that's the same whether the demons took over Canada or not. They're being punished for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. For being in a land controlled by demons rather than one controlled by good people trying to promote virtue, or at least somebody morally neutral. How is that just? I thought we'd already agreed things generally aren't, I said. Right, they generally aren't, but this is cosmic justice we're talking about. The whole question of who goes to heaven versus to hell. If there were anything at all that was going to be just, it would be that. And yet we have people being sentenced to eternal punishment for what is obviously a contingent problem that isn't their fault. In the end, it was their decision to sin, no matter how many incentives Thamiel dangled in front of them. Yes, but if they wouldn't have sinned without the incentive and now they did sin, then it's the presence or absence of the incentive that determines whether they're in hell or not. It doesn't make sense. Maybe there's a special clause in divine law that says that if you were coaxed into a sin by a demon who's really good at behavioral economics, then it doesn't count. But it's not just the demons. Yes, they open lead factories on purpose in order to turn nearby people into criminals. But we opened lead factories because we wanted products made of lead. And people became criminals by accident. Whether any given person is good or evil depends a lot on factors out of their control, both in terms of things like lead, and in terms of things like what values society inculcates in them, and in whether they even need to be evil. You know, rich people are a lot less likely than poor people to steal, just because they're not tempted to do so. So maybe God grades on a curve. You'd take a reference human, perform the necessary adjustments, and say, if this person were in the same situation as the reference human, how sinful would they be? But then, What's the point of actually living your life? If God's going to throw out all the data and judge you by a simulation of how you would perform in a totally different situation instead? Look, we already knew free will was really confusing. Maybe the Calvinists were right about everything. They can't be. Why not? It wouldn't be right. It's like that quatrain from the Rubaiyat that turns out to be Kabbalistically equivalent to all that stuff. O thou who burns with tears for those who burn in hell, whose fires will find thee in thy turn, hope not the Lord thy God to mercy teach. For who art thou to teach, or he to learn? I'm not blaming God for being insufficiently merciful. I'm blaming God for being insufficiently just. Oh, that's much better then. At first, the gates of all the righteous countries of the world were left open for refugees fleeing the slow-motion collapse of the North. What greater mitzvah than to save people from their own inevitable moral dissolution and subsequent damnation? But it turned out that people who had grown up in a country whose education system, economic system, justice system, and social system were all designed by the devil to most effectively convert them into bad people were not very nice people. A few heavily publicized incidents of criminal behavior, and the gates started to close. A few terrorist attacks, and they were locked tight. A few neighborhoods ruined, and military trucks were crossing the borders weekly to return refugees back to the grateful hellish authorities. Why didn't Thamiel take over the world? Some said it was weakness, others nuclear deterrence, still others the threat of the Comet King. Ever since that conversation with Anna, I've had a horrible theory of my own. Maybe God did forgive the Russians and Canadians their transgressions, knowing the pressures they were under. Maybe Thamiel wasn't after the souls of his own citizens. Maybe the point was to damn everyone else. The Comet King heard arguments on both sides of the issue, then closed the Colorado border, saying that anything that weakened the state threatened his grand design. Then he accelerated his already manic pace, gave up sleep, gave up most food, spent his nights poring over in Kabbalistic research and military planning. But the soul is still oracular. Amid the market's din, listed the ominous stern whisper from the Delphic cave within, they enslave their children's children who make compromise with sin. A new author's note is now up. Praise the Lord for my hand, for my son, to make a faster machine. King James Programming.tumblr.com, Ebony Eng. May 13th, 2017, Citadel West. They had taken us back to the NORAD command center. We sat at the big table listening to the reassuring hum of a missile-free North American airspace. NORAD is a very Semitic-looking word. The Hebrew stem would be Nun-Resh Dalet, and indeed we find it in the Bible referring to a plant we English speakers transliterate as nard. During New Testament times, produced a very expensive perfumed oil, and Mary of Bethany was so excited when Jesus came to visit that she anointed his feet with it. Judas Iscariot chewed her out, saying that she could have sold the oil instead and gotten enough money to feed dozens of poor people. Jesus quieted him down by saying, "The poor you will always have with you, but you will not always have me." But there are other options. Hebrew has Narad, meaning to go down or descend. Greek has Nereid, the goddesses of the deep. English has nerd, a technologically minded smart person, and neared, having drawn closer. Put it all together, and we get somewhere down very deep, filled with smart people and technology, dedicated to watching for things that might be drawing closer to them. Nathanda sat at the center of the big table, flanked by Sohu, Kelius, and Vihan. Jinxiang, Sarah, and I took the other side. No one was at the head of the table. The Comet King's black opal throne dominated the room with its emptiness. "The poor you will always have with you," it seemed to say, "but you will not always have me." Sarah was awake now. She clutched my leg so hard it was almost painful, but she didn't try anything. The comet spawn had her outclassed, and she knew it. Gibran and Eleazar's book said that only 4 Kabbalists had ever gazed upon Adam Kadmon Bear. One was the Archangel Uriel. One was Rabbi Isaac Luria. One was the Comet King. And there was the 4th, sitting in front of me, looking to all the world like an 8-year-old girl. Charming, disarming, innocent. She listened as Jinxiang explained the situation to the newcomers, quiet right up until she got to the point where she told them the verses from Matthew she had found in the angel's book. "I think I know who the other king is," said Sohu. I was numb to shock at this point, but I still sat up a little straighter. Jingxiang's book. There's providence in the fall of a sparrow. There's a story Uriel told me a long time ago about a man named Elisha ben Abuya, except that nobody speaks his name anymore. They just call him Acre, which means the other one.
Nathanda moved forward in her seat. The legend goes that he was once the wisest of rabbis and the most learned of Kabbalists. One day he saw a boy climb a tree and kill a mother bird in its nest, an act forbidden by the Torah. Then he climbed down safely and went away. A little while later, he saw another boy climb another tree, take some eggs from a nest, but spare the mother bird in accordance with the commandment. On his way down, this boy fell and broke his back and died. Acre became so angry that he vowed vengeance against God. He would just sin and sin until the weight of all his misdeeds knocked the world out of balance and ruined all of God's plans.
All because of one kid falling from a tree? Jinxiang asked. Not just a kid falling from a tree, a kid falling from a tree after doing a good deed. I guess Alker had always known that sometimes bad things happen to good people. But that was what really drove it in, made it hit home. He couldn't figure out how God could let that happen, so he decided God was a monster. So he went on and lived a life of sin for a couple of decades, then died. There are all of these weird conflicting legends about what happened to his soul. Supposedly he was too wise for hell, but too evil for heaven, so he just kind of hung out. And you think now he's in Las Vegas. It fits. Think about it. How could anybody, any normal human, defeat Father? What if they came from Talmudic times and had studied with Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Eleazar and all those people? What if they'd been studying and practicing for 2,000 years? And there's that thing with the bird. Providence in the fall of a sparrow. That's what Acre was rejecting. He saw a bad kid kill a bird and live, and said there couldn't possibly be any excuse or explanation. It fits too well. We were all silent for a moment. Was there anything about how this Acre could be defeated? Asked Nathanda finally. The Talmud doesn't exactly have a part where they list every rabbi's fighting style and secret weaknesses, said Sohu. There are a lot of parts where his student Rabbi Meir tries to convince him to repent and become good again, and he keeps almost succeeding. But it always fails at the last second. So does this help us at all? If there's a Talmudic sage who's still alive, even sort of alive, that's the most incredible thing. Scholars from all over the world would want to talk to him, rabbis. Jinxiang lifted a finger, quieted her sister. You're forgetting that this Talmudic sage is also trying to kill us. I met him in Las Vegas. I almost died. I would have died if I didn't escape at the last second. He spoke to me, I said. Jinxiang looked at me with surprise. In my mind, it was terrifying. Just said my name. It was the scariest thing I've ever heard. Worse than the drug lord. Then I thought back to Maliango and mentally revised the other king to second scariest. I think, said Sohu, you had better tell the rest of the story. So Jinxiang finished. Went through the drug lord finding me in Las Vegas, went through the battle on top of the ziggurat, went through the appearance of Sarah and the arrival of the other king. Then Nathanda described how she had asked about insuling Tharmas, and how that had led up to the fight where Sohu had found us. Sarah, said Nathanda when she was done, I am sorry I spoke hastily and I frightened you. Will you accept my apology? Sarah hadn't stopped clutching my leg. She was 3 days old, I realized. She was feeling every emotion for the first time, totally unprepared. I put my hand on top of hers. Yes, she said quietly. The geopolitical situation is terrible, said Nathanda. We have months at most before the other king's forces break through the passes. The drug lord regathers his strength. The eastern states are weaker than they've been for a generation, and the peace with hell is like every peace with hell. Only until they see an advantage in breaking it. We've needed a miracle for a long time. Now we've got one. The vital name is the best way to save Royal Colorado, the untied states, and... She gestured to the big map of the continent. I want to ask Aaron the vital name, have Sohu handle the error correction, and then put it in Tharmas. The obvious flaw in that plan is that then Tharmas becomes more powerful than any of us. Sarah seems to have, turned out well, but none of us can predict what sort of personality a nuclear targeting computer will have. Callius, any thoughts? The photos of Callias in the papers had never quite captured what was unearthly about him. His pale eyes seemed perpetually unfocused, his thoughts always somewhere else. But when he spoke clearly and confidently. We can lobotomize it, so to speak. Get it to reboot all its functions except the one running the name search every millisecond or two. It won't have time to string a coherent thought together. That sounds horrible, said Sohu. Nathanda glanced at Sarah, watching for another outburst. Do it, Sarah whispered. What? Do it. Keep it trapped. No personality, no thoughts. Don't let it replace me. Well, said Nathanda. Any other thoughts? Jingxiang, Uncle, is this something we want to do? She was interrupted as a man walked through the door. Another person I recognized from the news. General Bromus had accompanied the Comet King on his crusade. Now he directed the forces in the Rockies. He made it to the table, sat down, looked me and Sarah over suspiciously before speaking. Nathanda gave him a nod. News out of Las Vegas, he said. The other king left his pyramid for the first time in a decade. Some kind of incident involving Trump Tower. Still haven't been able to get more information. He went right back into the Luxor once the incident ended and hasn't been seen since, but he's there. He's still alive. And he's mobile. And something got his attention. I'm sorry for not telling you earlier, said Nathanda. My sister was there and has just been debriefing us. These two were also involved. Well, I'm putting the army on alert anyway. I'd hoped the bastard was dead. We told you he wasn't. You win. Can you tell me what happened? I don't like not knowing what's going on, especially with the war going like it is. The short version is that Jin Xiang was forced to stop in Las Vegas briefly on her trip to retrieve a valuable artifact. The other king attacked her, and she escaped. Some of the information is still very sensitive, but I promise we can tell you within a few days. The general looked mollified. You want me in on this? He said, gesturing to us, the table, the meeting. I'll handle it myself, General, Nathanda told him, and meet with you tonight about the battle lines. She nodded at Bromus, dismissing him. Bromus saluted and left the throne room. And that goes for the rest of you too, she said. This is highest secrecy. No one except the 7 of us can know. Not the generals, not the ministers, nobody. Until Tharmas is up and running and has produced its first results. Ugh, I said, raising my hand. My friend Enitharmon knows. She's on a ship somewhere near Mexico. And Malia Ngo of Unsong might know too. I'll see if we can retrieve the ship. Director General Ngo is in New York and out of the equation for now. She spoke slowly, stopping to think between each sentence. This bunker is the safest place in the world. We can get Tharmas running before anyone can get to us, as long as we're careful. Aaron, the name. And just like that, there it was. Of course, it was sheer politeness that made her ask. I had no doubt that they had other ways to get it out of me. But for 3 days I'd had something precious. Broken, unusable, but precious. It had been mine. Now here I was, about to give it to the comet spawn. It was as if the name had decided I was unworthy of it, and all I'd done, all of the tribulations and adventures, had been its itching to get itself into the hands of someone suitably important. Thanks, it told me, but I hope you didn't think you were the one who was going to save the world. You were just the delivery boy. You worked at Countenance to find names for other people, richer, more powerful people, and you found a name there, and true to form, your job was to give it to the rich, powerful people. Sarah dug her fingers into my knee. What was she thinking? I asked Nathanda, may I have a minute to talk to Sarah alone? The Queen's face was impassive.
She nodded. We should get out of here, was the first thing that Sarah said when we had made our way to the big NORAD desks in the front of the room. Something bad will happen. We should get out of here and correct the vital name ourselves and then lobotomize all the other computers and take over the world. We should rule the world together and be safe. We can't get out of here, I said. You tried, remember? I could do better. I could kill Sohu first, surprise her. Then I could take on the others. The Kabbalists say that all men have 4 souls, the animal soul, the nefesh, which sustains life and desire. The moral soul, the ruach, helps us divine good and evil. The intellectual soul, the neshama, forms our thought and understanding. And the divine soul, the chaya,
is the mysterious center of consciousness that connects us with God above. Sarah's animal soul was the golem that Gadiriel had made her. Her intellectual soul I had given her myself, with the vital name. The divine soul, everything had naturally, and her moral soul was... frick. Sarah, this is going to be a weird question, but do you know right from wrong? All I want is to make you happy, she said. Doing the right thing makes me happy, I told her. Can you do that? She thought for a second. Maybe. I thought about doing the right thing. When I was 7 years old, the Comet King had set off with his armies to conquer Yakutsk and save tens of billions of damned souls from the agony of hell. He had failed. But I still remembered that moment, hearing about it on the radio, seeing the pictures of those thousands and thousands of men marching out of Colorado Springs, singing his anthem. Now he was gone. No one had ever said his children were his equals, but they were good. I could tell. For all her snappiness, Jingxiang had saved me when she didn't have to. I'd seen Nathanda calm Sarah out of her tears. I'd seen Sohu react with horror to the idea of lobotomizing a computer. They might not be perfect, but they were good. And they were stronger than me, not just physically, not just magically, but I thought of my failure on Trump Tower, taking the peyote, even though I knew what it meant. I looked at the four of them, sitting with their uncle at the table. They were good people. 3 days ago, when I'd ensouled Sarah, I'd told Anna I wanted to be the next Comet King. I wondered if she remembered. It seemed crazy now. Even Nathanda didn't dare sit on that black opal throne at the far end of the room. Even Sohu wouldn't touch it. If there was any meaning at all to being like the Comet King at my level, it was trying to be a good person when the opportunity arose. I turned to Sarah. I'm going to tell them the name, because I think it's the right thing to do. Will you support me in that? Sarah thought for a second. Do you love me? She asked. Oh, right, I'd forgotten. The world was a horrible mess, and it was practically impossible to know what the right thing to do was at any given time, and trying to do the right thing could destroy the people you love. But if you didn't, then you enslaved your children's children because you made compromise with sin. Sarah was sexy and powerful and totally obsessed with me. I knew I liked her. I knew I wanted the best for her. I wanted her to be okay, but she was a 3-day-old computer suddenly wrenched into sentience and stuck in a golem body, and I wasn't sure she had any emotions besides clinginess and rage. Did I love her? Cetaceans of the Cross, I said. What? Said Sarah. Huh? Aaron, please, do you love me? And I didn't love her. My heart was taken. Sarah, I said, and I clasped her hand in mine. You're beautiful and wonderful, and you saved my life. Together, we're going to help the Comet Spawn win the war and save the world, okay? She squeezed my hand back. One day I would tell her the truth. One day when all of this was over. We walked back to the Comet Spawn hand in hand, 5 pairs of eyes focused on us. Rosa al Kafiluton, I said, and Sohu started writing furiously on a notepad in front of her. I mumbled once to break the string, to mention the name rather than use it, then continued. Mirakoi kalanemi shana kai kai efs ander galisdo tahun. The son and daughters of the Comet King listened, quietly. Let the sounds of God's secret and holy name echo through the depths of the Rocky Mountains. Heard the syllables that could only end in apocalypse or salvation. Meh, 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 meh. In Daniel 5, King Belshazzar throws a feast which is interrupted by a giant disembodied hand writing on the wall. Mene tekel, uparsin. The wise men of the kingdom are confused. They recognize these words only as measures of silver. Mene is cognate with the classical mina, tekel with the classical shekel, and uparsin is about half a mina. Belshazzar summons the prophet Daniel for explanation, and Daniel interprets the inscription as a complicated Kabbalistic pun. Mene represents not a literal weight of silver, but the concept of weighing or judging. Tekel represents not just a shekel, but a small and insufficient amount of money. And Upharsin is a pun on the Persians, the Babylonians' arch-enemies. So he interprets the words to mean, you have been judged against the Persians and found wanting. In other words, by exiling the Jews, Babylon had displayed such wickedness that God would allow the Persians to destroy them.
The prophecy was fulfilled when King Cyrus of Persia conquered Babylon and executed Belshazzar for his wickedness. In 538 BC, the triumphant monarch allowed the Jews to return to Israel.
From these events, Kabbalists derive a correspondence between silver, the number 538, and accurate prediction of changes in political leadership. Gebron and Eleazar. Kabbalah, a modern approach on 1981, Washington, D.C. President Reagan is expected to make a full recovery after being shot in the head by an assassin while leaving the Washington Hilton. Spectators report that the assassin, later identified as a mentally ill man named John Hinckley, pulled out a gun and shot 6 times. 5 of the bullets hit members of the president's retinue, one of whom is currently in critical condition at George Washington University Hospital. The 6th hit the president in the head. According to 3 separate eyewitnesses interviewed by the New York Times, the bullet passed straight through Reagan's head and out the other side. Despite the injury, the president tackled the assassin and held him pinned to the ground until Secret Service agents could respond. Then, say the eyewitnesses, the president stooped to the ground, picked up a handful of earth, and filled the hole in his head as if nothing had happened. Reagan's press secretary James Brady was himself injured in the attack, but his position is being temporarily filled by Larry Speaks, in accordance with nominative determinism. Times, Mr. Speaks, people are reporting all sorts of stories out of Washington today. Speaks, yes, there's a lot of research showing that people's eyewitness accounts are inherently untrustworthy. In a crisis, with all the adrenaline flowing, people see some pretty crazy things. Times, did the bullet go through the president's head? Speaks, I would say through is an exaggeration. The bullet definitely hit the president. But there are a lot of stories about people having bullets hitting their heads and doing just fine. I mean, in the 19th century, there was this man, Phineas Gage, who was too close to an explosion and had an iron spike get blown through his brain, and he was still able to function for the rest of his life. The thing is, the effects of these kinds of injuries aren't always predictable. Times, didn't Phineas Gage become insane, aggressive, and unpredictable? Speaks, President Reagan will not become insane, aggressive, and unpredictable. Times, but what about all the stories that the president filled in the hole in his head with dirt? Speaks, listen, the Untied States is at war. I think this kind of speculation about a sitting president is irresponsible. I can assure the American people that the president is not made of dirt. Nur 2. 1987, Washington, D.C. To the horror of onlookers, President Reagan melted away today when a heavy rainstorm struck the rally where he was speaking. It seemed to be a clear day as Reagan prepared to address a pro-religion rally from the Capitol steps. But just a few minutes into his speech, a freak thunderstorm broke out, causing the president's body to sag and, finally, melt into a pile of mud. The entire process took less than a minute. Conspiracy theorists, who had long claimed the president was a golem, declared victory. There was something about him, Colonel Oliver North told the Times, and that time he survived a bullet right through the head. It wasn't natural. The White House urged people not to jump to conclusions, saying they were still trying to figure out exactly what had gone wrong. Meanwhile, Vice President George H.W. Bush has been sworn in as president in a short ceremony on the White House lawn. Meanwhile, Senate Majority Leader Robert Byrd demanded an amendment saying that all future president-elects will have to be examined by a doctor who could certify they are human, a proposal which met with near-complete bipartisan support. White House Press Secretary Larry Speaks told the Times, President Reagan led this country during a difficult time. Although we are still investigating what happened on Tuesday, he has the thanks of a grateful nation, and we appreciate the sacrifice he made for the American people. The pile of mud will be available for viewing in the National Cathedral for the next 3 days. 1993. New York City, Jalakattu West, King of Royal Colorado, spoke to the United Nations today about his proposal for an international treaty regulating the use of divine names. A strong international intellectual property framework is the only way to incentivize a global theonomic industry capable of developing weapons that can protect the human race from supernatural threats, the so-called Comet King told the meeting in a speech punctuated with references to his own defeat of the drug lord a decade earlier. As long as it is more profitable to pirate names discovered by each other than to invest in the scholarship and hard work of discovering new incantations, we will never create the capacity necessary to fight off the forces of hell, let alone protect the world in the case of a sudden breakdown of Uriel's machine. He repeated his theory that the laws of physics will catastrophically fail sometime in the early 21st century, and that humanity needs to be ready for a sudden increase in the power of demons and other mystical entities at that time. According to Coloradan sources, negotiations have been entered by over 50 countries, including the Untied States, Britannic Canada, Cuba, Trinidad, Tobago, El Salvador, El País del Diablo, the most serene empire of the Darien Gap, Brazil, North Peru, South Peru, Ecuador, Primer Meridiano, New Country, the European Communion, New Hansa, the Icelandic Empire, Norway, Desmethyl Norway, Finland, Britain, Vatican Crater, Slovakia, Slovenia, Sloveria, Slovobia, Switzerland, Estonia, the Cyrillic Union, Novaya Zemlya, Multistan, Iran, the Israel-Palestine Anomaly, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, the Eridu-Xanadu Consortium, the Lotofagoe Ethiopia, South Africa, the Malabar-Zanzibar Consortium, Somaliland, Ouagadougou City-State, the Harmonious Jade Dragon Empire, Indonesia, the Sulawesi Conspiracy, Lesser Mongolia, Greater Mongolia, the Platinum Horde, the Distributed Republic, Kerala, Uyghursten, Thailand, the United Hydrological Basins, Swiss Polynesia, Armenian Samoa, and honorary non-observer member The Real. Untied States President Bill Clinton praised the effort, describing it as a new step towards international free trade and cooperation. 4. 1996, Chicago. Ralph Nader reached out to voters in a rally here today, describing his Green Party as the only force in American politics willing to stand up for the poor and middle class. The centerpiece of his campaign is opposition to Unsong, the free trade and intellectual property agreement, supported by both Democrat Bill Clinton and Republican Bob Dole. This is nothing more than a corporate takeover, he told a cheering crowd of supporters. Why should you have to pay Wall Street hundreds of dollars for a piece of paper with a name on it when the cost is just a piece of paper and some ink? Nader's campaign received an unexpected boost after the publication of The Temple and the Marketplace, a 250-page book by Raymond Stevens, a crotchety Unitarian minister who argues that biblical passages predict the advent of the divine names and command their universal spread according to communal utopian principles. His followers, who called themselves singers after their habit of singing the divine names in public, have become a centerpiece of Nader's rallies, frequently singing names that result in pyrotechnics or other impressive displays. Stevens himself has stopped short of endorsing Nader, but believes his victory has been foretold in Job 511. He puts those who are in low places up to high places, the low place being a reference to Mr. Nader's name. V. 2000, Vancouver. The third recount to determine who will receive Salish Free State's 20 electoral votes has begun here today amidst scattered reports of violence by Gorist, Bushist, and Naderist factions on the East Coast. Meanwhile, statistician Andrew Gelman reports that the chances of all three candidates receiving an exactly equal number of popular votes in the Untied States' most northwestern territory is more than 1/100 billionth, suggesting that something has gone terribly wrong. All three candidates urged restraint. Vice President Gore appeared on the White House steps with outgoing President Clinton, stating that it was important Americans of all political beliefs remained calm and let the Salish vote counters do their work. Governor George W. Bush of the Texas Republic made a similar statement from his Texas ranch, and pro-consumer firebrand Ralph Nader, whose disappointing third-place finish in the 1996 elections was nevertheless the best performance by a third-party candidate in recent history, urged his followers, mostly enthusiastic young people, to keep their protests peaceful. Police are investigating reports that Raymond Stevens, an anti-corporate agitator whose philosophy of open sorcery helped kickstart the Nader campaign, urged violent revolution in a message from his California home. Stevens previously made waves when declaring that the exact equivalence of votes for every candidate was a message from God, predicted by Isaiah 40. For, let every valley be lifted up, and every mountain and hill be made low, and let the rough ground become a plain. The military is standing by in case of any disturbances. February 1984, Colorado. What can I do for you today? Robin asked the Comet King. He was in his study, sitting at his big desk of Colorado pine. On the shelves, he had gifts given him by various ambassadors and heads of state. A medieval orrery from the European Communion. a Fabergé egg from the Cyrillic Union, an exquisite bonsai tree from the harmonious jade Dragon Empire. From Israel, a lovely turquoise sculpture with a microscopic listening device planted in it, which he usually covered with a piece of Scotch tape, but into which he spoke clearly and distinctly whenever he wanted to pass false information on to the Mossad. And of course, books. Books lining the walls. The walls were 50 feet high here, so high they looked like they could break through the top of the mountain and show him blue sky on the top. He had filled 40 feet with shelving, and it was growing all the time. When he needed a reference, he would speak the ascending name, float to the appropriate level, take the book, and then sink back to his desk. He worried that in a few years he would have exhausted the available space. His 1-year-old daughter, Sohu, was curled up at his feet grasping her Bible, trying to memorize the thing. She was up to the Song of Songs already, more than halfway done. He approved of this. It kept her quiet. "I just wanted to spend some time with you," he told Robin. "Get to, know you better, since we're getting married and all." She was in a light blue dress. It was, he noticed, the color of a robin's egg. He wondered if that was intentional. Was it okay to ask if that was intentional? "I read your book," he said, handing her back the work by Singer. "Would you like to talk about it?" Robin looked skeptical. "Aren't you busy?" "No, well, yes." He pointed to a map stretched out on his desk. "There's much to do, but many years to do. Like with Moses, this generation cannot be the one to enter the promised land. There are too few of us. We have no heavy industry. The collapse and the wars have hit us too hard. We need 10, 20 years to rebuild and reproduce, increase our numbers before we can take the war back to hell. And there are other things to do in the meantime. Defeating hell will mean nothing if I cannot destroy it. I must find the explicit name of God. They say that only those who can chase down Metatron upon his golden boat can obtain it. I think with enough knowledge it may be possible. I am designing a ship, but it must be perfect. It will take years to get right. And then the war itself. I will need guns, tanks, airships, strategic nuclear defense systems, an economy to support all of this. And logistics. Marching 1,000,000 men from Colorado to Siberia will not be easy, even if I can part the Bering Strait Moses style, which I think I can. And yes, I am busy, but not so busy we cannot talk. But why are you telling me all this? I thought the whole reason we were getting married was so that you wouldn't have to talk to people. I just wanted your input. Don't you have better people to give you input? Generals, rabbis, advisors. I can find some people if you want. I have some connections. I can get people from D.C. or Sacramento over. I'm sure they'd be happy to help you. Of course I can talk to them. But I wanted to talk to you too. We're going to be married soon. We should talk. I thought we were getting married so you didn't have to talk to anyone. I know I don't have to. I want to. Hold on a second. The Comet King turned into a lightning bolt and flashed out of the room. He materialized again in front of Father Ellis, who was eating lunch in the dining room with little Kalius and Jinxiang. "Father," he said, "how do I tell Robin I like her?" "Repeat these words," said the priest. "Robin, I like you." "Are you sure that works?" asked Jalaketu. "Positive," said the priest. Another flash of lightning, and Jalaketu materialized in the study, sitting in front of the pinewood desk. Sohu was reciting Song of Songs to Robin, who was cooing approvingly. "Daughters of Jerusalem," Sohu incanted, in as theatrical a voice as a 1-year-old could manage. The Comet King glanced at her, and she went silent. "Robin," he said, "I like you." "Okay," said Robin. "Is something wrong?" "No," he said, frustrated. "Robin, I like you." "Oh," said Robin, suddenly understanding. An urge to curl up and hide somewhere safe underground, only partially relieved by the knowledge that he was already in a nuclear bunker, 2,000 feet beneath the Rocky Mountains. "Oh," she said again. "Well, how can I help?" "I don't know," said Jalaketu. "What if I did something really unattractive? I could dye my hair some kind of awful color. What if I gained weight, or lost weight? Would that help?" "Probably not," said the Comet King. "It's deeper than that. More like an appreciation of your fundamental goodness as a person." "That sounds tough," Robin admitted. "I could travel to the opposite side of the world." "No," said the Comet King glumly. "I would probably just hunt you down." Said Robin. "I could just refuse to talk to you." No, said the Comet King. I would probably court you with some kind of amazing magical music or poetry. Said Robin, and thought for a second. Then tentatively, we could kiss. The Comet King thought for a while. I don't see how that would help. Well, said Robin, my father told me a story about how he once dated a girl he knew and he really liked her, and then he kissed her, and she was a terrible kisser, and he stopped being attracted to her at all. It's worth a try, said the Comet King, and he leaned in and kissed her. A few moments, then a few more. That did not help at all, said the Comet King. That did the opposite of help, said Robin. We could try again, said the Comet King. It can't hurt, said Robin. Do it, said Sohu. The two looked at her. They had forgotten she was there. Sohu, leave the room. But Daddy, leave, said Jalakatu. Sohu took her Bible and left the study. The Comet King shut the door behind her, and she heard a little click as he turned the lock. She shrugged and went to the command center, where she curled up on an empty chair and watched North American airspace for a while. Then she retrieved her bookmark and got back to the Song of Songs. Daughters of Jerusalem, I charge you. Do not arouse or awaken love until it so desires. Then place it like a seal over your heart, like a seal on your arm. For love is as strong as death, its jealousy unyielding as the grave. It burns like blazing fire, like a mighty flame. I am a wall, and my breasts are like towers. Thus I have become in his eyes like one bringing contentment. Come away, my beloved, and be like a gazelle or like a young stag on the spice-laden mountains. And the shepherds returned, glorifying and praising God for all the possible values of X and FX. King James, programming.tumblr.com, July 29, 2001, Gulf of Mexico. Winter ended, summer passed, another and another. Uriel taught Sohu for 8 more years after the eclipse, 8 years without her aging a day. In 1993, Sohu used Kefitsat Haderek to join her family in Colorado for Hanukkah. Her father said nothing when she came unannounced, striking the table deep in her father's bunker in the form of a lightning bolt, just smiled and said she was welcome, and that he hoped this meant she would be visiting more often. In 1994, when Sohu was 12 years old by the calendar, Uriel suggested she get a bat mitzvah. I'm not Jewish and I never age, Sohu protested. What are you? Asked Uriel. Half Hopi Indian, a quarter Hindu, and a quarter Comet, she said. What do half Hopi, quarter Hindu, quarter Comet people do when they turn 12? Asked Uriel. Order in pizza, said Sohu. So they did. In 1995, Sohu mastered Turkish, just to make Uriel happy, and Proto-Turkic to boot. Then she learned Aramaic, so she could tease him about a language he couldn't understand. In 1996, Uriel declared that Sohu understood Yetzirah sufficiently to attempt contact with the world above it. Braya. The first time Sohu touched Braya, she accidentally made all the rivers in the world run in reverse. At least you are consistent, Uriel told her. In 1997, Sohu declared that she was going to learn to cook. She brought a stove, an oven, and several cabinets full of ingredients back with her to the hurricane, and very gradually progressed from awful to terrible to at least better than Mana. She made Uriel try some of her concoctions. He always said they were very good, but when pressed, he admitted he didn't have a sense of taste, and was calculating in his head how the gustatory receptor binding profiles would work. In 1998, Sohu stayed in the hurricane almost full time, trying to get a sufficient grasp of the archetypes and correspondences that she could touch Braya without messing it up. The going was difficult, and the occasional successes almost inevitably marked by failures that followed soon afterwards. In 1999, Sohu stood with her stepmother, her brother, and her 2 sisters in Colorado Springs, while her father's army went off to war. Her heart soared at the glory of the moment, and she wondered if it had been like this long ago, in the days Uriel used to speak of when the heavenly hosts would march forth against Thamiel. She searched the higher worlds for omens of their defeat or victory, but all she managed to do was make all of the rivers run in reverse again. Oh, from now on, no more going to Braya until I tell you to, Uriel warned. In 2000, Sohu interrupted her meditations to attend her stepmother's funeral. Her father looked older, much older. She had the strangest feeling that she had seen him like that once before, a long time ago. But she couldn't quite place the memory. In 2001, she was sitting on her cloud studying Torah, when Uriel suddenly asked her, "Do you feel it? Feel what?" "You tell me." She stepped into Yetzirah, examined the archetypes, looked out through the dream world, saw all the dreams in place.
She needed a higher vantage. She very gingerly took another step up, into Braya, the place that even Yetzirah was a metaphor for. There were no archetypes in Braya, only wellsprings of creative energy that might eventually
Become archetypes. Something about a mem, a samek, a lamed. Mem connected Hod to Netzach, Samek connected Hod to Tefrit. Lamed connected Hod to Yesod. Hod was splendor. Hod was energy channeled for a purpose. Mem, Samek, lamed, MSL. 3 different aspects of splendid directed energy? A roaring sound brought her back to Asaya. Uriel reached out and caught the missile bearing down on them, pinched the flame coming out of its rear with his fingers. "Oh!" said Sohu. "Then no." "No what?" "Don't do it." "Do what?" "Anything. Don't do whatever the missile is about. Either it's a trap from Thamiel, or it's a well-intentioned offer that will blow up in your face. You remember what Father told you. You are not good at this sort of thing. Just send them a polite thanks, but no thanks. You don't want—" Sohu, shut up. Uriel was looking at the message a little too long. She couldn't get a good read on him. "What is it? Is something wrong?" "It's for you," he said, and set the rocket down on her little cloud. The cloud strained under its weight, but didn't break. "Sohu!" said the message on the side of the missile. It was her sister, Nathanda's handwriting, blocky and forceful. "Father is dead. Other king killed him. Can explain later. We need you. Come home." No, thought Sohu. Father did a lot of things. He fought demons, he saved cities, he found the explicit name, he rebuilt nations. But he didn't die. It wasn't in his nature. He wasn't immortal. He was just too busy. Dying wasn't convenient to his plans. He was the Comet King. If something wasn't convenient to his plans, it didn't happen. Heaven and earth might fall away. The mountains could crumble. But the Comet King's plans proceeding in an orderly fashion, that was fixed. Father couldn't be dead. It was a trap. Thamiel or someone, her family's enemies, the untied state's government. Someone was faking the death of the Comet King, right? She remembered their last conversation. He was grim, yes, he'd lost some of his hair. There was an edge to his voice, but dead? It didn't make sense. Other people died, and the Comet King mourned, or avenged them. The Comet King didn't die. Father didn't die. It was like Uriel dying. The world wouldn't allow it. "Uriel," she said, her throat clenching up. "Get me TV or radio, some kind of news source." The angel created ex nihilo a large copper rod, suspended it in the air, then performed some sort of magic around it that turned it into a radio receiver. "Still recovering from the Battle of Never Summer," said a crisp male voice. In mid-Atlantic English, the Comet King's body was retrieved during the fighting by his daughter, Jinxiang, and is now lying in state in Colorado Springs. The other king seems to have been severely wounded as well, and his army has halted their advance into the Rockies. We turn now to... Sohu sent a bolt of lightning at the copper rod, and it tarnished into a beautiful verdant green, then crumbled into dust and fell into the sea below. A second later, Sohu followed. She dove headfirst off the cloud, shouting incantations, plunging faster and faster until she glowed like a meteor. She struck the ocean, but didn't stop. Shot all the way into the furthest depths of the sea. She came to rest in front of a monster of the deep, one of those horrible fish that are all mouth and jaws. She punched it in the nose. "Don't just float there," she said. "Defend yourself!" The anglerfish looked at her, confused. This situation wasn't in its behavioral repertoire. Sohu punched it again with her left hand, the hand on which the Comet King had placed his sign long ago, his promise to come to her aid if she were ever injured. The anglerfish finally came to a decision and bit her left hand off. Sohu floated beneath the sea for 1 second, then 2 seconds, then 3 seconds. Nothing happened. She watched in the anglerfish's ghostly half-light as a stream of blood leaked into the water around her. No sudden flare of power. No one appearing by lightning bolt to defend her. She couldn't believe it. She kept waiting. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 20. The anglerfish munched on the hand contentedly, not really sure what had provoked this stroke of luck, but content to enjoy it. She shot up from the depths, into the light zone, then into open air, then back to the hurricane. "Your arm is bleeding," said Uriel. "I can fix." "He's dead," said Sohu, as she traced letters in the air, causing the bleeding limb to cauterize and heal over into a stump. "He's really, really dead? He can't. He made me promise I wouldn't die before him, but I never thought that—" "There," said Uriel. Then he repeated, "There! Where?" asked Sohu. "I am not sure. I am told this is a way to console people." "What?" she asked. Then, "Why, Uriel, how could this happen?" "I am not sure. The other king concerns me." "Concerns you? I cannot get a good read on him. You're practically omniscient. How can you just not be able to read a whole king?" "I do not know. God, this is so awful. I've got to go help them." "You must stay here." "What? No, my family needs me. They're going to be so— Father needs me. If he were here, he would want me to help. He would want you to stay here and defend the machinery of heaven. He would want me to help my family. And Colorado, that's what he cared about. He cared about the world. That's not true. That was an act he put on. He loved his family and his people more than anything. I do not believe you are right. When I was little, every night, no matter how bad things were, he'd come and spend time with me and my brother and my sisters. He'd read us stories or discuss the events of the day with us. He'd come to us with his problems and ask us how we'd solve them, and then he'd tell us why it wouldn't work. And Nathanda would always want to negotiate, and Kaelius would always want to start some complicated plot. And Jingxiang would always want to fight, and I was too little to even say anything, but he'd always just smile at me and say, "Sohu is right. I should stay very quiet and wait for things to develop further. Good job, Sohu." And kiss me on the cheek, and I would laugh, and everybody would laugh. Sohu started crying. "I also have a story," said Uriel. "I wanted to know why he sent you to me. I ascended to Braya and read the omens. He sent you because he thought there would need to be somebody to maintain the universe if he had to kill me. He thought I would be angry if I knew this, but it does not bother me. There needs to be someone besides me." He was right. The Comet King cared about the world. It was always first. That was who he was. He always wanted what was best for everybody. That was all he ever did. Tried to help people. Sohu started crying harder. "Father was so sad for his last few years. I always thought he'd get over it, that he'd meet someone else, that he'd feel happy again. After everything he did, Father deserved to die happy. But he must have been so miserable. Uriel, how do you bear it?" "Bear what?" "The world is so sad. Mother gone, now Father is gone. Tamil always wins in the end, and the machinery is going to fail soon, and Father isn't around to help, and how do you bear it?" Knock, knock. "I know one of your books on humans probably says that humor is supposed to cheer us up when we're sad, but please, not now. I don't think I could—" Knock, knock. "Who's there?" "A spider." "A spider who?" "A spider being broken. Oregon because of being broken. Rise up and build anew." In spite of herself, the corners of Sohu's mouth almost started to smile. "That was actually not completely awful," she said. "Thank you. And you're right. I've got to stay strong." She briefly disappeared into her cottage, started taking out her books and possessions, loading them into the flying kayak. "What are you doing?" "Getting ready. People need me." "I need you." You're Uriel. You don't need anything. I like you. I like you too. You are my friend. I'm sorry I have to go, but Father's dead. Nathanda says they need me. You've never had a family. You wouldn't understand. You are my family. Really? In the olden days, the angel Semyazaz and his followers fled heaven to establish a kingdom on earth, where they lay with the daughters of men. I did not understand why the daughters of men were so interesting, but you are very interesting. Said Sohu. You are nice, and you are smart, and you help me feel better when things are bad, and when you are around, even Thamiel does not bother me as much. I do not want you to go. I'm sorry, Uriel. I like you too, and I'll come to visit often. Now that I know Kefitsat Haderek, it won't be hard. I can come visit sometimes, and you can keep teaching me.
Celestial Kabbalah
Is not something you can learn part-time. You told me I'd never learn it in a human lifetime anyway. What's the difference? Rabbi Tarfon said, "It is not to you to complete the work, but neither are you free to desist from it." Well, Rabbi Tarfon didn't have a flying kayak. I'm free to go wherever I want. Please stay. Father needs me, Uriel. Please stay. Just for one more day. What difference does one more day make? Many things can happen in a day. Like what? Things? Uriel was, as usual, unreadable. Okay, she said. I'll stay a day, one more day. Uriel was barely listening as he manipulated the strings of letters around him. Something was up, that was for sure. She sighed and went back to her cottage to cry. Morning, May 13th, 2017. New York City Alvarez's apartment was so packed with books, bomb-making supplies, and extra people that somebody had to sleep in the closet. Erica had volunteered. She figured the former Lord High Magician of the Midwest deserved the sofa more than she did. Any sacrifice for the revolution. Knock, knock. Erica rubbed her eyes and opened the door. Light streamed in from outside. "Can I come in?" asked Mark McCarthy. "In the closet?" "Yeah." Erica sat up and shrugged. The older man closed the door, turned on the light, and sat down beside her. He had to almost contort himself not to touch her, not to give any hint of impropriety. "Why are you in here?" asked Erica. "Want to talk," he said, "where he can't hear us." She thought, then nodded. "Wait, can he hear us? That thing with your mind?" "Doesn't do anything unless I'm sending it at him, I think. Still new to this. What's the problem?" Mark sighed. "Look, I'm doing this because I promised, because it's his condition for springing me out of prison, which he got me into. But you could just go invisible right now, vanish, never see him again. Listen, I know he's charming, I know he's fascinating, heck, I spent my college years getting caught up in one of his harebrained schemes after another. But listen, Erica, all that stuff about Mexico, it's total lies. For all I know, he grew up third-generation immigrant in the States. There's no reason. He doesn't care. He's a narcissist. He's a psychopath. At the bottom of all the flowery words and wisecracks, there's nothing there, just blankness. If you stick with him, he'll grind you up and use you in some way that looks hilarious from the outside, but will leave you dead or broken. You should never have linked your mind to him. You should never have come here. But please, listen to me. It's not too late for you to get out." Erica rubbed her eyes. "I just woke up," she protested. "I shouldn't have tried to do this," said Mark. He started to get up. Erica put a hand on his knee. He sat back down again. "I don't know Dylan," Erica said. "Not in the way you would say I don't know that man over by the corner, but in the way a stoner might say, I don't know my own hand, like, not really. I'm not doing this for Dylan, I'm doing it for me." "You think you're doing it for you," Mark said. "He's like a black hole. Everything ends up in his orbit eventually." "No," she said a little more forcefully. "You're thinking I'm this small-town girl who's arrived in the big city and is too innocent to know how much danger she's in. And yeah, I never did anything more radical than edit a newspaper before. But I spent my whole life waiting for a revolution, and I'm getting tired of waiting. When I was little, I read William Blake, and he said that all things that can be annihilated must be annihilated so that the children of Jerusalem can be saved from slavery. Then I read Marx, and he said the same thing. Then I read Stevens, and he said it too. So, yeah, I'm dumb. I'm new to all this. I'm not safe here. But I'm in my element. And I'm having fun. I feel like Abraham, smashing the idols." Smashing idols? Abraham was only comfortable smashing the idols because he knew there was a true God hidden behind them waiting to take over. Isn't there? "Rise and shine, lovebirds," Dylan Alvarez said, flinging open the closet door. "We're having a breakfast meeting in the living room. Everyone's there. Absolutely not to be missed." Exchanging awkward glances, the two of them made their way into the kitchen. "May I present?" Dylan declared to the faces seated around the room. Some on couches, some on chairs. The overflow on the floor. "The two newest members of Boojum, Miss Erica Lowry and Lord High Magician Mark McCarthy. Several terrorists applauded politely. And I'm sure the newcomers must be waiting to know who all of you grizzled veterans are. Names known to legend. This man here on my right side is the incomparable Clark Dace, my trusted lieutenant. Comes to us all the way from Ireland, where he used to engage in Republican activity, up in the parts where that means something a little more decisive than voting. Had his own splinter group for a while, the Diaz IRA, which like all good splinter groups spent 95% of the time fighting people on its own side, and the other 5% catching unrelated people in crossfires. With His Majesty's finest breathing down his back, he joined millions of his countrymen in crossing the Atlantic to a promised land of wealth and freedom, where all the policemen are blind and deaf, and the streets are paved with plastic explosives. Total fecking lies, Clark said cheerfully. Erica giggled. The lovely ladies on your left, continued Dylan, are the Burns sisters. Started off as cat burglars. Whenever Lydia here would be arrested, she'd have an ironclad alibi. Finally, some enterprising prosecutor realized she was using the oldest trick in the book, the old identical twin switcheroo. So, in front of a packed courtroom, he declared he'd solved the mystery. It was her twin, Brenda, who had the alibi, and Lydia had been criming it up in the mansions of Long Island's rich and famous. Broke his heart when Brenda also had an ironclad alibi for the same night. I almost feel bad for him. Honestly, what are the odds that a set of identical triplets would go into crime? Erica couldn't stop giggling now. Mr. Brian Young, Dylan moved on. A graduate of the fine people at the Stanford Chemistry Department. Gandhi said be the change you wish to see in the world. And Mr. Young decided that he wished for a world with more loud noises and piles of rubble. And who could forget Mr. Michael Khan, our Lebanese computer whiz kid? Best known for redirecting all emails from an online dating advice columnist to the director of the CIA and vice versa. I hear young ladies asking what to do about insensitive boyfriends were given solutions involving cluster bombs, and H.W. Bush got told to sort out his problems with Saddam over a nice candlelit dinner while wearing something sexy, both of which worked wonders, by the way. Now he's moved on to bigger and better things. The Bush assassination? That was me, Mike. And a whole fridge full of energy drinks. On the comfy chair we have Mr. John Murren, the ex-Secret Serviceman. You know, he was there when Hinckley shot Reagan at point-blank range and watched the bullet go right through the Gipper without even making him blink? True. Then he started saying crazy things like that the Secret Service protected the president from the people. But where was the organization to protect the people from the president? Well, you start speaking like that. They sentence you to 30 years in the the time he grabbed the president, yelling that he was going to find and erase the Kabbalistic rune that bound his life force to his material body didn't help. As far as anyone knows, he died in there. Anyone but us. Murren stared at them impassively through his dark sunglasses. What about Magdabuena? Asked Lydia Burns. Where's he today? Standing right behind you, said Alvarez. Burns turned around, then jumped and gave a little shriek. Magdabuena grinned disconcertingly. Mr. Magdabuena, born to a Nigerian animist couple working for a multinational in the Israel-Palestine anomaly. The anomaly knows how to treat Jews, knows how to treat Muslims, even has some fail-safes for Christians and Hindus and atheists. But it was completely confused by a Nigerian animist, deposited him unceremoniously between planes. And ever since he's had a complicated relationship with the spatial dimensions, which we are happy to exploit for our own sinister purposes. Well, if that's all over, Clark began. Oh no, said Dylan. Introduce me. First of all, we all know you, said Clark. And second, if I were to introduce you, you'd... Not you, he snapped. You McCarthy. McCarthy's expression was hard to read, but a careful observer might have noticed him very slightly clenching one fist. Finally, he said, Mr. Dylan Alvarez. On our first day of college, he hung up a big poster in our dorm room that said, Comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. Dylan beamed. And since then, it's been 20 years, and I have never once seen him comfort the afflicted. Comforting the afflicted sounds super boring, Dylan said. This is why the Sumerians invented specialization of labor. We know what we're good at, which brings me to our next point. We are going to assassinate Malia Ngo. He listened for questions or objections. There were none. We've had a good couple of days. Miss Lowry here has given us a very new name, so new the Shroudies don't know it exists that lets us become invisible. Mr. McCarthy here is one of the top ritual magicians in the world and will be a stupendous boon to our efforts. So I decided, why not think big? We've already killed a president. Killing another would be boring. But Miss Lowry's sudden appearance has me feeling all Steven-sight. So let's kill the head of Unsong, who also happens to be the only halfway competent leader the organization has had in its 20-something-year history. Let's free the names. How are we going to get into the UN? Asked Brenda Burns. That place is heavily guarded day and night. We are Boojum, Dylan said. Our specialty is making people softly and suddenly vanish away. This really shouldn't be too hard. A nice stroll through some corridors, then bang bang, then get out. I heard Ngo has freaky mind powers, said Khan. Everyone's scared of her. That is why we have a Lord High Magician with us, Mr. Khan. We are getting some freaky powers of our own. I do not have the slightest idea what is wrong with Miss No, but I have confidence in Mr. McCarthy to determine a good way to neutralize it. What do we do after we're done? Asked Young. Leave New York? I'm sick of New York, Dylan said. We've been here, 3 months now? If I never see another cockroach again, it will be too soon. Let's go to Florida. Lots of things to bomb in Florida. Like what? Beaches, cocktail bars, pretty girls. But that's for later. Now we need to talk about who's coming on the No mission. McCarthy, you're coming. Young, you stay. Clark, I can't get rid of you. Brenda, you're coming. Lydia and Norma, you're too old and too young respectively. We were born 6 minutes apart. See, practically a grandmother. Khan, you stay here. Murrin, you're staying. Erica, you're coming. Hold on a bloody minute, said Clark. Why are we leaving Murrin behind? That guy could hit a rat from 50 yards away. This is Manhattan, said Dylan. You're never 50 yards away from a rat, and breaking into an international organization is a delicate endeavor. We can't bring along an entire expedition. If you're worried about numbers, said Clark, take Murrin and drop Lowry. The girl gave us invisibility. I get that. It's great. But she's of no help on a mission like this. On the contrary, said Dylan. Erica has to be the one to fire the killing shot. What? Asked Erica. At the same time, Clark and Brian asked, What? It's simple, said Dylan. Erica, what's your name? Erica, said Erica. No. Say it in a complete sentence. My name is Erica. No. Wrong. Say, I am Erica. I'm Erica. Perfect, said Dylan. You hear it? America, this is our narrative. I can't be the one to do the deed. Soy un Mexicano. But her? She has America right in her name. This is how we're going to do it. We, the lovable terrorists of Boojum, are not going to kill Miss Ngo. America is going to kill Miss Ngo. This will be true literally, symbolically, kabbalistically, placebo-mantically, and several other ways ikely. That is how everyone needs to understand it. America started Unsong, and America is going to end it, and let nobody call it unjust. This is why we fight. A few cheers. Clark rolled his eyes. Mark McCarthy mouthed, he's crazy at Erica, who carefully ignored him. Now, said Dylan, everybody who'll be participating, get something to eat, catch up on your sleep, call your parents. Tomorrow we fight. But tonight is our last day in New York. Tonight, we are going to Broadway. January 20th, 2001, Washington, D.C. The clock struck Inauguration Day. Unfortunately, no one had yet figured out whom to inaugurate. Absent a winner to step down in favor of, President Clinton continued to govern. More and more grievances and counter-grievances with the electoral process made their way before a ploddingly slow Supreme Court. The nation waited. By early March, the court had thrown out Gore's strongest case, a set of hanging chads in Salish, and the smart money shifted towards the Singers and Republicans, with only an outside chance that the Democrats would make up a few thousand votes in Georgia. But they didn't call Bill Clinton Slick Willie for nothing. The 42nd president declared that he wasn't feeling well, a touch of the flu, maybe, and resigned his office. Vice President Al Gore took over as acting president, and promptly launched several new court cases revolving around obscure details of the constitutional amendments admitting Ontario to the Union. The Democratic strategy became apparent. drag out the electoral process as long as possible, while Gore gradually becomes so established in the presidency that there would be immense pressure on the Supreme Court just to continue the status quo. Protests filled the National Mall. But of course, everything was perfectly legal, and even if it hadn't been, the Supreme Court's schedule was booked until next October. The Untied States Army had been through a lot. They had resisted Thamiel's invasion in the 70s and mostly been massacred. They'd fought the war on drugs in the 80s and still had nightmares about hundreds of thousands of drug-addled soldiers marching against them in perfect coordination. They'd invaded the Persian Gulf in the 90s to defend the Eridu-Xanadu Consortium from Saddam Hussein. Many of them had only just gotten back from marching with the Comet King against Yakutsk. More than anyone else, they understood upon how thin a ledge the country balanced. Now that ledge was starting to shake precariously. Demons had been spotted in Siberia again. The other king's necromantic sorties around Las Vegas were seamlessly transitioning into a full-fledged zombie apocalypse. The Comet King, the one civilian leader whom they really respected, was missing in action. And all the civilians could do was spend 4 months debating hanging chads, while a giant leadership vacuum gaped at the very top of the command structure. Dick Cheney, Bush's vice presidential candidate, was a former Secretary of Defense and Halliburton CEO. He knew the military-industrial complex like he knew the back of his skeletal claw-like hand. So he started talking to people. Wouldn't it be nice, he asked, if a friend of the military held power during this difficult time? Instead of that Pinko Gore. Instead of, God forbid, Ralph Nader, who wanted to give up the names that provided our only strategic advantage against the inhuman forces surrounding our borders. And so in mid-March 2001, with no fuss at all, a group from the Pentagon walked into the White House and declared George W. Bush the 43rd President of the United States on account of his clear victory in Georgia, which the Supreme Court would no doubt confirm very shortly. A second group from the Pentagon walked into the Supreme Court, had a couple of friendly words with the justices, and lo and behold, they very shortly confirmed Bush's Georgia victory. A third group quite strongly insisted that Al Gore accompany them to a nice place in the country so he could consider the implications of the Supreme Court decision free from outside distractions. And a fourth took Ralph Nader to another place in the country, far away from Gore, just to make sure they wouldn't distract each other. It all went so smoothly that the American people were left with only a vague sense that something unusual had happened behind the scenes. But who cared? The long dispute was finally over. Al Gore's underhanded tactics had failed him. The Supreme Court had made a ruling in record time, and the right man was in the Oval Office at last. On March 20th, only 2 months late, Bush put his hand on the Bible, swore the oath of office, and told the American people, "We are not this story's author, who fills time and eternity with his purpose. Yet his purpose is achieved in our duty, and our duty is fulfilled in service to one another, never tiring, never yielding, never finishing. We renew that purpose today, to make our country more just and generous, to affirm the dignity of our lives and every life. This work continues, the story goes on, and an angel still rides in the whirlwind and directs this storm." I'm glad that nowadays our country requires our president-elect to undergo a medical exam to prove he is human. But I wish there was also a rule that he had to consult with a Kabbalist before deciding to end his inauguration speech with a reference to the Book of Job and the 2. January 29th, 2002. Washington, D.C. President George W. Bush stood before the assembled Untied States government. Executive, legislative, and judicial officials alike stared back at him. As we gather tonight, our nation is at war, our economy is in recession, and the civilized world faces unprecedented dangers. Yet the state of our union has never been stronger, he lied. As lies went, it was a venial one. Presidents have been giving the State of the Union address for centuries, and no matter what disasters may be unfolding outside the Capitol, within its walls the State of the Union is always strong. Still, this year it sounded particularly jarring. "We have," admitted the president, "experienced many setbacks. The divisions of the last election still hang over us. Baltimore, Pittsburgh, and Philadelphia have seen rioting by so-called singers. Thanks to the work of our law enforcement officials, we have sent these factions a clear message, that though everyone has a right to express their opinion, nobody has a right to use violence and disruption in the service of a political message." Unbeknownst to him, a group of protesters had unfurled a Free Reverend Stevens banner just outside the Capitol building. If television still worked, no doubt the news shows would have cut to an image of the demonstration. As it was, the radio broadcasts passed them by. Stevens himself would die in jail a few months later, due to what the coroner would rule natural causes. This year also saw our nation mourn the death, Bush continued, of a man who was a hero to me and to an entire generation of Americans. None of us will ever forget Jalakitu West, the Comet King of Colorado, who died in battle in the Never Summer Mountains last July 29th. He was a ray of hope during a difficult time, and one of the rare figures who could gather bipartisan support at a time when our nation has been far too polarized. We continue to support Coloradan militias in their battles with the so-called Other King, and wish for a swift and peaceful resolution to the conflict in the Great Basin. There were few Coloradan protesters outside, because even then the transit over the Great Plains was difficult, but the president was well aware that some of his western constituents were far from happy with the amount of support the federal government was giving Colorado. There were even accusations that Washington was trying to stand aside in the hopes that it would prove to be an intrastate conflict, and that the Other King wouldn't bother the Union if the Union didn't bother him. Finally, said Bush, we need to remain strong against the threat of terrorism. My good friend Senator Henderson was slain earlier this year in a letter bombing condemned by all peaceful and civilized people. The terrorists hate what we represent. They hate our freedom. They will stop at nothing to destroy our way of life, but we are fighting back. We've identified the cell responsible for the senator's death, a group called Boojum, led by rogue placebo-mancer Dylan Alvarez. They are the same group believed to have conspired with Lord High Magician Mark McCarthy in the murder of the Board of Ritual Magic, but with the help of all the brave people in different government departments and all around the country working on this case, we've got Alvarez on the run and are tightening the noose around his neck. Some of these people are here with us tonight. People like Robert Mueller, director of the FBI, like Michael Gellers, a police officer who successfully defused a Boojum bomb in Philadelphia, like Sonia Hora. President Bush spontaneously caught fire. Help! He screamed as the entire executive, legislative, and judicial branches watched on in horror. Help! Hell! By the time Secret Service agents reached him at the podium, he was already a charred corpse. In the midst of the word he was trying to say, in the midst of his laughter and glee, he had softly and suddenly vanished away, because Dylan Alvarez had hacked his teleprompter to display the mortal name. Sorry for short chapter today. I am on vacation. We'll make it up next week. Spring 1999. Colorado. So passed 15 years. New factories rose up. New mines sunk beneath the earth. New roads crisscrossed the mountains. Laboratories, barracks, fortresses, granaries, airstrips, all preparation for the final crusade. Over the course of a generation, the Comet King's war on hell shifted gradually from metaphorical spiritual struggle to, we're going to need a lot of guns. People from all over the untied states in the world flocked to Colorado, ready to take up arms for the struggle. The Comet King disappeared a few months on a strange ship with 7 sails, saying he was seeking the explicit name of God. Came back, said he had found it. Everything started falling into place. It was really going to happen. On the final night, they lay together in the citadel, her tracing patterns on his chest. I wish you could come with me, said Jalaketu. Just as Robin was thinking, I wish I could go with him. You know I can't, she answered, just as he was thinking, but I know you can't. Somebody needs to stay here and put on a brave face for the kingdom. And if I were to die, he added, just as she thought, and if God forbid he were to die. He trailed off. You won't die, she said, just as he thought, and I very well might, a raised eyelid. The journey to Siberia will be hard even without military resistance. The names will keep us warm, but miscalculations in our food supply could be a disaster. Morale is high, but a few bad weeks, and we could turn against ourselves. Thamiel is dangerous and has many tricks. We haven't yet seen the extent of his magic, and the Shem Hamefresh is hard to use. I think I can say it and live, but it will be close. But you're not afraid. Would fear help? I don't know, said Robin. I'm scared enough for both of us. I'm scared you won't come back. Or I'm scared you'll give up and come back too soon, with hell still intact. About that you need not fear, said the Comet King. The astronomers used to say comets are unpredictable, said Robin. That everything in the heavens keeps its own orbit except the comet, which follows no rules, knows no path. They are earthbound, said the Comet King. Seen from Earth, a comet is a prodigy, coming out of the void for no reason, returning to the void for no reason. They call it unpredictable because they cannot predict it. From the comet's own point of view, nothing could be simpler. It starts in the outer darkness, aims directly at the sun, and never stops till it gets there. Everything else spins in its same orbit forever. The comet heads for the source. They call it crooked because it is too straight. They call it unpredictable because it is too fixed. They call it chaotic because it is too linear. He hesitated for a moment. That is why I love you, you know. In a world of circles, you are something linear. She said nothing, just kept tracing patterns on his chest. A few months to reach Yakutsk, he said. A few months to get back. The work itself shouldn't take more than a few moments. I'll see you again by the winter. Sleep came to them there, together, for the last time. I've reserved this space as a safety zone for pouring my empty and vain wishes. kingjamesprogramming.tumblr.com. July, 1999, Siberia. Overtly, the meaning of king is a hereditary monarch. Kabbalistically, the meaning of king is one who fights for freedom. This we derive from Martin Luther King, whose name was King, in two ways. First in English, via his surname. Second in Hebrew, via his initials. Likewise, he signifies fighting for freedom in two ways. First, through his name, Martin comes from Latin Martinus, and shares a root with martial meaning warlike, or fighting. Luther comes from Greek eleutheria, meaning freedom, and so Martin Luther equals one who fights for freedom. Second, through the example of his life. And so in accordance with the secret structure of the universe, the Comet King marched forth to fight for freedom. His army set out from Colorado Springs, passed through Salt Lake City, reached the Salish Free State. Advance forces captured Juneau and Anchorage, while the bulk of the troops boarded an immense flotilla 10 years in the making, and sailed up the coast, resupplying at the Alaskan ports as they went. An advance force reached Tin City, Alaska. The Comet King raised his sword, spoke a name, and parted the Bering Strait. They crossed, took Chukotka and Kamchatka from the north before the Siberians could react, deconstructed the coastal batteries and seawalls that were supposed to prevent amphibious invasion. The main force landed en masse in Magadan Oblast and worked its way northeast through pestilent swamps and mountains. There was fighting every step of the way. Ambushes, pit traps, a frantic battle in the pass of Ustnera. The demons of Siberia deployed misshapen hell creatures, swarms of unnatural insects, darknesses that seemed to crawl and screech. The Comet King deployed strange walking tanks, floating globular airships, squadrons of Kabbalists who could bring down mountains with a song. Siberia's army kept retreating. The armies of the west kept advancing. Finally, they reached Yakutsk. After 3 days of apocalyptic fighting, the city fell, Tamil and his court retreating in disarray. The Comet King had hoped to rescue the human citizens, but there was not enough left of them for this to be a mercy. So his crusaders burnt the city, pushed the memories out of their waking minds and into their nightmares, and marched on. The last 700 miles were the easiest. After the fall of Yakutsk, the demons gave up most resistance. The crusaders' spirits were high. Their steps were lightened by victory. They sang the battle hymn of the Republic. They marched toward a final destination they only partly understood. In this mood they came to the still blue waters of Lake Baikal and fanned out along its shoreline near Ulan-Ude. They rested and tended to their wounded, while their leader stayed in his tent, praying. After 3 days, the Comet King decided that it was time. He walked onto the water, and it held his weight, only a few steps. The lake was hundreds of miles long, but never too wide. Then he was on the island in the middle, the one the natives called Shaman's Rock, the one that had a hole in it deeper than the world itself. His men watched him from the other shore, barely daring to breathe. His engineers had already demolished the gate's physical defenses. Now he destroyed its spiritual defenses with a word. The rock crumbled, revealing only a deep pit. The Comet King stepped off the edge and disappeared from view. He fell and fell, until he no longer knew if he was falling or not. There was no ground beneath him and no walls on either side, just endless space, tenebrous and inscrutable, like it was filled with black smoke. Were those flames that he could almost see if he strained his eyes? A flash of movement here, the flap of a demonic wing there. It had all been for this. The handful of lost souls in Yakutsk was only a drop in the barrel. Those who had been saved in Canada and Alaska only a trickle. This was the ocean. Billions of people through all of history who had been swept off into hell and left to suffer forever. There was only one way to save them. He had sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to come here. Now it was time. He fell so far and long that there was no point in waiting any further. He said a prayer. He visualized a structure in his mind's eye. A complex Kabbalistic structure of interlocking aspects of divinity and mortality beyond the power of any human but him to imagine. And then, his voice trembling only a little, he spoke the explicit name of God. It went like this: a tav, a resh, a fearsome joy, a fervent wish. The Comet King incanted Hamefarash. Nothing happened. A slight whirling of the smoke? Another hint of those flickering flames? Or were those just illusions? The Shem Hamefarash didn't touch them. The Comet King frowned. He spoke the name a second time, vocalizing every letter clearly and precisely, like the notes of a song. Somewhere high above him, dogs started barking. Babies began to cry. Clouds shattered like glass. Huge waves appeared from nowhere and lashed against every coast. The Archangel Uriel screamed and clutched his forehead, then started frantically drawing symbols in the air to calm storms that only he could see. But if the smoky realm below the pit was affected at all, it was only the tiniest perturbation, too minute for the Comet King to even be sure it had happened. Jalaketu's eyes narrowed. He started tracing glyphs around him, arcane geometries to magnify his words and purify their impact. He wrote manically, and symbols in 100 languages, living and dead, gleamed through the darkness and added their powers to his. He stood surrounded by a living web of power. Then a third time, he spoke the name of God. The sky turned red. The seas turned red. The sunlight became fractured and schizophrenic, like it was shining through stained glass. Trees exploded. Every religious building in the world, be it church or mosque or temple, caught fire at the same time. But the Comet King saw only little eddies in the darkness, like when a child blows a puff of air into the smoke of a bonfire. Now he was really angry. He spread himself across all the worlds and Sephiroth, drew all of their power into himself. The web of glyphs crackled and burned with the strain, pulsed from color to color at epileptic speed, shot off sparks like a volcano. The Comet King opened his mouth. "Stop!" said a voice. A bolt of lightning flashed through the smoke, and the Archangel Uriel appeared beside him, flaming sword held high. "Stop, lest the energies you invoke destroy the world." "Not going to destroy the world," said the Comet King. He didn't look remotely human at this point. His skin had gone night black, his hair was starlight silver. No one could have counted how many limbs he had. "Going to destroy hell! Don't deny me this, Uriel! You know it has to be done!" "You are not entirely in hell. You are only sort of in hell. You are unleashing the energy of the Shem Hamefarash partly into the ordinary world. There are already too many cracks. Sing again, and the sky will shatter." "I'm trying to aim at hell," said the Comet King. "Not sure where I am, but it's close. If I can get enough power, then you will shatter the sky," said Uriel. "This is not a matter of power. What you are doing is fundamentally ill-advised. Stop! This is the gate, Uriel. I passed through the gate. You saw me. They all saw me. There are many gates. Not all of them are open. You have passed through one. You are still outside others. If you say the Shem Hamefarash again, you will destroy the world. Many gates? Uriel, we talked about this. We spent years researching. We both agreed that if we could get through the hole in Lake Baikal, we could break into hell. Yes, it made sense at the time. Now, we are here observing firsthand. I am telling you there are more gates than we thought. Some of them are closed. You cannot get through them. If I just give it more power. Thamiel is a facet of God. Brute strength will not suffice against him. This is the Shem Hamefarash. It's literally the power of God himself. There's nothing that can stand up to it. Yes, that is why you are destroying the world. Give me something to work with, Uriel. Give me something to work with. Gates are very complicated. For the love of God, give me something to work with, Uriel. Are you saying there is literally no way to destroy hell even with the explicit name of God? Is that what you're saying?
Why would God do that? Why would he make a universe where the one thing it is absolutely 100% morally obligatory to do is totally impossible? Even if you do everything right, even if you get a weapon capable of destroying worlds themselves.
Who does that sort of thing? God, said Uriel. He does many things that are hard to explain. I am surprised you have not realized this by now. Who creates suffering that can never end? Who makes people, tells them to do the right thing, then pulls the rug out from under them when they try? I was supposed to be his sword, Uriel. I was Moshiach. He forged me, he and my father, put me through all of those trials so I could be worthy to be here today. Who forges a weapon like that and then keeps it sheathed? Why would God do that? Stop trying to understand the will of God, said Uriel. It never helps. So, said the Comet King. His voice was icy calm now. What do you propose I do? Let me take you home, said Uriel. No, said the Comet King. You will not be able to leave this place alone, said Uriel. You have crossed through too many gates. Not all of them are as easy to pass in the other direction. I'm not going, Uriel. Please, said Uriel. Some of the gates may shut again, in time. You would be trapped down here. So what? So you want me to give up? Lead 1,000,000 men all the way to Siberia and let however many of them die and then just give up? Just because... If you return to the living world, perhaps we can figure out a solution. You've already said there's no solution. Even the explicit name of God isn't enough. I do not think there is a very good chance of us finding a solution, but it is probably higher if you are working hard on looking for it than if you are trapped forever in the antechamber of hell. Uriel, give me something to work with. I am going to take you out of here now. I am sure you can fight me off if you wanted to, but I would really appreciate it if you did not try. The Archangel reached out a gigantic hand and grabbed the Comet King. Then he rocketed upwards, fiery sword outstretched above him, clearing the smoke from their path. The darkness began to thin. A sense of orientation returned. At last, a rush of information hit all of Jalakatu's senses at once, and he realized he was out of the pit, back above the earthly Lake Baikal. His men started to cheer. Some of them blew horns. A few started singing verses from the battle hymn. His heart sank. They think I succeeded, he thought to himself. Of course they think I succeeded. I'm the Comet King. Here I am shooting out of the abyss alive, being carried by an archangel. Of course they think I succeeded. No! He shouted at the armies. Stop! I failed. I couldn't do it. I couldn't destroy hell. You brought me all this way. You trusted me, and I couldn't do it. It's all gone wrong. Stop singing. Stop singing. Stop. Most of them couldn't hear him, but a few caught the gist of his message. One by one, the songs wavered, but they didn't die. His men still singing, sure that there must be something worth singing about. A few cried out, or raised banners, or started cheering on general principle. Don't bring me back to them, the Comet King said, almost sobbing. Take me somewhere else. Can't face them. Just now. Uriel looked down at him, tilted his colossal head in a gesture of confusion. Just for now, he said. Just for a few hours. Somewhere I can think. Give me time to think, Uriel. The Archangel deposited Jalakatu on a hill a few miles outside of camp. Then he gave a long sigh. I'm sorry, he said. No, said the Comet King. He looked mostly human again now. You did the right thing, prevented me from destroying the world. Yes, said Uriel. Are you okay? Sort of. I need to think. It's not a total loss. We still have the army. The military action went well, better than expected. We can hold on to Baikal while we try to figure out where to go from here. I can convince people to... Wait. Oh no. Oh no. What? Asked Uriel. I just realized, said the Comet King. What am I going to tell my wife? It was February 2002, and America tottered above a precipice. The Comet King was dead. The other king was busy mopping up the shreds of resistance in the American West. Singer riots had several cities aflame. Boojum's reign of terror continued unabated, and President Bush had been assassinated by his own teleprompter. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. Rumors swirled around newly sworn-in President Dick Cheney. They said that he was literally heartless, that his blood was pumped by a strange contraption connected to a battery pack strapped around his chest. They said that he carried the sword of Cheng, a Bush family heirloom that made its wielder invincible in political battles at the cost of a portion of his soul. They said he had a ranch down in Texas where he hunted the most dangerous game of all, man. They said that one day when he sat for Sunday services at St. John's Church, the pastor had read from the Gospel of Matthew. Who among you, if a child asks for bread, would give him a stone? And Cheney had stood up immediately and raised his hand until they informed him it was a rhetorical question. Cheney declared martial law. He smoked out the various nests of singers and terrorists one by one the same methodical way he hunted quail. When people started protesting his heavy-handed tactics, he smoked them out too. He threw Colorado to the wolves for the sake of peace with the other king, and peace with the other king he got. His armies marched against the bandits haunting the Midwest. Paulus the Lawless, the Witch King of Wichita, until one by one they lay down their arms in abject surrender to spend the rest of their lives in Guantanamo Bay. In 2004, he informed the country that there would be no need to trouble themselves with an election. When he was sworn in for a second term, he was observed to very carefully hold his hand hovering just above the Bible without touching it. The traditional medical examination was done, and he was declared fully human, apart from the thing with his heart. As far as anyone knew, he avoided touching Bibles just in case. Some accused him of desecrating the Constitution. President Cheney would have none of it. Nobody, he declared, respected the Constitution more than he did, and he would prove it. He decreed that, out of respect for the Constitution, all copies of the document must henceforth be covered with a silken shroud and removed from human gaze, lest its sanctity be polluted by human sight, human touch, or human interpretation. Old pieces of parchment and modern civics textbooks alike were sealed away in places of honor, where they might be viewed only by those who had performed the necessary purification rituals. The image of Cheney reverently placing a pure white drape over the original Constitution in the National Archives became such a symbol of national unity that people started calling the federal government Shroudies by association. There were a lot of people who thought that America would never go for martial law. They were wrong. It was the mid-2000s, and America was exhausted. The libertarians had made freedom unbearable. The evangelicals had made faith unbearable. The social justice movement had made equality unbearable. The lawyers had made justice unbearable. Loud people in Uncle Sam hats had made patriotism unbearable. And the entirety of capitalism over the last 2 centuries had made industry unbearable. Americans were sick of all the virtues and ready for a straightforward, no-nonsense villain. Cheney and all the other servants of the shrouded Constitution were only too happy to provide. Said the shepherd boy to the mighty king, "Do you know what I know? In your palace, warm mighty king, do you know what I know? A child shivers in the cold. Let us bring him silver and gold. Noel Regney, do you hear what I hear?" August 1st, 1999, Colorado Springs. Given the need to keep up spirits, Robin decided the people needed whatever holidays they could get. August 1st, the anniversary of Colorado's statehood, was as good an opportunity as anything else. So she stood on a rock spire in the Garden of the Gods as crowds, disproportionately female since 1 million men were marching in Siberia, listened for the words of their queen regent. The difference between a speech and a sermon had grown kind of thin ever since the state had become the seat of the Messiah in his war against hell. So she began with a Bible verse. Psalm 84. How lovely is your dwelling place, Lord Almighty. My soul yearns, even faints, for the courts of the Lord. My heart and my flesh cry out for the living God. Even the bird has found a home and a nest for herself. This place has always been so beautiful. That's what I've always wanted. Everywhere to be as beautiful as here. Someday, I want everywhere in Colorado to be a garden and everywhere to be holy. The song spoke of purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain and alabaster cities undimmed by human tears. I want that. I want to make the deserts bloom and the forests rich and wild. I want new heights of art and science. I want new symphonies and new folk songs. I want new infrastructure, new parks, new buildings, and monuments that are the envy of the world. I want everybody to be able to live the life they want, whether in the cities or in the wilderness. I want to cure disease, end poverty, create a new and better kind of civilization. You all want the same. And it's not just that the Comet King can do it, though he can. It's that all of us can do it. We're the right people. At the right time. But we haven't been doing any of this, and we're not going to for a long time, because it's not the most important thing. She continued from the psalm. Blessed are those whose strength is in you, whose hearts are set on pilgrimage. As they pass through the valley of weeping, they make it a place of springs. William Blake said that what we do in time echoes in eternity, but he was being metaphorical. I'm not. What we do here now echoes in eternity. The past 20 years, instead of building new roads and cities and better lives for our children, we've been building a war machine. A really, really good war machine. Not because we're bad people who don't love peace. Because some wars are important. Every other war has been fought over land or money or religion or something earthly. Something that disappears. This war we're fighting now echoes in eternity. If we win, we end eternal suffering. We save your mothers and fathers, your grandparents, all your ancestors back to Adam from eternal suffering. And not just them. In 100 years, we're saving our friends, our families, our children, and maybe ourselves. There are so many things we want, so many things we need to do. But as soon as we realize the enormity of the evil below our feet, we realize there wasn't anything else we could do. Not really. Against such horrors, everything else must be put to the side as we join a fight which we could not avoid and stay fully human. This is an apology and a call to arms. It's an apology for all the beautiful and wonderful things we could have been doing the past 20 years. That we could be doing now. That will go undone because we are on a crusade. And it's a call to arms to keep working. To keep Colorado running while our friends and family are away, because we're in the crusade too, crusading on the home front, and nothing we could possibly do is more important than this. The Comet King has given us so much, but not as much as he's asked us to sacrifice. We're sacrificing everything right now, our dreams, our hopes of a better life, because we trust him. And because we trust ourselves to know what's right. If we succeed, then literally through all eternity, people will remember our names. 10 million years from now, when the world is so different that no other memories remain, people will still know that there was once eternal suffering, but now their suffering is ended. Because of us. Hear my prayer, Lord God Almighty. Listen to me, God of Jacob. Look on our shield, O God. Look with favor on your anointed one. She climbed down the pillar to rapturous applause, posed for the necessary photo ops, made her way through the crowd towards where Father Ellis and Nathanda were waiting for her. Jalaketu was with them. He was hidden under a dark cloak, but she recognized him immediately. "A word alone?" he asked when he saw her. Robin almost shouted with delight, then jumped in to hug him. "I thought you weren't going to come back until the crusade was over," she said. "I thought it cost you too much energy to keep teleporting back and forth." She worried her smile was so broad she looked like an idiot, but she didn't care. "This is such a surprise, we need—" The look on his face shut her up. This was not a personal visit, and whatever the news was, it wasn't good. She took his hand, and the two of them turned to lightning and then were atop a different spire, on the other side of the garden, far from everyone else. "Bad news?" she asked. We heard you destroyed Yakutsk. We got the pictures and everything. What's wrong?"
Jala nodded. "The other part," he said. Seems to be. Robin waited. "I think it might be impossible to use the explicit name of God to destroy hell," he said all at once. "What?" asked Robin. "I tried," said the Comet King. "Many times, under Lake Baikal. Uriel had to stop me. Said if I did it anymore, I'd probably destroy the world. There were more gates than we thought."
"Some of them seem impregnable." "So how are you going to destroy hell, then?" asked Robin. The Comet King just looked at her hopelessly, almost like he was too terrified to speak. Then he just shook his head, no. A moment of silence. I thought you should be the first to know," he said. "No," said Robin. That's silly. You need to figure out a better way. Ask Uriel. I asked, said the Comet King. He said there was none. Ask Sohu. She's been studying so hard. I asked, said the Comet King. She didn't know either. Ask the lady, or the chief rabbi of Israel. Ask the Satmar Rebbe or the Belzer Rebbe, or ask the Pope. Maybe he'll know. I asked. Ask the dividend monks. Go to San Francisco and ask the collective consciousness there. I asked, said the Comet King. And for the first time through her own confusion, Robin heard the note of despair in his voice. Ask the other chief rabbi. Aren't there always two? Ask the... The Comet King put his arms around Robin and whispered, I'm sorry. No. Figure something out. Can't you just be really evil? Then die? That has to work. It's not even Thamiel's law. It's God's. I asked Uriel, said the Comet King. He said it wouldn't work, doing evil for a greater good, because I want to save the world. It wouldn't count. So, figure out some way to change your personality to be genuinely evil, then do evil, then die, then use the name. You think I haven't looked into that? Thamiel can't be fooled that easily. God definitely can't be fooled that easy. I promise you, Robin. I've thought about this. It doesn't work. Robin jerked back. No, she said. This isn't how it ends. Get yourself together. You can do this. You can do anything. That's the point. Figure it out. They'll be missing me in Siberia by now, said the Comet King. There's still more work left to do. I need to mop up resistance, liberate the rest of Russia, liberate Canada. I want to be done before winter. I should go. You can't go. What do I do here? What do I tell people? Nothing, said the Comet King. Don't tell them anything. As far as they're concerned, we won the victory. Our army beat their army. We destroyed Yakutsk. That looks like winning. Your speech aside, so few of them think about the great work, proclaim victory and arrange a parade. When I get back in the winter, we'll work on what we can work on. Thamiel thinks he can make people evil. I can make them good. We can make them good. Make sure that however many souls are lost, we don't lose a single one more. It would be a victory upon a victory. Nobody has to know about what happened at Baikal. I'll know, said Robin. I know, said the Comet King. You can't do this. I won't let you. You hear me, Jala? I will not let you do this. I'll see you when the war is over, said the Comet King. And a bolt of reverse lightning unstruck the ground, leapt into the sky, and deposited Robin back in the peopled section of the park, and Jalaketu to wherever Jalaketu was going. Bad news? Asked Father Ellis, though it was a stupid question, with her face streaked with tears. What did he tell you? She asked. Did he say what? He found me as you started talking, said Ellis. Said come here from Siberia to talk to you, then didn't tell me anything else. She said nothing. Bad news? Ellis asked again. If he wanted you to know, she snapped, he would have told you. Then we need to get home. I need to think. In 2008, Dick Cheney declined to pursue a third term due to his failing health. A delegation of the nation's civic and religious leaders entered the National Archives after several days fasting and purification, and after lifting the shroud upon the Constitution, declared that the proper thing to do in this sort of situation was to hold an election. Genesis 4:5 says that the Lord looked with favor on Abel and his offering, but on Cain and his offering he did not look with favor. The situation is Kabbalistically reenacted every 4 years, when a candidate named some variant of Cain must lose at some stage in a U.S. presidential election. In 2016 it was Tim Kaine. In 2012 it was Herman Cain. In 2008 the unlucky role fell to war hero John McCain, who ran a strong race based on a platform of campaign finance reform and military leadership. On the Democratic side, Hillary Clinton originally looked set to sweep the national vote based on her connections and name recognition. Then things got interesting. People all around the country started talking about hope and change, and yes, we can. New political phenomenon. Barack Obama inspired huge crowds wherever he went. The older, stodgier candidates were swept aside in the wave of enthusiasm at the revolution he promised. Me, I figured he was probably a demon. I mean, I've read enough folk tales to recognize the basic arc. A mysterious, tall, dark stranger arrives in the capital and quickly gains the ears of the court. There's no particular reason why anyone should like him, but everyone who listens to him can't shake the feeling that he's a trustworthy, intelligent figure. When he's out of earshot, the nobles of the land plot against him, wondering how such a relative lightweight could dream of usurping their power. But as soon as he speaks to them in his smooth, calming voice, they immediately forget what they were going to do and join in the universal chorus of praise. And in every one of those folktales, the stranger turns out to be a demon. Obama laughed off people's fears. But when his detractors asked him to produce a birth certificate to prove that he had in fact been born, he expressed outrage and declined as a matter of principle. He said that his father had been a goat herd from rural Kenya, but was now dead, a claim which was suspiciously convenient, even ignoring the symbolic connotations of goats. He tried to prove he was a family man by showing off his Dora Malia, then categorically refused to answer questions about what kind of person would name their firstborn after the abstract concept of evil. Luke 10:18 says, "And he said unto them, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven." Lightning in Hebrew is barak. Isaiah 14:14 describes Satan's fall from the height of the clouds. The word for height in this passage, referring to heaven, is Bama. Thus, lightning in heaven would be Barack Obama. Sure, all of the big-shot Bible scholars point out that Jesus would have been speaking in Aramaic rather than Hebrew, and that there are many terms for heaven more common than Isaiah's idiom, and that you would have to be a raving lunatic conspiracy theorist to make the connection. But did not Jesus say only 3 verses later that, "You have hidden these things from the wise and learned and revealed them to little children"? And that I tell you that many prophets and kings wanted to see what you see but did not see it, and to hear what you hear but did not hear it. On the other hand, the previous president had been Dick Cheney. So all of this sort of paled in comparison, and Obama was elected in a landslide. Some people vaguely remembered that before it was shrouded, the Constitution had received an amendment saying something about a medical examination to make sure the president was human. But everyone agreed this would be extremely racist under the circumstances, and could be skipped. Only a handful of scholars and Kabbalists remembered the words of the poet, who had prophesied almost 80 years before. And at the last from inner Egypt came the strange dark one to whom the fellas bowed, silent and lean and cryptically proud, and wrapped in fabrics red as sunset flame. Throngs pressed around, frantic for his commands, but leaving could not tell what they had heard. While through the nations spread the awestruck word that wild beasts followed him and licked his hands, or that the same prophecy ended. Then, crushing what he had chanced to mold and play, the idiot chaos blew earth's dust away. The word of the Lord is a great deal of research activity in this area, and probabilistic algorithms have been fruitfully applied. KingJamesProgramming.tumblr.com. Evany Ng, May 13, 2017. Citadel West Sohu asked whether I wanted to help her with the error correction process. It was the highlight of my life thus far. It was like getting asked to debate philosophy with Aristotle or play one-on-one against Michael Jordan. Did I want to study the Kabbalah with Sohu West? My heart leapt at the thought. So we walked through sunless streets until we reached a building on the perimeter, right up against the stone wall of the mountain. Sarah came with me, of course. I couldn't help that. And Sohu led us up a staircase and down a long corridor to her study. Everywhere in the citadel seemed equally dreary, lit by fluorescent lights, and built to exactly the sort of utilitarian specifications you would expect of a bunker. But Sohu's study was full of books and a big oak table, and for a moment it reminded me of 100 libraries and synagogues and classrooms I'd been in. The life of the mind was the same everywhere. We started working. Usually the hardest part of these things is to add up the gematria value of all the different subsets of letters. But of course, Sarah did it instantly. The second hardest part was figuring out which chapter of the books had the equations you needed. But Sohu had a photographic memory and would think for a second, pull a volume off the 4th shelf on the far wall, open it up to chapter 16, and put her finger halfway down the first page.
I said, trying to think quickly. Maybe if we see which Goldblum subsets are invariant under a Tamura transformation, we could... But Sohu interrupted. For a non-supernally-based name like this one, that's equivalent to a basic transformation of phonetic triplets, she said.
Maharaj, 1992. And before I could ask how she even knew that applied here, Sarah announced to us that all of the phonetic triplets checked out. By that point, Sohu's attention had been lost, and on she went to the next book, the next theory. Any corresponding psalms? She asked. And before I could even remember exactly how many psalms there were, Sarah shook her head and said that none of them corresponded. Sarah, Sohu finally said, how carefully did you confound Aaron's memory? What do you mean? Sarah asked. I mean, said Sohu, that if someone randomly went in and switched a few letters, we would have corrected the name 20 minutes ago, the first algorithm we tried. If someone really skilled in Kabbalah very carefully altered the name to make sure that their victim could never correct it again, well, she gestured to the growing pile of books abandoned on the table. Then it might be a little harder. I knew Aaron was a Kabbalist, said Sarah. I didn't want to make it too easy for him. Sohu groaned. Okay, she finally said. We'll reconfigure the Sephirot into Partsufim and try it that way. She started calculating furiously. Lose the ayin, she muttered to herself. Carry the tav, and... Sarah interrupted. And it just stays the same. You know, said Sohu, if I wanted to confound a name this badly, I'm not sure that I could. I thought I saw a sort of triumphant grin flash over Sarah's face, but it disappeared quickly. We need some of the original building blocks back, Sohu said. Aaron, will you let me read your mind? You can do that. I'm not good at it. What happened to you with the drug lord? I'm sure he was better. My father was better still. But it's worth a try. I have a little training in Chashmal. The overt meaning of Chashmal is electricity. The Kabbalistic meaning is also electricity, but it's complicated. The prophet Ezekiel describes certain angels as being Chashmal, or surrounded by Chashmal, or radiating Chashmal. Nobody entirely knew what he meant, but the translators of the Septuagint ventured a guess of amber-colored, or amber light. Fast forward 1800 years, and the original Zionist Jews were trying to reinvent the Hebrew language and needed a word for electricity. One of them, probably a Kabbalist, pointed out that the English word electricity is generally believed to come from the Latin word electricus, meaning amber, because amber gave off a sort of static electric charge, but other etymologists believe it comes from the Phoenician word elikron, meaning shining light. Well, Hebrew already has a word meaning both amber and shining light, and that word was chashmal, so they stuck it in as electricity in the first Hebrew dictionary. I once read an atheist tract that asked why God didn't prove his omniscience by putting predictions about science or technology in the Bible. The answer is that he did, and they're just not thinking Kabbalistically enough to notice. Any Israeli schoolchild can open up the book of Ezekiel and see a 6th century BC prophet describe the angels he encounters as glowing with electricity. Maimonides put a different gloss on these Kashmal angels. He said that it was a compound word made of chash, silence, and mal, meaning speech. So these angels were actually radiating silent speech. Even more specific, chash is the root of chashva, meaning thought. So the angels were radiating thought speech at Ezekiel. No wonder that when future generations of Kabbalists discovered the secrets of telepathy, they called it chashmal. There are deep connections here. The brain runs on electricity, each thought producing an electric impulse that jumps from cell to cell, inspiring further sparks, creating a computational web. Our minds are electric machines just as much as Sarah's. To speak by thought is to speak by electricity. The Hebrew language encoded all of this thousands of years ago. So did the English, for that matter. Our own word speak derives from an older German word sprech, and the further backwards you go, the more alike speak and spark start to sound, until finally at the root of all things they converge into the primal electricity. I let Sohu look into my eyes, felt my defenses slowly weaken. It wasn't the sort of overpowering invasion of the drug lord, a gentle teasing apart, quiet, humble, but pushing forward like an explorer penetrating a jungle. I don't know how long we waited there, staring at each other awkwardly. But after an indeterminate time in a pleasant trance, I was awoken by Sohu snorting. I'm really not good at this, she said. Sarah seemed just a little too happy. I started to wonder how honest she was being with me. Had she really just not bothered remembering the most important name ever discovered. Or was she holding out? Sohu, I said, casting the dice. There's a way to get you into my mind easier. She raised an eyebrow. It's called Sacred Kabbalistic Marriage of Minds, I said. Scab Mom. My friend Anna discovered it hiding in the later additions to the Gospel of John, a combination placebo-mantic Kabbalistic ritual. First you draw a magic circle, then you say a name you derive from John, then you say these vows about how God is one and we are one. After that, you can... I wasn't prepared for Sohu to start laughing. Sacred Kabbalistic marriage? She asked in between giggles. Really? That's just what my friend Anna calls it, I said quickly, trying to defend myself. There were parts of the text that simplified into the word marriage. But you can think of that as symbolic. It's just this brief ritual. Sohu quieted down. I wasn't laughing at you, she said. And I already know the ritual. You do? Yes, I'm familiar with it. I should have thought of it myself. I'll get supplies so we can draw the circle. My head spun. She knew about Scab Mom? Then another thought. Wait, I said. I'm already Kabbalistically I've already done the ritual with somebody. Does that complicate things? Doubt it, said Sohu. Solomon had 700 wives, remember? She giggled again. Kabbalistic marriage? I'll go get supplies. She vanished in a flash of light. You can't marry Sohu! Sarah shouted at me the instant Sohu disappeared, tears running down her face. You're supposed to be marrying me! Oh, right. I should have predicted this. I put my arms around her, kissed her cheek. The longer I put this off, the harder it was going to be, but I wanted all 4 comet spawn around when I broke the bad news. Sarah, I said, this isn't real marriage. This is just a Kabbalistic ritual called marriage. It's like how the Doges used to marry the sea, or how a businessman says he's married to his work. It's just a word. If it doesn't matter, if you'll do it with anyone, then do it with me first. Do it with me now, before she comes back. We don't even have a magic circle. It was the best excuse I could think of, but I didn't want her in my mind forever. Now that I thought about it, I wasn't sure I wanted Sohu in my mind forever either. But that couldn't be helped. When we get a magic circle, you'll marry me, right? No, Sarah. I'm not going to perform a dangerous Kabbalistic ritual with you just because it has marriage in the name. I barely avoided adding, get a life. She already had, thanks to me, and look how that had turned out. Sohu mercifully chose that moment to return with the supplies. Sarah turned her face into a mask, better than any human could have. We cleared out of the way as she started drawing the magic circle from memory. It was the same one I had seen Anna draw. I took a piece of chalk and joined in. No help for it, I figured. I, Sohu West, in full knowledge of the consequences, call upon the symbols and angels of the world. I, Aaron Smith Teller, in full knowledge of the consequences, call upon the symbols and angels of the world. And so we went, with Sarah staring at us motionless outside the circle. For God is one. For God is one. And his name is one. And his name is one. And we are one. And we are one. And it is done. And it is done. The circle flared brighter and higher than I'd ever seen before. Probably because Sohu had constructed it 10 times better than the quick job Anna and I had done back in her bedroom. Sarah still just watched, but looked like she might snap at any moment. I sat down at the table, rubbed my temples. We'll try this again, said Sohu. Look into my eyes. The Lord is greater than or equal to the expression involving F-E-Y. KingJamesProgramming.tumblr.com, Eveniang, May 13th, 2017, E Citadel, West 1. We'll try this again, said Sohu. Look into my eyes. I looked. I listened. I let myself fall into a trance. Walls of Kujiracho, came a voice from afar. What? I asked. Sohu? A feeling of surprise. Aaron? Oh, I said. Hi, Anna. Aaron? Came a different voice, differently flavored. What's going on? As best I could, I tried to send thoughts and memories through the 2 links. To Anna, an explanation of where I was and what was going on. To Sohu, memories of my relationship with Anna. Both of them started talking at once. I mentally pushed Sohu to one side. concentrated on the quieter link. I can't feel Sohu, Anna told me, and I can't feel Erica, I answered. I don't think Kabbalistic marriage is transitive. I can barely feel Erica myself. Last I got from her, she was trying to join Bujum. Really? We shouldn't be so surprised. She always wanted to burn the euphemizing system to the ground. I just didn't expect it to be so literal. This is the problem with being a theodicy student. When people tell you that the world is horrible and needs to be destroyed, you expect them to end with, so let's discuss different interpretations of this fact for the next several decades. Speaking of theodicy, Anna, have you ever heard of Elisha ben Abuya? Oh man, that name really brings back memories. You say that like you went to prom with him or something. No, I was just... got really interested in that story. Freshman year of college. It kind of brings everything together. How so? I remember I once had a teacher who asked me what would have to happen before I believed God was utterly unjust. How bad would things have to get before I admitted there was literally no possibility that the evil in the universe has a reason? I told him it was a stupid question. The magnitude of the world's evil is so much that anyone who could be convinced of divine injustice by a specific amount of evil was already convinced. The only people who could possibly be hanging on were the ones who were literally willing to accept anything. He told me it didn't work that way. Everyone's willing to dismiss the evil they've already heard about. It's become stale. It's abstract. People who say they've engaged with the philosophical idea of evil encounter evil on their own, and then suddenly everything changes. He gave the example of all of the Jewish scholars who lost their faith during the Holocaust. How, they asked, could God allow 6 million of their countrymen to perish like that? But read the Bible. Somebody counted up all the people God killed in the Bible, and they got 2.8 million. It wasn't even for good reasons. He kills 3,000 people for worshipping the golden calf. He kills 250 people for rebelling against Moses' leadership. He kills 14,700 people for complaining that he was killing too many people. I swear it's in there. Check numbers 1641. What right do we have to lose faith when we see the Holocaust? Oh, sure. God killed 2.8 million people. That makes perfect sense, but surely he would never let 6 million die. That would just be too awful to contemplate. It's like, what? The lesson I learned is that everybody has their breaking point, the point where they stop being able to accept things for philosophical reasons and start kicking and screaming. Did you know there was an Orthodox rabbi, Irving Greenberg, who after the Holocaust declared that God had unilaterally broken his covenant with the Jewish people and should be considered in breach of contract? And until he, reverses time and un-Holocausts Europe, no one is under any obligation to follow any of the divine commandments? And if God doesn't like it, then tough, because no punishment could be worse than the one he had already inflicted? There were rabbis saying this sort of thing. Aaron, that's what happens when you break. Some people break when the death toll is 6 million instead of 2.8 million. Other people break when something they'd previously only read about in books happens to them in real life. Have you ever heard that Dr. Seuss poem? You say you have problems as great as my own. I'm forced to admit it is true, but the thing is that my problems happen to me, whereas yours only happen to you. That's why I love the Acre story. He's a crazy old coot, but I love him. Everybody has their breaking point, and for Acre it was seeing a kid grab a bird out of its nest. He's a famous rabbi. He's read all about Noah's flood, drowning everyone in the world, and God killing all the innocent Egyptian babies, and euphemism. He's living in 2nd century Judea, where the Romans are basically torture killing anyone they can get their hands on. And throughout all of this, he's wise and equanimous and tells his disciples to bear their sufferings gracefully. And then finally he has a bad day and sees a kid snatch a bird, and he just flips. He's like, you know what's a completely proportional response to this? Declare war on God and try to destroy everything. Most of us have to go through a Holocaust before we get to that point, but he grasped it immediately. Holy frick. Anna, I've never heard you send a thought that complicated through the trance before. And then there's that whole thing about the voice. The one that boomed from the heavens, saying, repent, children of Israel, and the Lord will forgive you. Except for you, Elisha ben Abuya. What was with that? There's a legend that goes that Acre was predestined to be evil from the very beginning. The week after he was born, his father threw a big party for his circumcision, and Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Joshua showed up. While everyone else was getting drunk, the two rabbis decided to talk Torah, and they became so engaged in their discussion that miracles started happening around them. Wreaths of fire danced around their heads, thunder sounded in clear skies, nearby water started spontaneously turning into wine. Acre's father begged them to stop, lest the whole house burn down, and the rabbis apologized profusely and said that they would try to be more mindful of the power of Torah from then on. And Acre's father remembered that, and he pushed Acre to go into Torah so that he too could be powerful and call down fire from the heavens. But that was the wrong reason to study Torah, and so all his life Acre was cursed to think of Torah as just a means to an end. Learn some names, smite some enemies, boil oceans if there are any oceans around that need boiling, live forever, that kind of thing. And when he saw the child take the bird from the tree, it was easy for him to forsake God, because for him, God was beside the point. You could boil oceans, whether you believed in God or not. And then when Rabbi Meir was trying to convince him to repent, well, there he was, the supreme pragmatist. He didn't want to go to hell. He didn't want to lose the powers that his Torah knowledge gave him, so he would make a tactical retreat back into orthodoxy until he could come up with a better plan. God realized that Acre was going to repent for the wrong reason. So he declared that Acre's repentance would do no good, have no consequences, made sure there was no instrumental justification for atonement. Just like God had thought, Acre said, okay, then screw this, and forgot about it. In fact, there's a story about Rabbi Dov Ber, that one day he was praying for a sick member of his congregation to recover, and he prayed so much and so long that God got really annoyed and told him he was going to hell for praying too much. And Rabbi Dov Ber answered, well, now that I have nothing to lose, I can really start praying. And of course, God laughed it off and healed the sick guy. If Acre had done the same, if he'd said, okay, I have nothing to gain and nothing to lose, that means I have to make the choice according to my own principles, and I choose repentance, then God would have laughed it off, same as he did with Rabbi Dov Ber, and everything would have been okay. But since instead Acre was obsessed with the consequences of repenting, the road was closed to him. So the only way Acre could get the good consequences of repenting was by not doing it for the consequences? Yeah. Oh, God, that's so annoying, and no wonder he was so angry all the time. Anna thought at me. I'll give you $50 if you clap your hands, but you have to be clapping your hands for a reason other than to get the $50. I hardly think that worshipping God, Lord of the universe, whose wisdom spanneth the heavens, and whose mercy endureth forever, because you are awed by his mighty works, and consumed with a desire to praise his most holy name, is the same as getting $50 if you clap your hands. Yes, well, if I ever make a universe, I'm not putting in any sneaky, you can get this reward, but only if you don't want it clauses. If you ever make a universe, you can do what you want. 2. I was broken out of my trance by screaming. No, you can't marry me, Sarah was shouting. It's not marriage, said Sohu. It's just a ritual that gives me a certain connection to you so I can get things out of your mind. Everything in Aaron is so garbled, I can't make any sense out of it. You must have the memories of what you did to him. If I can just get at them. I won't do it, I won't marry you, said Sarah. I put my hand on Sarah's shoulder. Sarah, I said, remember what we said about doing the right thing? She can't have me, said Sarah sulkily. I'm yours. Of course you are, in the most patient voice I could manage. And that's why I need you to cooperate with Sohu, the same way I cooperated with Sohu, to help me. Everyone is getting married except you and me. It's not even a real marriage, it's just a connection ritual. For a second, I couldn't tell if she was going to try to kill us, or try to speak the vanishing name, or what. Finally, with this awful glare in her eyes, she said, I'll do it. God is one, and his name is one, and we are one, and so forth. Sohu stared into Sarah's eyes, tried to read her electronic brain. Sweat poured from her forehead, wrinkles formed on her tiny face. I let my mind wander. 3. Are things okay over there? Asked Anna. Not really, I answered. Did Acre ever figure out a way to get the consequences of repenting without doing it for the consequences? You're really upset by this Acre thing. I think, yeah, it's the idea of something you can't think your way out of. Something so slippery that just trying to think your way out of it ensures you'll fail. It just feels wrong. I don't know. Anna answered. To me it feels, I guess, kind of perfect. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think perfect things feel wrong to me. Remember, I used to do cryptography. The whole point was that every code can be broken. Thought is the universal solvent. My advisor at Stanford, he had a saying on his wall. A Leonard Cohen verse. There's a crack in everything. That's my philosophy too. Things shouldn't be perfect. God is perfect. No, he isn't. That's the whole point of Luria. There's a crack in everything. That's what I mean. There ought to be a crack in God's denial of salvation to Acre. What about actually being good? That's not an action you can just take. If you're not already good, any impetus to becoming good has to come from wanting the consequences. I think the traditional Jewish answer, thought Anna, is that you can start by being good for the wrong reasons, but then the changes will stick and make you the sort of person who does things for the right reasons. Then it was kind of crappy for God to specifically close that path to Acre, wasn't it? Actually, it's kind of crappy of God in general. Suppose there are good consequences for being good, and that with enough willpower you can force yourself to be good long enough for it to stick. Then why doesn't everyone do that? Lack of awareness of the consequences, giving up early. But then we reduce goodness to intelligence and willpower. So how do people ever become good? You have to start with at least a tiny bit of existing goodness, and that gives you the urge to accumulate more. So, asked Anna, Divine Grace, the overt meaning of perfect is maximally good. The Kabbalistic meaning is someone who tries to make moral progress. This we derive from the Cathar Perfecti. The Cathars believed the world itself was irredeemably bad, the product not of the true God, but of a demiurge of pure evil. They thought the true God had sent Christ as an emissary into the world, to introduce a tiny spark of goodness that might catch and spread until the works of the demiurge had been subverted. True believers chose to take on the work of spreading the spark full time, of bringing God to a godless world. A few of these claimed to have prayed so hard that they lost all sense of self, becoming pure vessels for the Holy Spirit. They were called in Latin perfecti and in French parfait. The Catholic Church declared the Cathars heretics and slaughtered several 100,000 of them in one of bloodiest and most brutal genocides this side of the Holocaust, apparently satisfied that this was the best way to disprove the proposition that the world was irredeemably evil and its God a murderous tyrant. But this we also derive from their namesake, philosopher Derek Parfit, who spent his life trying to figure out how to be good. He argued that our common sense views of morality were unjustified, and that they would have to be rebuilt by rigorous inquiry. For a philosopher, he was surprisingly humble. He argued not that his discoveries had found the true morality, but that there was such a thing as progress in moral philosophy as much as physics, and that he was helping to contribute it. He assessed his own contribution only as reason to be hopeful about whether or not morality existed. Like the Cathar Parfait, after years of deep thought, he finally lost all personal identity, saying, I now live in the open air. There is still a difference between my life and the lives of other people, but the difference is less. I am less concerned about the rest of my own life and more concerned about the lives of others. Yet in his own long-winded way, he also rejected his namesake's belief in the evil of the universe. When I consider the parts of the past of which I have some knowledge, I am inclined to believe that, in utilitarian hedonistic terms, the past has been worth it, since the sum of happiness has been greater than the sum of suffering. There are other correspondences. The prophets who try to turn Israel from its misdeeds to godliness, of Parvati, whose cosmic dance brings beauty to the universe, Providence itself, forever engaged in gathering its own divine sparks and repairing its spiritual machinery. This, then, is the Kabbalistic meaning of perfect, someone who tries to make moral progress. 4. Aaron? I heard Sohu's voice. Anna, I just had, an epiphany. I don't have time to explain it, but it's basically what I just said before. There's a crack in everything. Aaron. Yeah? I woke into the regular world. A new stack of books was piled on the table. Sohu and Sarah were giving each other death glares. I had drooled a little on my shirt. Aaron, it didn't work! I figured out how Sarah confounded the name. But it's not a reversible process. You don't have it. I checked your friend Anna while you were talking, and she doesn't have it. And now Sarah doesn't have it. It's lost. Too garbled to be recovered. There's a crack in everything, I said. I think I know how you can get the vital name. Want to feel old. The span of time between Saddam Hussein's death and now is longer than between now and when 1/3 of the sea becomes blood. At Gate of Heaven's Eye. The 2016 Republican primaries went the way any nominative determinist would have predicted. The guy named Walker left early. The guy named Bush got mowed down. The guy named Rand ran as a libertarian. The guy named Cruz, Latin meaning cross, ran on a platform of evangelical Christianity. The guy named Marco, Latin meaning warlike, ran on a platform of neoconservative imperialism. The guy named Benjamin, Hebrew meaning son of my right hand, ran on a platform laid out in his book Clever Hands. And the guy named Trump beat all of them. Things were hardly more subtle on the Democratic side. Bernie connected his first name with fire early on, Igya, feel the burn. His surname derives from Greek Alexander, defender of man. Put together, we get defender of the fired man, a supporter of the unemployed and underemployed. But Hillary Clinton, named for Sir Edmund Hillary, whose own name combines hill and airy, 2 words for high places, quickly climbed to the top. She became the clear favorite after narrowly defeating Sanders in Iowa, a state granted disproportionate power in presidential elections, presumably because its name is the Tetragrammaton. The general election followed a similar pattern, seemingly unconcerned with Genesis 4:5. Clinton chose a man named Kane as her vice president. Seemingly unconcerned with nominative determinism, she chose a man named Mook to run her campaign. Meanwhile, Trump relied increasingly on the public relations machine of the mainstream Republican Party and its leader Reince Priebus, whose name, if you remove the vowels after the Hebrew fashion, becomes RNCPRBUS. And so on October 15th, a week after Trump was seen on video to brag about grabbing women by the pussy, the staff of the Stevensite Standard met at Ithaca for a very special election issue. 2. Erica was doing typesetting. Anna was working on a column about why a just God could possibly have allowed the 2016 election. I was taking a break from my work to explain to Allie that P and F were the same letter in Hebrew so that Trump's VP pick Pence corresponded to fence, and so the general theme of wall building. Bill Dodd cut me off. Look, he said, all this is stupid. You can draw as many connections as you like, but you've got the same problem as every other Kabbalist. You can interpret the past, but you can't predict the future. Only God knows the future, I said. Then what's the point? In retrospect, you can say that Pence equals fence, and so of course he would be associated with wall building. But if it had been Jeb Bush who chose him, you'd connect it to the British word for penny, and say that the name represents his pro-business ideology. If Chris Christie had won, you'd connect it to Latin pons, meaning bridge, and from there to Bridgegate. If Ben Carson had won, you'd have gone with French pensée, meaning thought, and connected it to his quiet, thoughtful nature and intelligence. And something like this has to be true. If it only made sense in light of Trump, you could use the asymmetry to conclude that only Trump could pick Mike Pence, and so predict the future. Only God knows the future, I repeated. Sometimes God grants us tiny glimpses, through the Kabbalah, but for humans to be able to grasp it clearly and consistently isn't part of his plan. Even a tiny glimpse should help you make millions on the betting markets, given enough time, Bill protested. But no Kabbalists even try, why not? Okay, I said. Fine. I bet you right here, right now, that I can predict the outcome of this election using the secret interconnectedness of the universe. How much? Asked Bill. Does it matter? $20. Fine. $50. What's the election result, oh Rabbi? I don't know, I said. You don't know? I need to consult the universe. And how, oh Rebbe, are you going to do that? Simple. I'll close my eyes and pick a book off the bookshelf, then use it to deduce the election result. You're saying that God will guide you to a book that happens to predict the 2016 presidential election. No, I'm saying all books predict the 2016 presidential election. There is only one structure in the universe. Distort it however many times you may. Any story you like is the same story. The Bible, Huckleberry Finn, the 2016 presidential election, they're all the same. Tell you what, pick a book off the bookshelf. And if it's about the fricking presidential election, I'll give you $50 right now. I closed my eyes, approached one of Ithaca's several shelves, picked the first book my hand fell on. I was holding a copy of C.S. Lewis's The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Trump, I said. What? Trump's going to win the election. How do you know? Asked Erica. The lion represents Trump. He's big and predatory, and has a mane of golden hair. Heck, even the political cartoonists have got this one. They've been drawing the theme of the lion attacking the elephant all year. The witch represents Hillary. She's a powerful but widely disliked old woman. And so, since the lion defeats the witch in the end, Trump is going to win the election? Asked Eli Foss. At least let me finish my explanation. The wardrobe is the presidency. Everything about the executive branch is wardrobe-themed. The cabinet, the various bureaus. So The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is a book about Trump, Hillary, and the presidency. And so Trump beats Hillary because Aslan... Hold your horses! Narnia corresponds to America. We know this because a bunch of English people get in a big wooden container and end up in a freezing forested land far away that they know nothing about. That's basically the story of how America was founded in the first place. The 4 children represent the 4 great English migrations to the New World. Read Albion's Seed. Albion's Seed, interrupted Anna. And in 4 parts. Wow. William Blake really was right about everything. Anyway, I continued. We've got America. Menaced by the White Witch here, meaning leftism in general, and Hillary in particular. In Lewis Legendarium, the White Witch has betrayed her people by using a magic spell called the Deplorable Word. Hillary betrays her people by using the word deplorable to describe them. In Lewis's time, the word Turk was a metonymy for all Muslims, as it was almost 2 centuries earlier when Blake wrote about loving Christian, Turk, and Jew. So, the White Witch luring Edmund by promising him of Turkish delight corresponds to Hillary, luring the American people by promising benefits from increased Muslim immigration. Enter Aslan. Trump is the only person who can stand up to Hillary and her liberal wizardry. But Trump is hopeless, objected Erica. Even his own party have abandoned him. He's behind by like 10% in the polls. Yes, in accordance with the prophecy. Remember, in the book, Aslan is tied to a stone table and killed. His supporters are left hopeless. The White Witch's victory seems assured. What are polls but tables of numbers? Trump is being slaughtered in the polls, but he's going to make an impossible comeback. I thought Aslan being slaughtered on the stone table was supposed to be a metaphor for the death and resurrection of Christ, said Zoe Farr. No, American Pie is a metaphor for the death and resurrection of Christ, I corrected. What? I'll explain later. The point is, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe tells the story of the confrontation between Trump and Clinton, how Clinton's promises of a more diverse society are originally attractive, how Trump loses everything according to the polls, and how he makes an astonishing comeback at the end. Now give me my $50. Trump hasn't won yet, Bill protested. That was your first bet, I said. Then you said you'd give me $50 if the first book I took off the shelf was about the 2016 presidential election, which it was. I already admitted you can spin anything to be about anything. Vote, I said. I say he deserves the 50, said Zoe Farr. Me too, said Erica. Me 3, said Eli Foss. Me 4, said Allie Hu. And now it's unanimous, said Anna. Pay up. I don't even have $50 with me, said Bill. You have loads of money, interjected Anna. We've seen your apartment. I never carry bills with me, remember? I'm a germaphobe. You have no idea what kind of stuff is on money. There was a study a few years ago that said the entire U.S. money supply was laced with cocaine. You're making excuses, said Erica. No, it's true, I said. You saw the study too? Said Bill, barely believing his luck. No, but it's the first principle of Kabbalah. There is crack in everything. 3. Upon Obama's election, I had commented that a Lovecraft poem beginning, "And at the last from Inner Egypt," seemed to predict that he would be the final president. I was wrong. The prophecy was overruled by a higher authority, the Bible itself, which simply says, 1 Corinthians 15:52, at the last, Trump. The word King James scholars translated as Trump is Greek salpinx, Hebrew shofar, which receives various other English translations in different verses. If we interpret it to mean Trump each time, we get all sorts of other interesting prophecies. For example, Isaiah 27:13 says that in the day of a great trump, there shall come those which were ready to perish in the land of Assyria, which is a clearer description of Iraqi refugees trying to enter the country than you would have expected from someone living in 600 BC. But really, you don't need to bring out the big guns to figure this stuff out. Trump's presidency went the way any nominative determinist would have predicted. The guy named Price vowed to make healthcare affordable. The guy named Sessions inspired endless congressional hearings. The guy named Spicer made press conferences a lot more interesting. And the guy named Bannon ordered a ban on people he didn't like. And in the end, the new administration managed to outperform everyone's expectations. It lasted an entire 4 months before the apocalypse descended in fire and blood upon America and the world. There is a new author's note up here. This is a reasonable approach for handling small problems, but it would be awkward if there were any that did understand and seek God. KingJamesProgramming.tumblr.com, Evnie Yang, May 13th, 2017, New York City. When she thought about it, Erica guessed it made sense for terrorists to hold dress rehearsals. Terrorist plots were complicated things where many different people had to do their parts right the first time. So it was reasonable to want to practice in some kind of low-stakes environment. Less reasonable was Dylan Alvarez's insistence on sitting in a director's chair, holding a clapperboard, and starting out with a lights, camera, action. But placebomancy, she figured, was so closely allied to acting as to be another branch of showmanship. The assassination of Malian Go, Dylan said. Take 17. Our plucky young heroine, Erica Lowry, has, with the help of her mysterious friends, learned a name that allows its speaker to become invisible at will. Our dashing and incredibly handsome hero, Dylan Alvarez, has rescued her and convinced her to use her powers for the side of of chaotic neutral. Our heroes are in a nondescript white van parked outside UN headquarters. Due to their 16 previous dress rehearsals, they know exactly what to do. Lights, camera, action. They were in a Broadway theater, next to a pretty good mock-up of the interior hallways of UN headquarters. Alvarez had supposedly convinced a series of investors that his new play, Unsong the Musical, was going to be a fantastic hit, apparently even spontaneously breaking into some of the planned musical numbers during his sales pitch. As a result, he got the money he needed to rent a theater and create a made-to-order replica of their target. Erica had no idea when he'd done this. Yesterday? This afternoon? Months in advance, just in case? Maybe he was lying about everything and there was a mock-up of Unsong ready here for some other reason? It was Clark, Erica, Mark, Brenda, and Madhu Egbuna on stage. Erica spoke the spectral name for her 4 fellow assassins, and then they walked into the building unseen. They were harnessed together. On take 1, unaccustomed to invisibility, they had all bumped into each other and ended up in a tangled mess on the floor, after which Dylan had pronounced them super dead and handed out the harnesses, which he had been keeping to himself the whole time. On take 2, there had been flour carefully strewn over the floor, and Dylan had caught them by their footprints and summarily declared them super dead again. Why the bloody bollocks would there be flour on the ground of fucking UN headquarters? Clark Duss had asked, only to be pronounced a sore loser by Dylan. Take 3 was angry dogs, who navigated by their sense of smell. Take 4 was tiny ball bearings placed on the stairs. Diaz had glared at Alvarez, but hadn't said anything. And it turns out that the glares of an invisible person are extremely easy to ignore. And so on all the way up to take 17. The invisible invaders, having snuck through the open doors of the United Nations, carefully checked the floor for ball bearings and flour dust. Dylan attacked them in a dog costume, and Erica pretended to speak the Beast Mare's name, causing the fake dog to retreat quietly. They successfully avoided Dylan dressed as a janitor, running around in implausibly fast motions, streaking water all over the floor. And for the first time in 17 tries, they came to the office door, marked Malia and Go, Director. At the head of their train of invisible people, Deus opened the door. "Oh, what's this?" said Dylan, sitting behind a desk wearing an outrageously large black wig. "My door seems to be opening of its own accord. I suppose I will just have to call for security and wait to be rescued like the poor little defenseless maiden that I—" As he started speaking, he grabbed an AK-47 from under his desk, and halfway through the sentence, he jerked it up and made shooting noises. "Pow, pow, pow, you're all super dead." "Ha," said Clark. "No, we're not. I had everyone say the bulletproof name while we were still in the van." "My dear Mr. Deus," said Dylan, "the AK-47 shoots 12 rounds per second. I am absolutely willing to grant that you were protected from one of them. But unless people have become much sturdier since the last time I used a firearm, 11 rounds is still more than enough to kill a man." "There are 9 of us," said Deus. "If it takes 2 bullets to kill one of us, she could only kill 4 of us a second. That's more than enough time for one of us to react and shoot her." "That's all nice and well," said Dylan, "but on the other hand, Some sort of horrible noise split the air. The would-be assassins covered their ears with their hands, tried to run away. The whole train of harnesses bumped up against each other, and they fell on the ground, visible and embarrassed. "Dare I ask," said Brenda, "what that is supposed to signify?" "You may. I, Maliango, have been described by those who have met me as having an aura of fear and terror about me. Perhaps creepy, mysterious mind powers. And I ventured to assume that maybe she can direct that aura, like a weapon. Just a conjecture, but better safe than sorry." This time everyone glared at him.
Or who knows, maybe she has a machine that makes scary shrieking sounds."
He flipped the switch again. Brenda Burns grabbed him, wrenched the machine from him, and turned it off.
"And if this happens, what do we do?"
asked Erica. "An excellent question. I happen to have consulted Lord High Magician Mark McCarthy on this very topic, and the two of us have come up with some interesting ideas." Dylan took off his wig, exited stage right, and came back with a bag marked Relics. He dug through it, throwing various strange and unpleasant-looking body parts aside. Pancreas of St. Pancras, Saul of Tarsus's tarsals, facial bones of St. Boniface. No, it's with the secular stuff. He took out a different bag. Aristotle's pupil, J.S. Bach's well-tempered clavicle. Aha! A vial of blood. This is the blood of Malia Ngo. You may be asking, how did you get the blood of Malia Ngo? The answer is much too gross for you to want to think about. But let's just say it involved a bribed janitor, several bags of trash, and acute awareness of her monthly cycle. Everyone groaned. "Come tonight, I will be placing a drop of her blood on a placepomantic opal amulet, which I will give to each of you. Whatever strange powers she may have coursing through her veins, through whatever means, these amulets will protect you." "You expect me to wear that after your description of where it's from?" asked Clark. "Get a life," said Brenda Burns, "as if your body is any less disgusting." "Miss Burns, as always, speaks a profound truth," said Alvarez. "As always. While you are serving Bujum, I expect you to make great and terrible sacrifices for the cause, lest our organization and all it stands for should Who let him have that feckin' machine back?" thundered Clark, and his hands were clenched in fists of rage. Dylan shut off the sound machine. "One more time," he said, and climbed out of the Model UN back into his director's chair. "The assassination of Malia Ngo," said Dylan Alvarez. "Take 18. Having previously been defeated by ball bearings, a light coating of flour, Small Dogs the janitor, a middle-aged female bureaucrat, and their own feet, the intrepid heroes of Bujum dust themselves off, wipe their own blood up from the floor, and prepare once again to save the world from the plutocratic tyranny of Unsong. Lights, camera, action!" They navigated carefully through the ball bearings. They trod around the flour. Erica spoke the fluvial name to deflect a swarm of angry bees, and they carefully avoided touching the jeweled idol that Dylan had placed just outside the elevator. For the second time, they came to the door marked Malia Ngo, Director. 5 invisible terrorists prepared their weapons. Clark, gun in hand, reached very carefully for the door. A bolt of lightning struck the stage. Multicolored light blossomed in alien geometries. 5 weapons and 5 pairs of hands melted into metallic sludge. I am Sohu West, said the glowing figure in the middle of the light, and the glow faded until they could see her, ringed by symbols and powers beyond their ken. I mean you no harm. I have come to talk to Erica Lowry. Reveal yourself. A wave of hard light swept over the crew, settling on them, highlighting their invisible forms. Okay, shouted Clark Deus. I have feckin' had it with this bollocks. I was quiet through the flower. I was quiet through the dogs. I was even quiet through the feckin' ball bearings. But feckin' Sohu West? This is completely ridiculous. Mr. Deus, said Dylan, rising from his director's chair, when you joined Boojum, you told me you were ready for anything. Shall I take it you wish to amend that statement? I'm with Clark, actually, said Brenda. I appreciate what you're doing, and the special effects are neat, but we've only got a few hours to train, and I feel like we need to concentrate on plausible threats. So far, we've gotten ball bearings, dogs, and now comet spawn, and we haven't even dealt with, like, a normal platoon of security guards or anything. My dear Miss Burns, I already know you can deal with a platoon of guards. The point of this exercise was to test your mettle. In a real fight, are you going to stop what you're doing and protest to me that what's happening is unfair or implausible? Or are you going to deal with whatever nature can throw out at you? I am Sohu West, said the scintillating figure amidst the storm of light again, insistently. I mean you no harm, but I demand that Erica Lowry reveal herself. I come bearing a message from her friend Aaron Smith Teller. The hell? Erica asked Dylan. I didn't even tell you that name. Where did you hear about Aaron? And what does he have to do with any of this? I feel like it kind of breaks the realism, you know? Suspension of disbelief. Sohu West caring about Aaron is about as likely as her caring what leftovers I put in my fridge last week. I am actually Sohu West, said Sohu. This is not a test. Erica, I need to speak to you. Look, said Mark McCarthy. Dylan's obviously not going to listen to reason. The faster we get through this whole Sohu thing, the faster we're getting out of here. Okay, fine, said Clark. I shoot Sohu with my gun. He pointed the melted metal stick at Sohu. Bang! Bang! Sohu stared at him like he was an idiot. You can't shoot the gun, protested Dylan. Sohu already melted the guns. I use my backup gun, said Clark. You have a backup gun? Asked Erica. Now Clark looked at her like she was an idiot. He removed his backup gun from his boot and shot Sohu. The bullet collided with her shield of light, fizzled into nothing. Really? Clark asked Dylan angrily. Erica stepped forward. I am Erica Lowry, friend of Aaron Smith Teller. I represent America. I am not afraid of you. Speak, but know that we are Boojum, and even Comet Spawn cannot make us afraid. No. Look, said Mark McCarthy. You can't just make ritual magic happen by saying exciting-sounding things. You have to prepare it. You have to know what you're doing. You can totally make placebomancy happen by saying exciting-sounding things, said Dylan. I say the girl is doing a good job. Keep going. The glowing cloud around Sohu diminished in intensity. I'm not trying to hurt you, she said. But your friend Aaron discovered a name, and it spread through the Kabbalistic link to his friend Anna, and then he realized it must have traveled through another Kabbalistic link to you. It's in your unconscious, waiting until you need it, just like the spectral name was at first. I need to get it. Will you let me into your mind? Don't do it, said Brenda. It's probably some kind of trap. Nah. Knowing Dylan, it's probably some sort of stupid plasbomanic metaphor, said Clark. Probably a Christ myth. Erica's supposed to offer complete surrender, and then she's going to come back more powerful than anyone could have possibly imagined. How is this helping us train for a realistic threat? Brenda continued to protest. Okay, said Erica. I let Sohu access my mind. For a second she stared into the Comet Spawn's eyes. Something invisible passed between them. You're married, said Sohu. To Dylan Alvarez. Do you guys think I should admit it? She asked Clark and Brenda. I say deny everything, said Brenda. Deny it, said Clark. Maybe she'll keep some respect for you. I deny being married to Dylan, Erica told Sohu. But the Comet Spawn had already floated over to Dylan's director chair. Mihantaig Saros atten gahanor. She started. The confounding name. Dylan's eyes glassed over briefly. There, she said. Pretty sure the universe owes me big for that one. And you too. She spoke the same word to Erica. Be glad I don't have time to deal with whatever else is going on here. But I got what I needed. What? Asked Erica. The true vital name, said Sohu, who turned to light and vanished. For a second, all was quiet. Then, that was the most feckin' pointless thing I've ever had to sit through, protested Clark. Just keeping you on your toes, said Dylan. I would say your preparation for a sudden manifestation of comet spawn is a C- at best. Just glad to be done with this mess, said Brenda. Done? My dear Miss Burns, we have not yet begun to fight. Dylan Alvarez sat down on the director's chair again. The assassination of Malia Ngo, take 19. Having previously tested themselves against ball bearings, dogs, jeweled idols, and an immortal quarter archangel 8-year-old girl seeking secret names of God, the intrepid heroes of Boojum stop complaining, drop their grievances against their wise and exceptionally handsome leader, and prepare once again to save the world from the plutocratic tyranny of Unsong. Lights, camera. He pulled the noise machine out from underneath his chair. Yay! There is free memory available into which we can design our programs to increase the trespass of Israel. KingJamesProgramming.tumblr.com, Septi Ember 3, 1999, Magdalena, New Mexico. It could have been that she was pretty once. Now her face was sunken, her head hairless, her arm was hung in a cast, and she looked terribly frail. You're the ritual magician? She asked. But you look so young. 20. And that's apprentice ritual magician to you. Technically, I'm not even allowed to do consultations on my own, and yet, here we are. I asked a friend for the best ritualist in Greater Colorado who was, unencumbered by ethics. Well, like I said, here we are. Yes, that. The young lady wrinkled her nostrils. Typical stuck-up rich girl, he thought to himself, wanting his decidedly black market services, but still holding him in contempt for providing them. What's your name? Lola Rivers. It sounded fake, but he didn't care. Anyone who gave their real name in a business like this was either a fool or else so arrogant as to defy belief. And I'm Dylan Alvarez. Nice to meet you, Miss Rivers. What can I do for you? Not that he didn't know. Head as smooth as an apple, frame that looked like she could stand to gain 40 pounds or so, desperate look in her eyes. And here she was seeking illicit magical help. Cancer, that was what it was. He could see it from a mile away. I want you to teach me to summon demons. Well, that was unexpected. He always liked a change of pace. Which demon exactly are we talking about? Thamiel, the Lord of Demons. Who, boy, lady? You go all the way to the top, or bottom, as the case may be. Look, I'm as unencumbered by ethics as the next guy, but I gotta ask you sure you want to do that? Yes. She looked familiar. Alvarez squinted. If she had a little more flesh on her bones, a bit more hair, then he still wouldn't be able to place her. Damn. I understand a summoning doesn't really bring him here, right? Not in a way where he could destroy anything later, or infiltrate the city. That's mostly true. He took a copy of the Greater Key of Solomon off his shelf. Then a few other grimoires, the Guerilla, the Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage, the Antichrist Cookbook. None were relevant to the issue at hand, but he was a ritualist. He played to an audience. Opening a grimoire was a way of saying, hey, I'm serious about this demonology thing. Demons of that caliber are in Yetzirah or Briah already. For all we know, Thamiel projects into Atziluth. Hell, they say he's a facet of God. When you're at that level, space is just a big game. They'll play by the rules, but a summoning changes those rules a little. You get an aspect. You could think of it as a shade. It's not like Thamiel starts off in Siberia or hell, and then you summon him and he's in Colorado. You allow the parts of him that are everywhere to take on a little more shape. And how dangerous is that? The good news is that technically he has no power except that which you give him. The bad news is that there's a crack in everything. Just like there's no unpickable lock, there's no flawless soul. If you're escalating all the way up to Thamiel himself, there will be holes in you big enough to let him in, and from there he'll do what he wants. But other people, bystanders, they'll be safe? God, no. They'll be safe from Thamiel. They won't be safe from you when he's done with you. I appreciate your candor. At your service, Dylan Alvarez, the West's greatest expert in demonology, demonomy, and demonography. Tell all your friends. She didn't smile. The two-word phrase he would have used was steely resolve. Someone who seemed like she always knew what she was doing. And yet someone thinking about summoning Thamiel. Very curious. Can you give me a ritual that will work? Lady, I can give you 20. The bottleneck to summoning Thamiel isn't that it's difficult. It's that you would have to be a freaking moron to try. He watched for a reaction. She didn't give him one. Look, Miss Rivers, I'm not blind. You've got cancer. People with cancer do some desperate things. So go see the quack who says he can cure you with mushrooms and dried beetle legs. Drink a homeopathic solution or two, but don't summon Thamiel. Again, I appreciate your candor. You've already paid me. I get the same amount either way. Send me the ritual by Monday. I'll give you a P.O. box you can use. In fact, if there are 20, send me extras. In case the first doesn't work, I can pay you more. I'll send you the paperwork. But Miss Rivers, I'm serious. Don't do this. Your health, your life, whatever it is you want from him, it's not worth it. I think it will be, said Miss Rivers. Thank you for your time, Mr. Alvarez. Before he could respond, the lady was gone. Well, that was the least boring thing to happen to me today, said Dylan, and he started copying summoning rituals. He is a devil, may care, so let us make every effort to be considerate of his infernal Highness's feelings attitude. Stephen Koss, September 20th, 1999. Colorado Springs, content warning. Thamiel chapter. Sorry for short chapter. Story will pick up again next week as we move into final arc. Midnight falls in the Garden of the Gods, and Robin West stands alone beneath the cold stars. She draws a circle on the ground, names various angels. Not your better class of angels, but the sort of angels who hang around the seedier parts of heaven and murmur about how they don't want no trouble whenever the gaze of the Almighty falls upon them. She sprinkles the ground with various libations, says some words in some languages that are not so much dead as not talked about in polite company, some more sigils. A tall dark man appears in the circle. A crown of fire is on his head. His facial features are oddly indistinct. No matter how directly she looks at them, she cannot shake the feeling that she is seeing them through her peripheral vision. A woman, he says, young but with sunken face, hairless, too thin, a terminally ill patient driven to summon Thamiel, Lord of Demons, in her desperation. He paused a second for effect. Is what I would say if I were a moron. I am Prince of Lies, Robin West. Don't ever try to deceive me. He stepped out of the magic circle, strode up close to her. These things don't actually bind me, you know. The books of black magic say they do, but nobody ever thinks to ask who wrote the books of black magic. I want to make a deal, whispered Robin. Good, said Thamiel. I like deals, but just so you know, my Batna's killing you, wearing your body like a suit, and slowly poisoning the lives of everyone you have ever loved until they scream for death. You'd do anything to destroy my husband, wouldn't you? If you're going to ask me to sell you my soul, I will have to cut off this conversation right here. No, said Robin. All I'm saying is, if he knew I went into this willingly, it would break his heart. I'm listening, said Thamiel. Then, wait, no, I'm not listening. Too low bandwidth. I'm clawing the information directly out of your mind. He grabbed her head and pulled, not quite hard enough to snap her neck. His hands were scalding hot. Robin screamed. Thamiel didn't let go. Then suddenly he said, interesting, and relaxed his grip. Robin panted in pain and exhaustion. I am contractually required to inform you that you will lose your immortal soul and burn in hell for all eternity. I understand. You really don't, said Thamiel. You really, really don't. He mulled it over for a moment. Then he said, nope, no deal. Robin's shock was palpable. What? Too easy. You're plotting something. How could I be plotting something? By offering you my soul for eternity. I don't trust the Comet King. I don't trust the people who trust the Comet King. And I definitely don't trust the people whom the Comet King trusts. He kicked a foot on the ground, and sparks flew from it. How do I know you're not trying to infiltrate hell? Use some kind of special name once you're in there to bring the whole place crumbling down. The Shem HaMephorash? You know my husband is the only person who can say that without burning up or going mad halfway through? True, true. But something doesn't add up. You don't add up, Robin West. What are you plotting? He grabbed her head again with one hand, wrenched it back, stared into her eyes. Oh, he said. I'm afraid that's not much of a plot. I'm not sure I would call it a plot at all. A hope, a wish, a desperate attempt to deny obvious reality. Robin tried to answer something, but couldn't make herself speak. Thamiel frowned. But still no deal. What? Offer me something else. What else is left to offer? Oh, definitely the right question there. Let's see. I've got your soul. What's left after the soul? Yes, the body. Make love to me, Robin West. She stepped backwards. What? You said it. I would do anything to hurt your husband. I want to grind him down and break his heart and rot his soul. So make love to me. He held out his arms for her, laughing. Fine, she said, but not like that. Show me your true form. The laughter stopped. Really? Really? What would you possibly... So that nobody will ever say I did it because I was deluded. I'll do it, but show me your true form. The tall, dark man began to melt. A misshapen figure too tall with a second head on his shoulders, locked in a perpetual scream. The sound of buzzing flies. Your true form. Any truer and I stop being in space-time. It's this or nothing. Robin started to take off her clothes. The buzz of the flies was louder than anything she had ever heard before. Every tree in the garden wilted at once. The bright rocks turned black. The stars fled to the edges of the sky. Robin West made love to the Lord of Demons. When it was over, in between the waves of pain crashing through her body and the nightmare visions crashing through her head, he whispered, "The day he returns. At sunset." So soon? Can it be later? You have nothing left to bargain with. Sunset. Expect me. And then he disappeared into smoke. She lay there, in the garden of the gods, naked and alone, on the foul, sulphur-scented dead grass, and it was not until morning that she picked herself up and returned to the palace. Thou hast been faithful in a very interesting way. KingJamesProgramming.tumblr.com. Afternoon, May 14th, 2017. Citadel West. It was afternoon and we met together in the command center. Me, Sarah, the 4 Comets pawn. Vihan, the Comet King's uncle, chief of staff and self-proclaimed butler. The black opal throne towered over us, dominating with its emptiness. We were gathered around Tharmas, the nuclear targeting computer. It was big. The 10 towers linked together were almost the size of a trailer, big and gray, dominating their corner of the nerve center. Thermonuclear armament management system was etched into one of them, in the sort of lettering that had looked futuristic in the 1960s. Over the years, other people had scratched other phrases into the bare exterior, until the big metal casing was as graffiti-laden as a high school bathroom wall.
This machine kills fascists, someone had written in big letters near the bottom, added below in a different handwriting, but not selectively. The last tower included a forest of switches and wires and display terminals. Kylius sat at one of them, running tests. Finally, he announced to us that it was ready. Tharmas can run LOL, he said. Or rather, I wrote a half-baked port of LOL that can run on Tharmas. It's not the most efficient thing in the world, but given what we've got, I think brute force was always the plan. He gave the massive metal rectangle in front of him a fond pat. The thing is totally lobotomized. I stayed up all night to prove the code correct. It'll get about a quarter millisecond of thought in before everything except the list of generated names resets itself. This isn't going to be a second... He looked at Sarah awkwardly. It's not going to have a will of its own. Nathanda nodded. Sohu? She asked. My first day of Kabbalistic marriage to Sohu West had been quiet. I'd gotten the impression that after getting the name, she deliberately blocked herself off from my mind, maybe out of a desire not to intrude. If she'd invented Scab Mom, something I still found hard to believe, might she be able to reverse it?
I wondered what sort of spectacular names I would find if I dove into her mind too deeply. For now, that wasn't something I wanted to think about. Thanks to some unorthodox tactics, we've pieced the vital name back together, she said. Is everybody ready? Jinxiang was holding a very big weapon, maybe a rocket launcher, eyeing Tharmas suspiciously. Not taking any chances, I guessed. She tightened her grip. I'm ready, she said. Vihan looked like he hadn't slept for a while. In contrast to Nathanda's simple white dress, Jinxiang's more combat-ready style, and the haphazard appearance of the rest of us, he was dressed immaculately, as if ceremonially recognizing the importance of the occasion. I'm ready, he said. I didn't know if anyone cared whether Sarah and I were ready, but I squeezed her hand and said, We're ready too. Sohu stood in front of the supercomputer and started to sing. She began, Ros ale kafilutin mirakoi kalanimi, Tshina kai f sander galisto tahuin. Kalia stared at the terminal. As soon as the process started, Tharmas would be generating names every few seconds. Meh, 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 meh. Nothing looked different except Sohu's eyes, which glassed over for a split second. For a moment we all just stood there, silently. Then a gong sounded. Our first name, said Kylius. Let's see if... Then another gong, then another, then a fourth. Then Uncle Vihan ran towards the computer as fast as he could. Kylius, get away! He shouted. What the? Asked Kylius, but Vihan grabbed him and threw him aside as the old man pulled on something hidden in his suit jacket and exploded, and then everything was light and heat and pain. The overt meaning of butler is a highly skilled servant. The Kabbalistic meaning of butler is one who destroys intelligent machines. This reading we derive from Samuel Butler, a Victorian author who in 1863 published Darwin Among the Machines. He wrote that just as Darwin had recently found humans to be evolving by natural selection, so machines might be evolving by artificial selection, becoming more and more powerful until eventually they would replace humans as the dominant life form. He ended by suggesting that war to the death should be instantly proclaimed against them. Every machine of every sort should be destroyed by the well-wisher of his species. Let there be no exceptions made, no quarter shown.
Let us at once go back to the primeval condition of the race. And we derive it also from Frank Butler, a friend of Frank Herbert's, who protested a freeway meant to help industrialize Seattle. Herbert was so impressed by Butler's anti-technology activism that he included in his Dune series an anti-robot crusade called the Butlerian Jihad, in which mankind rises up against robots and destroys them all. A jihad is a struggle waged in accordance with the will of God.
And the Butlerian Jihad certainly qualifies. For God says, Joshua 8:1, Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. Take the whole army with you and go up and attack AI. Thus the Butlerian Jihad. This, then, is the Kabbalistic meaning of butler, one who destroys intelligent machines. The obvious derivation is English stories about robot butlers and the like. But if I'd been a little less shocked by the explosion, I might have moved past that and posited a Hebrew origin coming from Batteller. Aaron! Aaron, are you all right? I opened my eyes. Sohu was standing over me, shaking me awake. I said something like, Aaron, how many fingers am I holding up? What's 2 plus 2? I drew myself together, got all the lobes of my brain online. 4. What do an apple and orange have in common? They both foretell leaves falling. Sohu stared at me quizzically for a second. Jinxiang was the first to get it. She groaned, then said, He's fine, Sohu. No personality change, at least. I picked myself up and looked around. There was almost nothing left of the Comet King's Uncle Vihan. Only a few shreds of what must have been his clothing, and blood everywhere. As for Tharmas, 7 of the 10 towers were smoking ruins. The other 3 were heavily scarred. North American airspace had gone black. Kylius had been hit the worst of any of us, but he was standing, sort of, with assistance. His white hair had been blackened by the blast, and his face was wrecked. I was pretty sure what he got would have killed a human, which of course he wasn't. He rubbed an eye with a hand that had been burnt to the bone, tried to get his blood-soaked hair out of it so he could see. The room was full of guards and soldiers. Jinxiang was talking to them. She had set down the rocket launcher and was now holding the magic sword Sai. Nathanda was standing next to Kylius, trying to get him to sit down. I tried to stand up and almost fell before Sohu caught me and helped me to my feet. Kaelius! Nathanda was saying. You moron! You've got to get a doctor. Got to fix Tharmas, he was saying. General Bromus had come in with even more soldiers. What's going on? He demanded. Vihan, said Jinxiang, who I think was the first to fully piece the situation together. We were trying a very important new piece of technology. Vihan knew about it. He must have filled his jacket with explosives and blown himself up to stop it. Bromus turned pale. Why would Vihan do that? I don't know, Jinxiang protested. I don't think the tears in her eyes were from the explosion. Vihan had been her great-uncle, had helped raise her and her brothers and sisters when the Comet King and their stepmother had been too busy with matters of state. He must have been working for someone else. He knew this would happen today. He would have had time to contact them, and she looked too horrified to continue. He only blew himself up, Kaelius added, when the computer started producing names. Like he was hoping he wouldn't have to, but once he learned we were going to succeed. It was hard to follow Kaelius's words. I still couldn't believe he was alive and talking. Don't look at his face, I told myself, but I looked anyway and almost gagged. Bromus, said Nathanda, I need you and your people to do a full check on Vihan. Every communication he's made since Father's death, all his activities. Don't worry about warrants for now. Ellis's too, if you still have them. The two of them were always close. If the other king has a network of spies here, we've got to catch them before they can do any more damage. While she was talking, Kaelius had already limped over to the remnants of Tharmas and opened the cases, started fiddling with the circuits and connections. Massively parallel, he said. I can get it running again, not at capacity, but still a lot of brute force. Kaelius, ordered Nathanda, you go to the medical center, right now. You don't understand, her brother said feverishly, connecting wire to wire. This is Tharmas. It was Father's computer. But it's more than that. This is the Watchers in the darkness. This is what guards North America, keeps it safe. Without this, anybody could... Oh, God, said Nathanda. Kale, you're hurt. You're delusional. Sohu, get a hold of him and bring him to the medical center, please. Sohu took a step toward Kaelius just as he plugged one cable into another, and Citadel West turned into a maelstrom of frantic light and noise. For a second, I thought there had been another explosion, but the sensory overload resolved itself into the most powerful alarm I had ever heard. An alarm suitable for... North American airspace flickered back on the screen, but the familiar image was blemished. A flashing red dot appeared near Las Vegas. What was left of Tharmas groaned and refreshed the display. The dot moved very slightly east. Somebody shut off the screech of the alarms, and everyone spoke at once. Other King launched a nuclear missile. I told you repairing Tharmas was top priority. But nobody launches nukes. What about mutually assured destruction? Can't shoot it down. Tharmas' strategic defense functions aren't online. Might be too late anyway. Kabbalistic missile, armed with the wrathful name, could destroy half a state. Vihan's fault! He must have told the other king that... Do remember that we're in the most secure anti-nuclear bunker ever built, right? Vihan would never do such a... I didn't know how far General Bromus had made it out of the command center, but now he was back. Your Highnesses, he said. I've ordered all the citizens of Colorado Springs to take shelter. Other cities to follow just in case. ETA 5 minutes. We have about 30 ICKMs in the capital and a dozen more up near Boulder. What are your orders regarding retaliation? I will give Nathanda this. I didn't even see her flinch. No, not yet. We don't know enough. Fuck yes, objected Jinxiang. If the other king wants mutually assured destruction, we'll give him mutually assured destruction. As far as I could tell, all the Comet Spawn had already reasoned that Vihan was a traitor, that he'd radioed the other king and told him what was going on, and that the other king had realized we were about to break through to near omnipotence. He'd panicked and ordered Vihan to blow up the computer to buy him time and disable the Comet King's missile shield, and he must have had a hell of a lot of leverage because Vihan had done it. Now he was going to nuke us to remove the threat entirely. Except that, as everyone had already mentioned, we were in a nuclear-proof bunker. None of this made any sense. Have I mentioned we are in a nuclear-proof bunker? Shouted Sohu. Something is wrong. We don't understand this. We've got to think. Sarah's face was emotionless, as it had been ever since we came in. I wondered if the radiation blast from a detonation right on top of us would wipe her memory even if the Citadel stayed safe. I squeezed her hand. She didn't respond. Kylius! Nathanda suddenly decided. How quickly can you get Tharmas-producing names again? If we can get some good ones before the nuke hits, maybe... Working on it, said Kylius. There was a lot of damage to the parts that had lull. I've got to reinstall parts of this from scratch. It'll take minutes, not hours. I don't think we have minutes, said Brahmas, looking at the big map. A man in uniform came in, handed him a message. And, he announced, the other king has left his pyramid again. He's heading for the passes. Fast. All the Great Basin armies are mobilizing. They're going to try to break through. Interrupted Sohu, pointing at the map. It was subtle, but we all saw it. It hadn't been obvious a moment ago when the missile had just left Las Vegas. But now that it had gone further, it was beyond doubt. The other king's missile was not headed toward Colorado Springs. So when the last and dreadful hour, this crumbling pageant shall devour, the trumpet shall be heard on high, the dead shall live, the living die, and music shall untune the sky. John Dryden. Afternoon, May 14th, 2017. Gulf of Mexico, blue sky and fair winds like every day in the eye of a hurricane. Multicolored symbols circled and sparkled round, invisible celestial machinery kept up its steady pulse. Uriel turned his gaze east. In Cuba, a farmer's only goat had just had a kid. Uriel's threat assessment algorithm placed him at 2.9% risk of boiling the kid in its mother's milk within the next week. Years ago, he would have smitten the farmer just in case, and never worried about it again. Sohu had put an end to that. Now he tweaked the parameters of his algorithm, told it to alert him if the probability increased further, and moved along. He turned his gaze north. In New Jersey, there was a red wheelbarrow glazed with rainwater beside some white chickens. For some reason, if anyone touched or moved it, then the whole southern hemisphere crashed. He had spent eons of subjective time trying to figure out the problem and finally given up. Now he just monitored the wheelbarrow carefully, ready to smite anyone who came too close. His monitoring program told him that the nearest human was a child at play, 30 meters away, just outside the perimeter of the danger zone. Something was gnawing at the corner of the Archangel's mind, trying to grab his attention, but there was too much work to let himself get distracted. He confirmed the child's trajectory and moved along. He turned his gaze west. In Los Angeles, the angel Gadiriel had finished removing the overgrown vines and tribal masks from her palace and replaced them with whiskey bottles and steerheads. She looked in the mirror as she tried on a vintage cowboy hat. "Looking good, partner," she told herself in a perfect Texas accent. Diagnostics confirmed that the machinery continued to limit her power at the same rate as all the other angelic and semi-angelic beings. He confirmed that the laws of physics remained mostly intact in her presence and moved along. Before he could turn his gaze south, he felt it. Something was happening. A pulse from Gavura, harshness, destruction. A pulse from Yesod, mechanism, nature, balance. Uriel reached out and felt the tree, teased the Sephiro back into balance. He was among them and he was of them. He partook of them and he maintained them. They were his children, and they would be safe in his care. He opened his eyes. A missile pierced the cloud wall of the hurricane. "A message," he said, intrigued. "Somebody wants to talk to me. I hope it is from a friend." He caught it in his outstretched hand. The message was very small. He held it right up to his eyes so he could see it clearly. The message was, "Sorry." Then there was fire, and hurricane and archangel and machinery alike disintegrated into nothingness before the awesome power of the wrathful name of God. These be the words which the Lord did there confound the language of electrical systems. KingJamesProgramming.tumblr.com. Afternoon, May 14th, 2017. New York City Stefan had the most useless job at the entire United Nations, which was saying something. He and Ben stood outside of the door of a UN office building all day, checked everybody's badges, and denied them entry if their badges were wrong. They never were. A man separated from the stream of pedestrian traffic and walked up to Ben. "Excuse me," he said in a heavy Spanish accent. "I am from the El Mexico. I no can able to poder read English de bueno. You to read directions for me, please? Por favor?" Ben gave a heavy sigh and took the paper from the man. "It says to take the bus from Times Square to an Indian restaurant called Raja Hora." Ben burst into flames, then fell over dead. "Moron," said the man without a trace of an accent. Stefan's hand flew to the gun he kept on his waist, but before he could reach it, somebody grabbed him from behind and sliced his throat. "Nice work," said Dylan. Madegbuena grinned disconcertingly. "The rest of you hanging in there okay?" 4 people who couldn't speak without breaking their spell of invisibility awkwardly resisted nodding. "Right," said Dylan. "I'm at the front. Erica's at the back, because I can talk to her mentally and so we can communicate and steer you people together. No talking until we're in front of No's office. Let's roll." He groped around until he found the harness linking the 6 of them, then spoke the spectral name and disappeared. They made it through the atrium, up a staircase, and about 10 paces into the second-floor corridor when the lights all went out at once. There were no windows. The building was pitch black. For a second, they all just stood there. "What now, boss?" Clark finally asked. "I thought I told you to shut your mouth and stay invisible. Not like anyone can see us now." "It's the principle of the thing. Anyway, I have a flashlight in my pocket. 1 second. There." It remained pitch black. "Okay, the guy who sold me this flashlight is super dead." "Dylan," said Mark. "My watch isn't working. It usually has a light function." "Okay," said Dylan. "So the world has been plunged into eternal darkness." "Wait," said McCarthy. "You were going to bring a radio, right? To listen in on the police? Turn it on." Alvarez took a little ham radio out of his pocket and turned it on. Nothing. "Electricity's not working," said Mark. "Maybe no technology is—" "What's going on?" It wasn't any of their voices. Some sort of UN employee? A janitor? "Ah," said Dylan. "We're the maintenance crew. There's been some kind of big electrical failure. We'll be taking care of it. But until we do, I want everybody to stay in their offices. We should have power back within the hour." He spoke confidently. For some reason, Erica felt reassured, even though she knew he was lying. A door closed shut. The employee seemed reassured also. "Dylan," said Clark, "fire your gun, straight down. Somewhere it won't hit anything. Why? Just do it." There was a conspicuous absence of gunshot. "Oh, for the love of God," said Dylan. "I try to do one good assassination, and it has to be on the day guns stop working. This is ridiculous, and I want to speak to a manager." Mark's voice clear and strong, 9 syllables, the luminous name. What would normally have been a pale sphere of light appeared as a brilliant ball of crackling fire. Dylan looked at it lovingly, like an old friend. Very gradually, his face twisted into a smile. "This was you guys during the dress rehearsal," he said, and changed his voice to a feminine whine. "Ooh, Sohu West appearing in the middle of our mission. That's stupid. Ooh, you're making us prepare for too many outlandish things that will never happen. Well," he changed back to his regular voice. "Here we are. Electricity's stopped working. Guns have stopped working. And your instincts are perfect. Mark me, compadre, you are exactly correct. We switch tactics. We use the names. Unsong has imprisoned the names for too long, and so today the names will take their revenge on Unsong. God hath delivered them into our hands." Alvarez's radio crackled to life, at first wordlessly, and then in the clear accents of a news broadcaster. "I've just been told radio has been restored. If you're hearing this, radio has been restored. According to our sources, the other king has destroyed the Archangel Uriel with a Kabbalistic missile, causing all technology to stop working worldwide. Except radio, which has somehow been restored. If radio continues to function, we will try to keep you updated as more comes in." Dylan shut off the radio. "Holy Mother of God," said Clark. "I'm not a Bible-reading man, but I am almost positive it's bad news to nuke an Archangel." "We are Boojum," said Dylan. "For us, chaos is never bad news. Let's find Malia. Mark, luminous name, everyone else. Back to being invisible." Lit by the fireball hovering above Mark's invisible forehead, they made their way down a long UN corridor until they came to a door marked Director, Unsong. Dylan flung it open as hard as he could. Malia Ngo sat at her desk. A bare desk, just a few sheets of paper, and a metal nameplate reading Malia Ngo, Director General. She was dressed in a dark red pantsuit and her trademark pearl necklace. She had paperwork in front of her, but didn't seem to be working on it. She seemed to be waiting. Behind her was a window. The sky seemed unnaturally dark for this hour of the afternoon, and flames peeked out of some of the skyscrapers. 6 assassins uncoupled their harness. Before Dylan could give any kind of a monologue, Erica pushed her way forward, broke her invisibility, and spoke. "We are the singers. I am Unsong," said Malia. "We have come to free the thousand names of God. Give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet." "You can't," said Erica. But before she could finish her sentence, Ngo wheeled around in her chair just in time to face Madagabuena, who had appeared behind her with a knife. She deftly seized the weapon, then stabbed him in the throat. He fell to the ground. A sword of dark fire appeared in Ngo's hands. "That's it," said Dylan Alvarez, breaking his invisibility. "I challenge you to a place-bomantic duel." We find that the pattern unifies with the conclusion of the rule which God hath spoken in his holiness. King James, programming.tumblr.com. Afternoon, May 14th, 2017, New York City. Brenda Burns spoke the fulminant name and shot a lightning bolt at Malia Ngo. It missed by a fraction of an inch and lit her desk on fire. Clark Deus had been in the process of lunging over the desk to get at Malia. His grunted as his shirt caught fire and started hitting himself against the wall, trying to put it out. "I challenge you to a place-bomantic duel," Dylan repeated, and everyone continued to ignore him. Mark McCarthy was doing something with his hands and his staff. Malia Ngo sliced at him with the fiery sword she had summoned, and the sword seemed to dull and fizzle. She cursed, then spoke the incendiary name. It missed Mark. Another corner of the office went up in flames. "I challenge you to a place-bomantic duel," said Dylan again. Brenda and Malia turned to face each other. Clark Deus looked like he would have face-palmed if he hadn't been on fire. Erica was saying something, but tripped over a syllable and cursed. Clark grabbed a branch from the potted plant, tried to club Malia. Malia spoke the incendiary name again. It hit home, and Brenda Burns went up in a conflagration of nominative determinism. "I challenge you to a place-bomantic duel," Dylan kept trying to say, over the din. Clark finally scored a direct hit on Malia's skull, but it only seemed to make her angry. Erica spoke the Tempestus name, which was a terrible idea. Everything stopped for a few brief seconds as the wind flung fire and paper that was on fire around the room. The window shattered, and Malia caught herself just in time to avoid being flung out of it. "Achal!" said Dylan, as a burning piece of paper almost flew into his mouth. Mark and Malia spoke names at each other at the same time. The fulminant name hit Malia, seemed to half knock her out. The kinetic name hit Mark and flung him out the shattered window. Dylan stared for a second, his mouth open in horror. "Motherfucker!" yelled Dylan Alvarez. "You killed Mark! He was my friend from college, compadre para siempre!" A pause in the darkness. "He was part of my narrative!" Another pause. "That's it, motherfucker! I challenge you to a place-bomantic duel!" He rushed at Malia, tried to hit her with his Bujumwood staff. At the last second, she raised her sword of fire, held him off. Clark was stuck on the wrong side of the burning desk. He made a valiant effort to climb over it, shoving the metal nameplate and more forms into the flames, while speaking the extinguishing name. Malia saw him coming, looked like she was analyzing the situation. Then she asked, "What is a place-bomantic duel?" Dylan turned to Clark, held up his hand. Clark made it to the near side of the desk, but stopped coming closer. "Many people mistakenly believe," said Dylan, who had suddenly regained his composure and was now speaking in a professorial tone, "that the race is to the swift, or the battle to the strong. This is false. The world has its own peculiar narrative logic that determines the course of a fight far more surely than skill ever could. Placebomancers are those who embrace this. A placepomantic duel is two masters casting off pretense and using the narrative against each other directly. This is where you give a speech about your childhood in Mexico. Erica could tell Malia was buying time, and she could tell that Dylan could tell this too, and she could tell that he was letting her do it. "You know," said Dylan, "those speeches, Mark used to tease me about them too. May God have mercy on his soul, but—" He opened his eyes unnaturally wide, as if willing them to produce tears. Eventually they did. One fell down his cheek. I was telling them for him. He waited to see if someone would say, for him. Malia and Clark just stared at him. Finally, Erica said, "For him?" Poor Mark, such a guy. But in the end, he didn't have the fire, so I went overboard. I started telling him about how I was tortured as a child in Baja, about how my whole village was destroyed, about how they killed my father and made me watch. I wanted to get to him, and I never could. He leaned on his staff, let out a sigh. "If you have to know, I was born in a nice suburb of San Diego. My father was a Mexican-American businessman. My mother was a school teacher. My childhood was happy. I was prom king of my high school." He struck the floor with his staff. "Prom king, and this is the point where I'm supposed to tell you the one day it all went wrong. But there wasn't one. I kept being secure and happy while everything else burned around me. That was the part I could never accept. Knowing that I was on an island of comfort in the middle of—" He gestured to the city outside, which was starting to burn in earnest now. There were times I wished I could be like Mark. Wished that I could just shrug off all the injustice of the world and be like— He half sat, half slid into Ngo's desk chair, placed her coffee mug theatrically in front of him, and announced in the middle of the encroaching flames, "This is fine." He stood back up and started pacing across the increasingly limited, not-on-fire part of the room. If I'd gotten bullied in school or had one lousy relative die of cancer, I think it would have been bearable. I'd be stuck in the mud along with everyone else. But I didn't. Barely so much as a stubbed toe. An entire world devouring the weak in the ugliest ways imaginable. And it didn't even have that courtesy to take the tiniest bite out of me to let me discharge my survivor's guilt by ritually identifying with them. So of course, I had to become a terrorist. The Comet King once said that he could hear the voices of everyone in hell calling out to him. Then he admitted he couldn't. Said he lied because it was the only way it would make sense to them. I lied for the same reason he did, to try and make it make sense. You know, I think I would have made a good Comet King. He paused for a second, as if admiring the accuracy of what he had just told her. All my life, I wanted to do better than just accept the privilege I was born into. And all my life, I needed to convince people that the world was on fire all around them. Well, now it's the apocalypse, and I couldn't be happier. And before I walk into the flames with a giant grin on my face, I'm going to kill the figurehead of the old order, misfollow the rules, and ignore the human cost herself. So, come on, give me your best shot. I also have a story, said Malia. I was born in hell to Robin West, the Comet King's dead wife, and Thamiel, the Lord of Demons. She paused to see if anyone would challenge her. No one did. My first memories were much like this. Black smoke-filled skies and a world on fire. The first sounds I heard were the cries of my mother being hacked to pieces without dying. My father, I think, ignored me. He has many children, and if they survive and stay sane, they become the minor nobility of hell. We are drawn to evil, Dylan. It is a fascination to us, me and all my part-demon kin. I felt the draw every moment of my life since the beginning, but I also felt something different. I stayed with my mother, tried to console her. I talked to her and tried to learn from her, and she taught me things about the upper world in between her screams. She told me about the Comet King, who claimed to be able to hear the voices of the damned from thousands of miles away when I was half deaf to them even within earshot. And maybe it was the little part in me that was human. But there was something I was able to respect in that. Some part of me that didn't have feelings but was able to model what they might be like. So when I turned a year old, I left Hell and went into the world trying to trace his path. I wanted to do good, but my birthright was evil. It was my only talent, and then I found Unsong. It was beautiful, as if it had been made just for me. Maybe it had been. Who knows what the Comet King could or couldn't see? Out of a campaign to conceal the light of God on earth, to persecute the desperate and poor, come gifts 100-fold more potent, power strong enough to hold back hell and give humanity a fighting chance. But it was a wreck. The Comet King's successors were weak, too merciful to use his weapons to their full potential. My only talent is evil. But sometimes that's enough. With the help of a family member in high places, I rose through the ranks and became Director General, tried to give Unsong the best chance I could. Now Uriel has fallen, the lights have gone out, and all the world has to save itself with are the names I've fought to give them. She coughed. The air was thick with smoke now. Clark was tensed like a predator. Erica was in the far corner, hunched to the floor. My part is over now. I find myself wondering if my mother will be proud of me. I'll meet her again soon enough. There is no reason I should not let you have your grand exit. Except, as I said, I am evil. And I am vindictive, and I find that of everyone I have worked with, and all the sob stories I have heard, yours makes me the most annoyed. I was born to do evil. I made peace with my nature and tried to save the world. You had every opportunity to do good, and you squandered it in childish games. I find I cannot forgive you. Well, said Dylan, that is quite the... Before he could finish his sentence, Clark attacked. Malia spoke a name, a new name Erica had never heard before, and Clark exploded into a shower of glass. Then she wheeled around to Dylan, attacked him with her flaming sword just as he attacked her with his Boojumwood staff. Somehow, inexplicably, the staff missed Malia entirely. The flaming sword cut straight through Dylan's neck and severed his head. Malia let out something resembling a sigh. "Wait," said Erica from the far corner of the office. Malia frowned at her. "My name is Erica Lowry," said Erica, advancing toward her. The fire seemed to frame her face, as if the place Beaumency had settled into her, using her as a vessel. "And I think you're wrong. I don't care if you were trying to do good or not. I think it's not up to you to decide who does or doesn't get the light of God. I think that they enslave their children's children who make compromise with sin. And I don't have any cool origin story. I don't have any deep personal conflicts, but I have something better. I have your true name. Do you hear me? I have your true name." "Malia Ungo is my true name," said Malia, confused. Erica lunged forward and thrust the molten metal nameplate through Malia Ngo's throat as the flames closed around them both. "There is a new author's note up here?" "It's coming to America first, the cradle of the best and of the worst. It's here they got the range and the machinery for change, and it's here they got the spiritual thirst." Leonard Cohen, afternoon, May 14th, 2017, New York City, Genesis 11:4. "And they said, 'Come, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.' And the Lord waxed wroth, and he cursed them with a confusion of tongues, turned them into the 72 nations, and scattered them around the world. Somehow, after thousands of years, the 72 nations came together again. Like streams joining into a mighty river, they all flowed together into the same spot. 'Come, let us build us a city, and a tower whose top may reach unto heaven.' And when the Lord came to confound their speech a second time, he found that it was already confounded. English speakers and Yiddish speakers and Spanish speakers and Mohawk speakers, and people who were bilingual in English and Gaelic, and people who only knew Haitian Creole, and people who spoke weird degenerate versions of Portuguese intermixed with extinct aboriginal tongues, and God only knows what else. And all of them were working to build the towers together, communicating through a combination of yelling and frantic hand gestures. And the Lord said, 'Whatever,' and he let it pass. Thus rose New York. The Not a Metaphor rode its unearthly winds into the harbor before lowering its sails, slowing down, and docking at the New York passenger ship terminal on the west side. 'I hope they found us a priest and a placebomancer,' said James, 'because we're on a deadline.' He marched onto shore, promising to be back with the 2 new crew members in a few minutes. Anna just stared, examined the fantastic sights around her, compared it to the photographs and movies she had seen in her youth. The most striking difference was the absence of the city's various bridges, casualties of the war against Thamiel. In their place stood great pillars, with the sea-parting name maintaining corridors of dry land between each borough, across which cars drove in defiance of the walls of water ready to crash down on them, the works of Robert Moses, supplanted by those of regular Moses. There were a few new fortresses, and the batteries in Battery Park were no longer of historical interest only. A memorial to the Lubavitcher Rebbe dominated the Brooklyn skyline, and then there was the Statue of Liberty. It was back on its pedestal, and it still lifted its lamp beside the Golden Door. There's some interesting Kabbalah here. New York Harbor is the Golden Door. San Francisco Harbor is the Golden Gate. Nothing is ever a coincidence. What's going on? There's another Golden Gate, this one in Jerusalem, just east of the Temple Mount. According to the prophet Ezekiel, it is the gate through which God and the Messiah will enter the city. Then he brought me back the way of the gate of the outward sanctuary, which looketh toward the east. And it was shut. Then said the Lord unto me, This gate shall be shut, it shall not be opened, and no man shall enter in by it. Because the Lord, the God of Israel, hath entered in by it, therefore it shall be shut. It is for the prince. The prince, he shall sit in it to eat bread before the Lord. He shall enter by the way of the porch of that gate, and shall go out by the way of the same. The Ottoman Turks, ever pragmatic, decided that if God and the Messiah entered Jerusalem, it would probably cause the Jews to revolt or something, so they bricked up the Golden Gate. You might think this is stupid, but I point out that the Messiah did not, in fact, come and overthrow the Ottoman Turks. Don't argue with success. But where were we? Oh, right. Ezekiel said no one could enter through the Golden Gate, because it was only for God and the Messiah. A gate good enough for God and the Messiah is a gate way too cool to let the hoi polloi into. But Emma Lazarus's Golden Door is the opposite. Keep ancient lands, your storied pomp, cries she with silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. To explain the contradiction, we turn to Matthew 25:40. Truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. In Jerusalem, no one may enter the Golden Gate because it is reserved for God. In America, everyone may enter the Golden Door, and the poor most of all, because whatsoever is done to the least of the people is done unto God. Have I mentioned that the name Emma Lazarus combines the Germanic Emma, meaning universal, with the biblical Lazarus, the symbol of salvation? Emma Lazarus means universal salvation, the faith that God will help everyone, even the tired and poor, even the wretched refuse. Send them, he says, your homeless, your tempest-tossed, to me. And as Anna beheld the Statue of Liberty flanked by Ellis Island, like Moshiach flanked by Elijah, she realized why it had all had to happen here. The Comet King, the Messianic Kingdom, the Final Crusade, why all of the prophecies scheduled for Israel had been transplanted to this strange land across the sea. The overt meaning of U.S. is untied states. The Kabbalistic meaning of U.S. is universal salvation. The buzz of the city was palpable, so much so that Anna noticed instantly when it all stopped. The cars slowed to a halt, the neon signs went dim, the animated billboards turned off. A siren briefly started to wail, then went quiet. Huh? She thought to herself. Must be a blackout. Then Amaxiel screamed and clutched his head and screamed again. They ran over, but he had shot 10 feet into the air and was out of reach. Whoa, 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 unto the earth, he cried before crashing back onto the deck. He was out cold for a second, then suddenly snapped back to wakefulness with a frantic look in his eyes. Woe, woe! Woe to the great city, the mighty city! For in 1 hour has thy judgment come. Uriel is dead. The machinery of heaven is broken. He fell in a heap on the deck. Several things seemed to happen at once. Simeon Azor came above decks. The captain followed just behind him. He shouted something incomprehensible, then stepped to the edge of the ship just in time to almost run into James, who was returning with a man in a black robe. Father O'Connor, said James, our priest, the place bowmancer is missing. I'm going to try to find a replacement. Give me 10 minutes. We don't have 10 minutes, roared the captain. The city of New York may not have 10 minutes. How are you going to find a place bowmancer in 10 minutes? Captain, said James, unflappable, if a place bowmancer is looking for work, and he's any good at all, he'll find us. The giant man looked at the eastern horizon. Then he looked at the city, which was already starting to flicker with flame. Then he looked at the sky, which seemed to be getting darker by the moment. 10 minutes, he said, his face unreadable behind his dark glasses. If you're not back, we leave without you. Anna, said Simeon, who had just come back up carrying a bag of luggage. He shook her hand. I'm leaving. What? Why? God's boat is going to show up in less than 2 hours. Why would you— I gambled and I lost, he said. When you told me the crew was stonewalling you about the captain, I thought I'd take things into my own hands. My ticket's only good till the end of the pursuit tonight. And I can't very well interrupt the captain after God's boat appears. So I tried it as we went into the harbor. I knocked on his door. I went into his cabin. I told him I knew he was the Comet King. Told him Uriel's machine was falling apart and the world needed him. And like I was a damn prophet, the machine chose that moment to shatter. And I said, if he didn't take back the throne right now, we were all going to die. And you know what he told me? He just told me that the one rule of this ship was not to bother the captain in his quarters, and I'd broken it, and I'd forfeited my ticket and had to get off immediately. No, I'll find him. I'll tell him to change his mind. He needs me. He'll listen to me. Anna. Simeon put a hand on her shoulder. Better idea. Come with me. I've got a friend in New York. Guy at Goldman Sachs who thinks the same way I do. He's got a bunker here. I'm welcome in it. I'm heading there now. You don't get how bad this is. Think of Uriel as the sun. Now the sun's gone out and the nighttime started. There are night creatures out there who are about to wake up. You've studied the Kabbalah, too, you know this. Only way to survive is to hide under a rock somewhere. You're welcome to come. What? Why? Because I like you. Your heart's in the right place, even though your common sense could use a tune-up. He smiled. I don't want anyone to say Simeon Azor left a friend in danger. What about all the other people you're leaving in danger? She gestured at all the skyscrapers. Smoke was starting to rise from the tallest towers. Same as with the spaceships, said Simeon. Wanted to save everybody. Tried. Didn't work. Not going to stand right in front of the avalanche as a matter of principle just because other people don't have shelters. We could still save everybody, said Anna. There has to be a way. There wasn't for Noah, said Simeon. If he told God he wasn't going to get in that ark until God guaranteed the safety of all of the arkless masses, the floods would have come anyway and we'd be unpopulated and animalless. God told Noah that the right thing to do was to get in the damn ark, and Noah listened. Do you want to be more virtuous than God? Anna thought for a second. I'm not God, she said. I'm American. Universal salvation or bust. You said you studied theodicy. Has that ever worked? I don't know, said Anna. Maybe if we find God off Fire Island, I'll ask him. On a whim, she kissed Simeon on the cheek. Good luck, she said. Tell all your rich friends I think they're terrible. Simeon Azor of countenance raised an eyebrow. Good luck, Anna. Tell God the same. Then he strode off the boat with the hurried step of a businessman who always has somewhere to be. A minute later, back came James, half dragging a figure who looked like he'd seen better days. His clothes were torn, his hair was singed, his face was covered with blood. He limped onto the ship with some help. Who is that? Asked Tomas, who had come to welcome them aboard. I told you it would work, said James. This guy fell on top of me. Literally fell on top of me. Out of a window. Gentlemen, meet our new plaspomancer. I prefer the term ritual magician, said Mark McCarthy. Everybody knows that the boat is leaking. Everybody knows that the captain lied. Leonard Cohen. Evening, May 14th, 2017. Fire Island 1. Only a few minutes before sunset now. The sea blazed orange. Fire Island rose as a dark line to the north. James, said Anna, we need to talk. The first mate glanced toward the east, where the calculations said God's boat would soon appear. I'll be quick, she said. It's about the captain. No, said James. I'm sorry, I promise I'll be quick, but it's the end of the world, James. Please just hear me out. Simeon thought the captain was the Comet King. He'd gathered all this evidence. John was— Tomas, James called. Keep a lookout. He checked his watch, then turned to Anna. We have 11 minutes before all of this starts in earnest, he said, and in that time, I'm going to take you down to the cabin where we can talk properly and we're going to have a discussion about this. He motioned Anna down the ladder. Then, listen. Most of the rich bozos who sign on here want to find God for one or another boneheaded reason, but the rest, a fifth, maybe a tenth, want to find the Comet King. Every single one of them eventually shouts at the captain and gives a stirring speech about how he needs to reclaim his throne and lead the nation. The captain listens patiently, then orders them sent off the ship. This happens 4, 5 times a year. If the captain is the Comet King, and I don't have the slightest interest in knowing whether that's true, then it is always a safe bet that the Comet King knows what he's doing. He has not one stirring speech, and a reminder of his dead wife away from reclaiming all he has lost. He's here for a reason. Simeon didn't respect that, so he's out. If you don't respect it, you're out too, no matter how good you are with wins. Do you understand? But no buts. If you can fathom the mind of the Comet King, you can talk to him as an equal. Until then, Anna sighed. The world's falling apart, she said. He's got to do something. James glanced at his watch. It's time, Anna. They climbed back upstairs into the last light of the setting sun. At the very moment it dipped below the horizon, Amoxiel cried, "Sail ho!" And they all turned their heads east to where a solitary purple light shone against the dimming gray sky. "That's it!" James shouted. "Let's go!" 2. The red sail flapped in the wind. Mark McCarthy traced pentagrams on the orange. Anna spoke the Zephyr name, called the winds to the yellow. Tomas sang to the green. Father O'Connor prayed before the blue. Amoxiel drank a flask of holy water, and the violet sail opened. "Once more to give pursuit upon the sea," he said joyfully. The black sail stood silent and alone. Anna tried not to look at it. Not a metaphor shot east like a bullet, like a rocket, like a comet. The sea became glassy and weird. The cracks in the sky seemed to glow with new vigor. Strange scents wafted in on the rushing winds. Aaron Hope stood alone on the bow of the ship. Crane was dead. Azor had forfeited his ticket. She was the only passenger left. She stared into the distance at the purple light that she hoped would mean her salvation. The light of God. Then she retched off the front of the boat. Faster and faster went. Not a metaphor. The wind became almost unbearable, then stopped entirely as they crossed some magical threshold. The ship shook like a plastic bag in a hurricane. Anna wondered if the autopilot driving them on had thoughts, and if so, what it was thinking right now. But still the light of God grew dimmer and further away. "This is bullshit," said Father O'Connor, who kept praying in between expletives. Anna wondered exactly what kind of a priest he was. Apparently the type who would agree to join an expedition to hunt down God if they paid him enough. Probably not Pope material. "This is the usual," said James. He'd been through it all before. Sure, this was a special run. They had Anna and the yellow sail for the first time. The autopilot was steering, so James could stand outside and help coordinate the symphony. And the fall of Uriel's machine was a wild card. But in the end, James had chased and failed to catch the sacred ship a few dozen times. He expected this to be another such failure, and it bothered him not at all. Aaron Hope left the bow, walked over to the green sail. She was still shaking a little bit. Anna was half surprised she hadn't gotten off in New York to pick up some heroin. But who knew? Maybe she really believed. "You say this runs on song?" she asked Thomas. The Mexican nodded. Then Aaron sang. There was something shocking about her voice. Her face was lined with premature wrinkles. Her arms were lined with track marks. She looked like some ancient witch who'd been buried 1,000 years. But when she sang, it was with the voice of America's pop goddess, sounding a clear note among the winds and darkness. She sang an old Jewish song, Eli, Eli, though God only knew where she learned it. It went, my God, I pray that these things never end. The sand and the sea, the rush of the water, the crash of the heavens, the prayer of the heart. The seas surged. The sky seethed with sudden storm clouds. But the green sail opened wider than they had ever seen before. A great green banner in the twilight, and emerald sparks flashed along the rigging. Their quarry ceased to recede. But it didn't get any closer either. "This is bullshit," Father O'Connor repeated, in between confidors. "Why can't you guys get the black sail open?" "Less braying, more praying," said James, who had taken a quick dislike to the priest. Anna shot it a quick glance, then upbraided herself. If Simeon was right, this was the end of the world. Why shouldn't she look at the black sail? She stared straight at the thing. It hurt. The way looking too close at an Escher painting hurt, but worse. What was it? How did it work? The Comet King, John had said, would stand beneath the black sail and raise his magic sword, and the sail had opened to him alone. So they needed either the Comet King, which, if Simeon was right, might actually be a viable plan, or his sword. But who was the Comet King? He was angelic, and his sword was angelic. But angels powered the violet sail, and no two were alike. If the secret of the black sail was just angels or their artifacts, Amoxiel would have opened it long ago. Think like a Kabbalist. 7 sails for the 7 sublunary Sephirot. The red sail for the material world, that was Malkuth. The orange sail for ritual magic, that could be Netzach. The yellow for Kabbalah. That was Yesod, the foundation, the superstructure of the world. The green sail for music, that was beauty, Tiferet. The blue sail for prayer, that was Hod. The violet sail for angels, that was Chest, righteousness. That left Gevurah, severity. God's goodness dealt out in a form that looks like harshness. The judgment all must fear. The Comet King's sword was fearsome, a dangerous weapon. But was it really? Then Anna thought about what was on the sword. Something opened in Anna's mind. New memories. Knowledge she shouldn't have. A deep loss. She didn't cry, because time was running short. And she knew how she was going to open the black sail. She told the winds to stay for her, then ran for where Mark McCarthy labored beneath the orange sail. "Mr. McCarthy," she said over the howling winds, holding out her hand. "I need your opal amulet." "How did you—" But something in her face spooked him. He looked at the orange sail, considered his options, and decided it wasn't worth a fight. He unclasped his necklace and handed it to her. Enitharmon advanced on the black sail, and something was terribly wrong. She wanted to avert her gaze, but she kept looking, even though something was terribly wrong. She reached the final mast, saw the ship's wake behind her. A wake of multicolored sparks spiraling into the void. But she held onto the mast and didn't run, even though something was terribly wrong. "Black mast," she said. She felt silly talking to it, but she wasn't sure how else to get it working. It didn't recognize her like it did the Comet King. 40-odd years ago, young Jalaketu had stood below Silverthorn and defended the pass against an army of demons. Before the holy water had washed them away, he had faced Thamiel in single combat and drawn blood. Blood like that, she figured, never washed away. It was still on the great sword Sai, ready to be used, the final facet of God. "Black Mast, this amulet contains the blood of Malian Go. She's the daughter of Thamiel and Robin West. His blood runs in her veins, just like on the Comet King's sword. This is the blood of Thamiel, and I call you to our aid." The 7th sail opened, and there was silence in heaven for about half an hour. 3. Psalm 107. They that go down to the sea in ships, that do business in great waters, these see the works of the Lord, and his wonders in the deep. This is maybe not true in general. Cruise passengers, for example, mostly see the wonders of a buffet table. But if you were to arrange all your seafarers from least seeing the works of the Lord and his wonders to most, with cruise passengers on one end and Coleridge characters on the other, the poor crew of Not a Metaphor would be several nautical miles off the right-hand side of the chart.
The 7 sails shone in the dusk like the banners of psychedelic armies. The sea and sky dissolved into one another. The sun and moon were both clearly visible, but it was neither day nor night. The bubbles they traced in their wake shot from the end of the ship like fireworks celebrating an apocalypse. They sailed a sea outside the world, and they sailed it really fast. They started gaining on the blob of purple light.
James shouted commands at the crew with military efficiency, but Anna could see fear in his face. He had been happy, she realized, living quietly at sea, talking about hunting God. Actually, catching him hadn't been part of his plans, and beneath the well-practiced orders she could sense his reluctance. Aaron wouldn't stop singing. It was that same song, Eli, Eli, and she was going at it like a madwoman. Green sparks flew out of her mouth with each word, but it didn't even seem to faze her. Anna remembered the rush when she had first called the winds to the yellow sail. She wondered if it was better or worse than heroin. Amoxiel was talking to himself almost too quickly for her to make out. She strained to hear him over the din, and caught the phrase Sir Francis Drake, the Tudors, Duke of York, Enochian, the language of angels. He was so far gone he couldn't even ramble in English anymore. Thomas was at the bow, holding James's binoculars and trying to make out features of the purple speck ahead of them.
Anna delicately lay the amulet on the ground before the black mast, then headed forward to join him. "Do you see anything?" she asked.
He handed her the binoculars. They'd always said that the boat of Metatron was royal purple with golden sails, and she could sort of see it, a purple splotch and golden blobs above it. But the shape was wrong. Too squat, too round. The sails were too short. She strained to see better, then gave up, rubbed her eyes, and handed the binoculars back to Tomas. He placed the cord around his neck and let them dangle, just staring out ahead of them. Even with the naked eye, they could see the purple ship making weird zigs and zags that shouldn't have been possible. The sky looked like a hurricane had taken LSD. The sea looked like a coral reef had read Lovecraft. The sails were too bright to stare
At directly, and the deck was starting to bubble, or maybe crawl.
Aaron still sung Eli. Eli with demented ferocity, amidships.
The boat in front of them began to take on more features. The purple deck at first seemed formless, then revealed fissures like gigantic scales. The golden sails had no masts, but stuck up ridged and angular like huge fins. Anna and Tomas figured it out at the same time. "That's not a ship at all," Anna cried. "It's the Leviathan," Tom said superficially. Aaron heard the shout, stared at the huge bulk before her, and yelled at James. "The harpoon, man! Get the harpoon!" Ivor. The first time I saw Anna was on a ladder outside a pawn shop. But the first time I really felt Anna heard her in her element and knew her mind, it was around the dinner table in Ithaca, listening to her read the Book of Job. I remember the chill that came over me as she read the exquisite poetry describing Leviathan, the monster with whose glories God terrified Job. His eyes are like the eyelids of the morning. Out of his mouth go burning lamps, and sparks of fire leap out. Out of his nostrils goeth smoke, as out of a seething pot or cauldron. His breath kindleth coals, and a flame goeth out of his mouth. In his neck remaineth strength, and sorrow is turned into joy before him. The flakes of his flesh are joined together. They are firm in themselves. They cannot be moved. His heart is as firm as a stone, yea, as hard as a piece of the nether millstone. When he raiseth up himself, the mighty are afraid. By reason of breakings they purify themselves. The sword of him that layeth at him cannot hold, the spear, the dart, nor the habergeon. He esteemeth iron as straw, and brass as rotten wood. The arrow cannot make him flee. Slingstones are turned with him into stubble. Darts are counted as stubble. He laugheth at the shaking of a spear, so no spears, no darts, no habergeon, whatever that is, no iron, no arrows, no slingshots. A second reminder about the darts, and a second reminder about the spears. But nothing about harpoons. James was not happy. He stared at the harpoon in obvious discomfort. Harpooning the Leviathan seemed like the worst idea. But they were a business outfit. They had made a promise. If we find God, they'd said, we'll bring you to him. If God was on a sea monster, then there was only one way to do that. But the most important reason to use the harpoon was the same reason people climbed Everest. Because it was there. If the Comet King had a harpoon on his yacht, it was because he expected to need it. If James refused to shoot, then it would be obvious to the world, what was now obvious to Anna, that the whole thing had been intended as theater, and that none of them had had any intention of winning the chase. "A mockshell!" James called the angel, and the angel flew to him. "You're our expert on this kind of stuff. What's your assessment?" "Earl of Leicester Religious Settlement, Westminster Abbey," said Amoxiel. It wasn't entirely clear where his mind was, and it wasn't entirely clear where the ship was, but it seemed pretty certain that the two weren't the same place. "You would have to be a goddamn idiot," said Father O'Connor. The sails were pretty much self-sustaining now. Maybe the crew could stop them if they wanted to. Maybe not. O'Connor had stopped praying and joined the growing debate by the harpoon stand. "What about the captain?" asked Mark. "Where is he? Of all the times not to be on deck. We should get the captain and make him decide." "The captain is not to be disturbed for any reason," said James, "and that means any reason." He looked at the Leviathan. The monster was almost entirely submerged. It was impossible to tell how big it was. Rabbi Johanan bar Nafcha said that he had once been out at sea and seen a fish 300 miles long. Upon the fish's head was written the sentence, "I am one of the meanest creatures that inhabit the sea. I am 300 miles in length, and today I will enter into the jaws of the Leviathan, This story raises way more questions than it answers, like who had enough waterproof ink in 200 AD to write a 300-mile-long message on a fish? But if it was to be taken seriously, the Leviathan was really, really big. On the other hand, James was a military man, and he had backed himself into a corner, and now he had to do his duty. "Everyone hold on," he said. "We're doing this." He aimed the harpoon and fired. The thing that came out the other end was neither spear nor dart nor arrow. I don't know what a habergeon is, but I doubt it was that either. It looked more like a meteor, a seething projectile of light, trailing a shining silver thread behind it. The weapon zipped through the boiling air, leaving a violent purple linear afterglow, then struck the Leviathan right on its back. The line gave a brutal jerk, and the ship plunged forward like a maniac water-skiing behind a rocket ship. Murderous pulling feelings in dimensions not quite visible. The silver thread looked too thin to support a falling leaf, but somehow it held. "Structural integrity down to 9%, said a voice. It was the ship. "You can talk outside of the bridge." "Yes. Structural integrity down to 9%, the ship repeated. Is there a device on that harpoon to help us reel the thing in?" James sounded like he was hoping there wasn't. "Yes, this is the primary purpose of the ship's power supply." "I thought going fast was the—" "Yes, that is the secondary purpose." "Well, reel away." The ship lurched more. "Structural integrity now down to 9%, said the pleasant synthetic voice. "Well, tell me if it gets any lower than that," said James. He wrung his hands. "V. "Canst thou draw out Leviathan with a fishhook?" asked Anna, that night at the dinner table. "Or his tongue with a cord which thou lettest down? Canst thou put a hook into his nose? Or bore his jaw through with a thorn?" Erica idly brushed her leg against Eli Foss's under the table. "Will he make many supplications unto thee? Will he speak soft words unto thee? Will he make a covenant with thee?" Bill Dodd was trying to think of a suitably witty way to make fun of the passage. "Wilt thou take him for a servant forever? Wilt thou play with him as with a bird?" "Sheesh," said Alihu, who was reading ahead. "God is so obsessed with this whole Leviathan thing. First he is talking about the earth and the stars and the clouds, and then he decides, no, I'll just drop everything and focus on Leviathan for 3 chapters. "You know," said Bill Dodd, "what is Leviathan anyway? Like a giant whale or something, right? So God is saying we need to be able to make whales submit to us and serve us and dance for us and stuff, 'cause I've been to SeaWorld. We have totally done that." "Leviathan is a giant sea dinosaur thing," said Zoe Farr, "like a plesiosaur. Look, it's in the next chapter. It says he has scales and a strong neck. And you don't think he really existed? We Jurassic Park the sucker?" asked Bill Dodd. "It also says he breathes fire," said Eli Foss. "So," proposed Erica, "if we can find a fire-breathing whale with scales and a neck, and we bring it to SeaWorld, then we win the Bible?" "What I think my esteemed cousin meant," Anna had said, "is that God argues here that we're too weak and ignorant to be worthy to know these things. But then the question becomes, exactly how smart do we have to be to deserve an answer? Now that we can, as Bill puts it, send lightning through the sky, now that we can capture whales and make them do tricks for us, does that mean we have a right to ask God for an explanation? Discuss. 6. "Where is Metatron?" asked Aaron, that final night on the Nada metaphor. "Is he riding Leviathan? Is he in his belly? Will he come out to meet us once we're close enough?" "Lady," said James, "we don't know any more than you do. We'll all find out soon enough." Amoxial gibbered softly. For some reason, Aaron started to cry. James and Father O'Connor got into some argument, and Mark McCarthy wouldn't stop drawing pentagrams around everything. Anna realized she was shaking. She very deliberately extricated herself from the assembly around the harpoon and went midship to the yellow sail. The yellow sail was her safe place, she told herself, as swirling stars sputtered overhead. When she was very young, she read the Book of Job for the first time and was so confused that she had resolved to study theodicy for the rest of her life. Here she was, at the end of the world, a nationally recognized expert, and she had to admit it made no more sense to her than it had the first time around. Could she draw out Leviathan with a fishhook? Empirically, yes. So what? Erica had asked exactly the right question. So if you can defeat a really big whale, you win the Bible? Why? Why had God said so in Job, and why had the Comet King himself been so certain it was true that he'd built the world's fastest ship and the world's most fabulous harpoon? She started going over the book of Job again in her mind, line by line. Job suffers. Job complains. Job's friends tell him everything happens for a reason. Job complains more. God arrives in a whirlwind. God asks if Job can defeat the Leviathan. Job has to admit he cannot, and therefore he does not deserve to know the secret order of the world. God accepts his apology and gives him free things. Not the most satisfying narrative. Think like a Kabbalist. She thought with all her strength, and with strength beyond her own. She felt oppressed by a terrible cleverness and a wild rebellion. Finally, she came to a decision. "I'll be gone for just a moment," she told James. "The yellow sail knows what to do. If you need me, come get me." The first mate's eyes didn't leave the Leviathan, but he nodded. Anna climbed below decks and knocked on the door to the captain's quarters. For a tear is an intellectual thing, and a sigh is the sword of an angel. King, and the bitter groan of the martyr's woe is an arrow from the Almighty's bow. William Blake, The Gray Monk, December 21st, 1999, Colorado Springs. No analogy suffices. They came in like what they were, the greatest army ever collected, marching back home in a frustrating mix of victory and defeat. The people acted like it was otherwise. They lined the streets. They threw flowers. Songs were sung about the conquerors of Yakutsk, the vanquishers of demons. Many even believed it. For them, it had been another war. Our country hated their country. Now their country was gone. That was victory, wasn't it? A few knew better. The whole war, even the conquest of Yakutsk, had been a means to an end to suffering, the destruction of hell forever. They had failed. They had completed every step except the only one which counted. Those who knew better joined in the street lining and flower throwing because the alternative was to sit inside and become lost in their thoughts. And for the same reason, the Comet King accepted their praise. He rode in a big black car, with his generals beside him, and people threw confetti and held up banners, and some of them even ran up and hugged him. He accepted it gracefully, lest he become lost in his thoughts. Robin came to meet him as the parade crossed Winter Street. There was a cheer as she climbed into the black car and kissed the king. He raised his fist in a gesture that could be interpreted as some form of positive emotion. Everyone cheered again. The parade broke up as they crossed Fountain Creek and the 140, and they began driving home in earnest. Robin looked at the sky. It was high noon. "I have something to tell you," she said. He heard fear in her voice. "Yes?" "Not now," she said. "Wait until we get home." He stopped the car with a screech, grabbed her in his arms, flew into the air, turned to lightning. He shot southwest, burning through the sky like a meteor. The great blast doors of the bunker palace opened before him as he landed, changed back. Before she even knew what was happening, she was seated on the bed in their bedroom, her husband beside her. "I've never heard you sound so afraid before," he said. "What's wrong?" She looked around. The familiar objects of their bedroom, the spruce desk, the woven blankets, the painting of the Rocky Mountains, and now he was here with her. She started to cry. The furrows on his brow deepened. "Jella, I've done something terrible. We can fix it. I know we can." "Then don't cry. Tell me." She gulped, took in a deep breath. "I sold my soul to Thamiel." He didn't react. If, as the psychologists say, our brain works by fitting data to plausible models, his thoughts stopped for lack of any model to fit it to. He just stared. Finally, he said the only thing he could. "What did you sell it for?" "Nothing in particular. I didn't want anything, that was the problem. I had to make something up. He didn't believe me in the end, but it was all right. He took the deal anyway. I had to give you a chance." "What do you mean?" "The great work! The destruction of hell! The end of suffering!" "Is impossible. I know if it wasn't impossible, you would have done it. I believe you, I swear." "Robin, what? That's the thing, Jala. You did everything possible. So I had to give you a chance. It's like you always say, somebody has to, and no one else will. But you couldn't. But you love me, I don't know why, but you do. While I'm in hell, you've got another reason. You can cut through the paradox. It hit him. It hit him like an asteroid hits a planet, killing all life, boiling away the seas, a giant sterilizing wave of fire. Robin, you... No. How? No. And just like that, the human part of him disappeared, was consumed. His eyes flashed with white fire. What had once seemed like hair stretched out behind him like the tail of a comet. The air turned cold. The room turned gray. The lights turned off. He stood there, raw, celestial, enraged. "This is not how it ends," he shouted. "Less at her than at everything. No, you can't do this. This is not how it ends." "No," she said. "It ends with you rescuing me from hell. After however long it takes. I don't know how you'll do it, but I know it will be something wonderful. This is not how it ends." "Jala," she said, "come off it. I have until sunset tonight with you. Don't shout. Don't say anything. Just sit here and be with me." The light came back to the room. The flames trailing behind him settled into snow-white hair. The unearthly light almost left his eyes. "Will you stay with me for the next..." She looked at her watch. "Hour and 40 minutes?" He hugged her. "I'll stay," he said. For an hour and 40 minutes, they lay there on the bed. They held each other. They talked about Nathanda, and Kaelius, and Jingxiang, and Sohu. They talked about the time they met, in the dining room of the palace, and how confused Father Ellis had been when Jalakatu asked him to officiate their wedding. Finally, Robin said, "Promise me." And Jalakatu said, "I promise." An hour and 40 minutes later, Thamiel swaggered through the big spruce wood door with a gigantic grin on his tiny face. "Well," he said, "it looks like we..." The Comet King had his hands around the demon's neck in an instant. "Listen," he said. "I know the rules as well as you do. Take her. But as God is my witness, the next time we meet face to face, I will speak a name, and you and everything you have created will be excised from the universe forever. And if you say even a single unnecessary word right now, I will make it hurt." The grin disappeared from the demon's face. "You can't harm me," said Thamiel. "I am a facet of God." "I will recarve God without that facet," said the Comet King. Very quietly, Thamiel shuffled to Robin and touched her with a single misshapen finger. The two of them disappeared. End of Book 3. Happy Passover.